Good afternoon. Welcome to Economic Matters. Today is Tuesday, March 3rd. Welcome to our 1 p.m. bill hearings. Appreciate your indulgence that we start a few minutes delayed. We have a celebrity in the house here with us today. With that said, I just want to go over a few housekeeping items. For those of you who are new to the committee, if you are, except for the bill sponsor, the legislator, although I will say, having 141 witnesses today, I would respectfully request that our colleagues, when you present your bills, that you do it under 3 minutes, please. With that said, those of you who are testifying to come before us with oral testimony, you will have 2 minutes. You will be timed. If the clock catches you, we respectfully request that you summarize and not continue on with your script. We feel that it's actually better when you speak from the heart. You usually get your point across much better that way. To the members, please keep your questions concise, Delegate Adams, and point them to whomever you would like to address the question to. And for those of you who are coming before us, please understand that there's a legislative process when we get people to sign up. It is not personal. If you did not sign up and you know you did not sign up, please don't come up to the table with a panel just because. There are people who actually went through the process and took time to do it the correct way. And I also don't want to hear from my staff who are very adamant about our policies here in Economic Matters. With that said, as I mentioned, we have 141 witnesses, and we have quite a few on the docket. I don't know, more than 10, probably a dozen, but we're going to start with our guest this afternoon, the governor of this great state of Maryland, Governor Wes Moore, who will be presenting 2 bills before us. We will start with House Bill 895, and then he would also continue on with his House Bill 894. Members, I appreciate your indulgence as we kind of move around here with his busy schedule so that we have those witnesses coming before us. With that said, House Bill 895. Thank you, Governor Moore.
Thank you so much. My name is Wes Moore. I'm the 63rd governor of the state of Maryland. And to all the members, I just want to say thank you for this chance to testify on behalf of this bill, the Protection from Predatory Pricing Act. This bill truly was inspired by something that I know for each and every one of you that you have heard and seen all throughout your communities from all of your constituents, is that prices still remain too high. And that they want us to continue to push and fight in every way that we can to be able to address that. They are seeing how the price from everything from beef to aluminum to energy have jumped anywhere from 15 to 20+% over the process of the past year. They have seen how we have now had people who have watched essentially a tax that has been carved out because of illegal tariffs that has now hit the average Maryland family by over $1,700. We have seen how we're watching gas prices now continue to jump now because of conflicts overseas. This issue that we're talking about today goes back to what happens to people when they walk into their supermarkets and when they go to their checkout line. And essentially what is happening and what we are seeing and trying to avoid is this issue of price manipulation. And we know the technology is here and technology is important, but technology should not be used to hurt Maryland families. Technology should be used to support Maryland families. And we are seeing how in the case of this, where specific algorithms and people's data can be used actually to work against them. Here is basically how it works, is that prices are changing sometimes by the hour and sometimes by the minute, based on where you shop and based on who is shopping. And it's happening because digital price tags are replacing paper ones. It's happening because we're having cameras that are watching aisles. It's happening because we have apps that are moving from search-based to predictive and having true curated experiences that end up harming the average shopper. That algorithm can crunch data into one question: how much should I charge this person and how much can I get away with charging this person? And what it means is if you have a person who normally goes shopping on Wednesday at 7 p.m., that's their time to go shopping. That oftentimes when you're talking about working families, they don't have the optionality to pick a different time. And that data is being collected. They know that. And they know that if additional charge is put to a person who buys the same items for their family every single week, they'll pay it. So they end up getting charged it. They know it's a similar situation where if Miles and I were to go in a supermarket at the same time, that we could pick up the exact same item and be charged a different price for it because they know that I'll pay it. This type of manipulation of data is not fair. And what the Protection from Predatory Pricing Act does, it does two things that helps to address that. The first, it requires grocery stores to keep prices fixed for at least one business day. So no more paying different prices for the same item for two different people on the same day. The second, it prohibits the use of personal data and automated systems to individualize prices. So when you walk in, you know you will pay the same amount as the person who walked in before you and after you, and they cannot use their data or use your data to be able to manipulate what type of price they're going to charge you once you actually get to the register. Now, I know there'll be some who will say that this legislation stands in the way of innovation. And what I would say is this does not stand in the way of innovation. What it's making sure is that innovation actually serves our people. That for people who think that the market should decide the prices, I say I agree, and I believe in fair markets. I also believe that a fair market only works when that information or that content is not being manipulated against the consumers. And so I look forward to collaborating with this committee. I look forward to working with proponents and opponents to create legislation that protects Marylanders. And with that, I respectfully urge the committee to pass the Protection from Predatory Pricing Act. And I thank you for this opportunity to testify, Madam Chair.
Miles, will you be testifying?
Yes, just again, well, not testifying, just here for technical questions. We've offered amendments, we've sent them to the committee, as well as to some of the proponents and opponents of the bill. So happy to answer any questions that you guys may have.
So members, this will be your opportunity if you have any questions for the governor before we move on to his next bill. Any questions? Delegate Pippy.
Thank you. And I do want to thank the governor for being available for questions. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
So one of the letters of concern or letters of opposition was from the Montgomery County Chamber of Commerce, and the concern that they raised was, could there be some unintended consequences for, I guess, consumers that participate in like a membership loyalty program or something like that? And so I didn't know if you had a response on that. I mean, obviously, we all share the same goal of making Maryland more affordable. Certainly, our groceries is a top priority. And so we wouldn't obviously want to unintentionally do something that makes the prices go up.
Absolutely.
So maybe if you could just address that.
Absolutely. And Delegate, thank you so much for the question. And so it is something that we're actually working in coordination with the chamber, and also are very eager to work with the committee on. We do know with this bill that there are specific carve-outs for things like loyalty programs. We think that loyalty programs that certain supermarkets have should stay. The only thing that we're asking for is that the loyalty programs are there to serve the families and not have the opposite effect, which could be essentially collections of data, which are then used to add additional cost and additional margin to an individual who's going in and purchasing. But we look forward to working with the committee. But I am very clear that this should not interrupt loyalty programs that are actually to the benefit of consumers. We're just trying to restrict against the downside, downside protections for consumers.
Shockingly, I don't see any further questions. Okay.
Delegate Chi.
I spoke too soon. Delegate Chi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Governor, it's great to see you.
Great to see you,
And I appreciate you being respectful of the legislative body and the legislative process by showing up in person to testify.
Thank you.
A simple question is, I want to make sure this bill does not actually prohibit dynamic pricing in the marketplace, correct?
Yes, what it does is by looking at the 24-hour barrier, it's saying that if a supermarket wants to adjust a price over, from a Tuesday to a Wednesday, we understand that. If a supermarket is saying that, listen, the price of chicken is up, and therefore we're adjusting our prices because we're looking at how trade policy is forcing the price of chicken to be up, we understand that. What it's just simply saying is that supermarkets should not be able to change their prices by the minute. And they should not be able to change their prices based on who the consumer is on that individualized basis.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Seeing no additional questions, thank you, Governor. We'll move on to your next bill, House Bill 894, Transit and Housing Opportunity Act.
Thank you so much. Hello again. Thank you again, Madam Chair. Thank you again, Madam Vice Chair, for the opportunity to be able to testify. Once again, just for the record, my name is Governor Wes Moore, the Governor of Maryland, and I'm excited to testify on behalf of the Maryland Transit and Housing Opportunity Act. The entire premise of this is continuing to push forward on an agenda to address costs. And we know one of the largest challenges that Maryland families have when it comes to costs is the issue of housing. That right now, half of Maryland renters will pay more than 30% of their income just to keep a roof over their head. We know that over 30% of young Marylanders said they would consider leaving the state of Maryland for one reason: housing costs. This is not fair to the people who are housing insecure, and we know that in the state of Maryland, we have nearly a 100,000 unit shortage within our state. This is not going to be sustainable if we want to continue to be able to support the fact that Maryland is watching a population growth that we have not seen in a decade, which is a good thing. The problem is, if we do not have housing and units to be able to support it, it becomes deeply problematic and making it more expensive. That is going to impact teachers, that impacts nurses, first responders, and we know that we now have empty parking lots that frequently sit next to our metro stations and our MARC stops, which is frankly just wasted opportunities to be able to address a fundamental issue. We are currently investing billions of dollars in transit infrastructure, and the land around those stations is just sitting vacant. And so you've heard me say this before, that this must change, and that is why the Maryland Transit and Housing Opportunity Act is so important. This will be responsible for adding an additional 7,000 new homes by being able to leverage that land. We're talking about $1.4 billion in tax revenue for state and local communities. But more than that, this really is a way to focus on supporting our working families. It's focusing on that young couple who's trying to start their lives in Maryland, on that parent who wants to be close to their job and also close to their kid's school, for the law enforcement officer who is serving the community and knows they also want to live in the community. And to know that if the number one issue that our families are dealing with, this issue of transportation and cost, this helps to address both of these two things simultaneously. Because on average, the average Maryland family will spend around $600 a month just to get to and from work. But if we build more homes and build more housing around transit, we're going to reduce both the cost of housing and the cost of transportation that so many families continue to deal with. And so we're eliminating with this bill the challenge of, we're addressing the challenge of zoning and financing. We're addressing the challenge of parking minimums. We are authorizing mixed-use development. We are creating targeted investments to make the math actually work. And I hear people when they talk about, well, what about local control? And I absolutely hear you, that you will see within this bill that not only is it the plan to work with our local jurisdictions to be able to make this happen, but also knowing that when we're talking specifically about state land, we just believe that the state should have a greater amount of say and voice as to how that state land becomes utilized, working in partnership with our local jurisdictions. This is the basis of the bill. We are thankful that we've had a chance to work with the Maryland Municipal League and also the Maryland Association of Counties, that we've worked together to make these zoning reforms more targeted, that we've worked together to make sure we're expanding financial opportunities to develop these projects quickly, that we're working with both developers and also organizations like MACO and MML to ensure not just smooth passage, but also a speed in the development. There is a intent to move urgently on this, and that's exactly what this bill is about. So I respectfully urge the committee to pass the Maryland Transit and Housing Opportunity Act, and again, I appreciate the opportunity to testify on behalf of it.
The Secretary.
Good afternoon, Chair Valderrama and Vice Chair Charkoudian and members of the committee. I'm Katie Thompson, Acting Secretary of Maryland's Department of Transportation. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of House Bill 894, the Transit and Housing Opportunity Act. As the governor mentioned, the Moore-Miller administration has a particular interest in leveraging our transportation assets to drive economic development and opportunities statewide. This bill is focused on high-capacity rail transit stations with all-day service. That means the Baltimore Metro and light rail lines, the Washington Metro Rail System, the Future Purple Line, and the core of the MARC Penn line between DC and Baltimore. Unfortunately, today, many of the potential benefits of transit-oriented development that the governor mentioned are out of reach at these stations because of zoning and economic barriers. This legislation is intended to address and remove those barriers. On zoning, the bill eliminates minimum parking requirements immediately around high-capacity rail stations and permits mixed-use development in existing multifamily and appropriate commercial zones near those stations. Further, it exempts state land at these stations from local zoning regulations, provided that the department develops a master development plan in coordination with the local jurisdiction. On economic barriers, the bill authorizes current state-designated TOD sites also to be designated as enterprise zones, expanding incentives for commercial and job-generating development. The legislation delays the payment of impact fees for TOD sites until after construction of a project is complete and a certificate of occupancy has been obtained. The legislation also affirms that state-owned land adjacent to transit is a priority for investment under Medco's Strategic Infrastructure Revolving Loan Fund. Taken together, these measures will accelerate our state's TOD efforts and address the urgent need for housing and transit. Thank you.
My apologies, the secretary is not timed.
That's okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair. For the record, Safer Tool, Deputy Legislative Officer for Governor Moore. I'm just here for questions.
Drew Morrison, Senior Policy Advisor, the Maryland Department of Transportation, also for questions.
Thank you. We'll begin with Delegate Ampry and then Delegate Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Always good to see you, Governor.
Great to see you,
My question is for Ms. Thompson. I'm really excited about this bill. Having the West Baltimore MARC station in my district along with State Center and seeing that there's opportunities for development there that we haven't seen in the years. Like, I'm talking about years. My family has lived in the district for 4 generations. So I'm excited about what this could mean. But wanted to get better understanding of what is the current dynamics with local jurisdictions on how those sites are managed around parking, around just development in general. What does it look like now, and what will be like the main difference moving forward? And how do you all currently coordinate, just so we can get a better understanding of what it will look like moving forward if this bill moves forward?
Thank you for your question. I will say there is good ongoing coordination, but the aspects that are addressed by this bill unlock additional potential. So minimum parking requirements, ability to leverage state-owned land near the highest density lines. It just gives us additional tools in our toolkit to allow us to move faster, better, and smarter in collaboration with communities to meet the demand that's already there.
Got it. Okay. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And Governor, good to see you today.
Great to see you, Delegate. Thank you.
Just have one question on the bill, and it really goes to the question on page 13 where we're adding project labor agreements. I'll just ask a simple question. Why are we putting project labor agreements in the scoring preferences under this bill?
Sure. Thank you, Delegate. Happy to answer this question. In terms of the project labor agreement on the last section of the bill, that was a conversation that took place during last session. It is not a mandate. It is simply a part of the authorization on the Sustainable Growth Subcabinet when they're considering various projects or TOD projects to move forward. This is not a requirement. It is just a simple consideration on various other factors that they're looking into.
Right, so I'm reading, and I can see that they can set up scoring objectives based on a number of different things, and the concern that many of us may have, and the governor, you're sitting there and you talk about affordability and jobs, and quite often the problem that we talk about with project labor agreements is that it does add cost, it does add complexity to projects, but the most important thing I would say, and respond if you will, is that the majority of the labor force in the state of Maryland is not unionized in the construction industry. And so to comply with this sort of scoring requirement, assuming that the scoring is determinative, that it makes it part of this project, whatever that is, means that we'll be bringing out-of-state workers from New York, New Jersey, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, into Maryland to do this work. And I assume that that's not the intent of the legislation, is to advance the interest of Marylanders. But in fact, when we do put project labor agreements in place, the only way to comply with that is to come out of state in the construction industry. So just thoughts on that.
No, thank you so much. And actually, if you look at the various indicators that we have under the scoring criteria, it also does talk about things like making sure you're hiring local labor and all these other facets. And so the PLA, as Safe mentioned, is not a requirement, but what it is saying is that the indicators that we have under the PLA, the making sure that you're thinking about things like work conditions, and you're thinking about, and then you're thinking about, fair pay for the workers. Those are things that get factored in addition to things like making sure that we're prioritizing Maryland workers for these projects. And so it's really set up as, again, not necessarily red lines, but more so guardrails as to how these projects are going to be evaluated and how we'll work with local jurisdictions to execute.
So as a rural representative, second last question. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm friends with Jake Day. He was the mayor of Salisbury. I run a business in Salisbury. I represent the Eastern Shore. And so we talk about housing all the time, many years before he became secretary under your leadership. And so rural issues don't often equal urban issues. And when I see a bill like this, how do you respond to those rural parts of the state, as we also have problems with affordability, problems with getting jobs out of the ground and in place? So just some thoughts within the context of why this bill's here and how we message that to the rural parts of the state.
Absolutely. And I can take it first and then one of the things I think when you look at the entire suite and the entire package of bills that we have, we're really hoping to address the issue of affordability and specifically for housing through multiple different facets. You're absolutely right on this one where we're talking about state-owned land with a TOD focus. It's probably going to have a greater sense of relevance for certain jurisdictions than others, because there are certain jurisdictions that just have mass transit and have other type of lines that are connected. But that's why we see this really as a larger suite, where this is going to be very focused and I think very effective for the jurisdictions that we think they have currently things in place. And there will be other initiatives that we have laid out in our entire housing package that will have more relevance to the Eastern Shore than it might have in Prince George's County. And that's fine. We think that you have to address housing in every way and in every shape. We believe that part of the reason that we're watching this unbelievable rise in costs is because we have not done enough to address volume. And we have not done enough to address inventory. And the way we're going to address this is not just by necessarily saying we're going to cap prices. You got to increase the amount of supply that you have. That's how you're going to bring prices down. So we just believe this is an important facet in that bigger conversation to be able to address it. But please tell me how you answer.
Sure. And Delegate, thank you for that question. I think that's why this legislation was so narrowly focused, specifically looking into mass transit corridor that has more frequent services, right? So, for a really long time, we've talked about TOD development across the state over the last 2 decades. But in order for us to really materialize, we need to look at the investment that we are as a state making it more strategically, especially on rail corridors with the focus of moving people, not just, objects. So our goal here with this legislation is removing those barriers so that we can create transit-connected, sustainable communities and, kind of vertically integrated all of those different type of investment that we're making, whether those are for transit, whether those are for communities, making sure that we have those mixed-use development for those places, for those areas where we have mass transit access. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again, Governor and Secretary Thompson, for bringing forth this exciting bill. I'm a huge fan of TOD, and I think Maryland should leverage all of our tools to do more destination building or placemaking, if you will. Secretary Thompson, you kind of mentioned in passing something pretty quick about leveraging existing tools like enterprise zones and cross-designated TOD. Can you expand more about that, please?
So one of the principal focuses of this legislation is giving us more economic tools to attract businesses to the area and mixed use. And so creating economic opportunity zones is another way that we can incentivize businesses to locate on those properties and help us sort of start to spin the flywheel of building more and more TOD communities.
We have Delegate Allen, who's joining us from Environment and Transportation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I typically don't ask questions when I'm jointly assigned, but I'm especially passionate about this issue. So thank you for being here, everybody. Governor, good to see you as always. You know, TOD is something I'm passionate about. It's something that ENT has worked on with you all for the last few years. And I really liked what you were saying to our colleague about, you know, working with the local jurisdictions. So my question is, what if the local jurisdiction is not working with you? What if, hypothetically, let's say in a jurisdiction, there's a spot feet away from the light rail, and it could not be more perfect for transit-oriented development. And the local jurisdiction, or specifically the local, you know, council person, is intentionally downzoning constantly to try to avoid development from happening in that spot. So what does this bill do to address that?
Thank you, Doug, and thanks for your leadership on this issue too. You know, well, one of the things we wanted to be very specific about this bill is that not just the ideas, but also the origin spots, they don't start from MDOT. They don't start from us. They start from the local jurisdiction. And then it's really the local jurisdiction are the ones who green lights, moves it up to MDOT, and then MDOT will then start the process of actualizing it. You know, that was done very intentionally, because we want this to be a partnership with the local jurisdiction. We are not planning on bigfooting local jurisdictions on these issues. But we do believe that, especially when it comes to state-owned land that has a correlation on TOD, that we just want to make sure that we're doing our part to help to streamline, we're doing our part to help to speed up, and we're doing our part to make sure that both for local jurisdictions and developers, they can get a measurement of predictability that can help these projects happen. And so, the full intent of this bill is to make sure that we're working with our local jurisdictions and show them why these could be good areas. But we do not have the intent of bigfooting local jurisdictions on this. I don't know if there's anything else to add, Madam Secretary.
No, I agree.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Great to see you, Governor.
Great to see you,
First, as the chair of the subcommittee this bill is assigned to, I want to appreciate your administration, MDOT, DSCD, Madam Speaker, and our Madam Chair of the committee for the collaborative work we have been doing on this bill. This weekend at the East Council of State Government, CSG conference in Wilmington, Delaware, with Secretary Day, I was there as well. One theme was clear, Governor. Pew data and other many research shows broad bipartisan support for faster permitting and expanding housing options. If public consensus exists, what do you see as the main barriers preventing implementation at scale in the past, both in local and state level, and any word of wisdom as our subcommittee and committee working on this bill?
Good question. Thank you, and thanks for the leadership too, Delegate. Listen, I think that this one for me, you're never going to have economic mobility if we cannot better enhance physical mobility. That this is an issue that people have been screaming about for years, Democrats and Republicans. That people have been screaming about, whether you're in the Eastern Shore or whether you're in the Baltimore region. We need more housing. We need to create a greater level of inventory for people. We need more affordable housing so people can actually come here and stay here and gain equity. That the largest driver of poverty in our society still remains housing insecurity, and the largest driver of wealth accumulation is real estate. That housing literally sits as the barbell between wealth and poverty. And so I think that what we have continued to see and what we've continued to hear is just a cross-state bipartisan consensus on the idea that we need more housing and we need it now. And so I would say, the thing that we would hope and we would urge is that with this, in addition to obviously hoping for the urging of the passing of this bill, we also would just want for our local jurisdiction and our developers to know that we're ready to get busy. And we are ready to start making these things happen and start driving down the number driving down that unit shortage number that we have in the state of Maryland that is significantly suppressing economic growth and economic mobility that we all hope for within the state.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Governor, good to see you.
Great to see you.
And thank you for bringing this bill. It looks like it's very well thought out. And looking at the committee testimony, it just looks like you've done a good job of collaboration already.
The team has done a good job.
Thank you for that. Thank you. My question is, well, I have two, and I'm just going to ask them both so that you can pass it to whoever you need to.
Please.
Have you already, I was looking at the map on the fiscal note, but not really sure. Do you have an idea of the number of sites that are already identified and where they are? And I'm particularly interested in the ones in Prince George's County. And also, do you have numbers or statistics on the positive impact of this bill, like, you know, the number of jobs it's going to be creating? And I don't know about how much revenue it could possibly bring, but do you have any of those numbers?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I do. Do you want to? Sure.
Thank you, Delegate, for that question. And at the end of this briefing, also, we'll share a list of all the maps that will be targeted to various stations in those 5 jurisdictions. So specifically, this is looking into more frequent services of rail corridor. Mm-hmm. So largely, we're looking into MARC services. We're looking into Metro services, which is in Prince George's County. Mm-hmm. We're looking into light rail services in Baltimore City and Baltimore County. Mm-hmm. So right now, we're looking at somewhere around 81 existing stations that will be impacted among those 5 counties based on this legislation. Mm-hmm. It will look into about 300 acres of state-owned land, right? And if we are able to successfully invest and develop those mixed-use development in those 300 acres, we are able to look into $1.4 billion of state and local tax revenues. Okay. We're happy to share more information around what are those potential impact looks like, but this is one of the greatest way that we could really leverage our investment from the transportation corridors and transit corridors to housing corridors and building those sustainable communities.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you, Governor.
Great to see you, Delegate.
You actually answered my question in reference to addressing the 100,000 units. Thank you for bringing this bill. So that was the question that I was going to ask in reference to how many units it was going to help, but you answered. Thank you so much, and thank you for the bill.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Thank you.
Delegate Ahrens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Governor, good to see you.
Good to see you,
Appreciate the bill. I just had a question about the growth and what we're trying to do. I'm a realtor by my other job, and I guess when you're building like this and you're creating all these homes, have you put anything in here to consider what that does to the community? In my county, Queen Anne's, it's changed the dynamic. We used to be a great open space, go do what you want to do. Is there anything in this addressing those types of things?
So I can take it. So there is, and first, thanks again, Delegate. And one thing that we know is that the reason that we have the target for the individual places that we know kind of like where the first movers are and the place that are most primed is because we actually know and can help to anticipate what type of alterations and changes they will actually make. The other adjustment that is inside of this bill that we do think is important is the fact that the origin has to start from the localized jurisdiction. So when the local jurisdiction is then presenting their recommendations over to MDOT, they've actually already factored in and saying, okay, if we think a population increase is going to represent X, we think this is going to represent this in terms of our public schools, in terms of our systems, et cetera. And so the local jurisdiction is actually involved in that as they're presenting it up to MDOT. There's one other piece I do want to also highlight within the bill, and that's for the developers. Part of the reason that we want to move back that impact fee timing is A, because we want to add a measure of predictability that the developers need and that we continue to hear from them, because part of the challenge they have is if price or regulations move every 6 months, it makes it very difficult for them to greenlight projects. And so we want to make it simpler for them to do it, but also knowing that from the local jurisdiction side, to your point about things like pipes and sewer and water, that the developers will cover down on those costs, so it will not have an adverse impact on the local jurisdictions while this work is taking place.
On the impact fees, for instance, you mentioned that, but typically we use those impact fees up front because we have to manage that growth immediately, not later down the road, and we're deferring them. And I wonder how that is. Somebody going to be able to borrow on that, or how are we going to address that with the communities?
Correct. Well, I'd say it actually does not change the total absolute number of the impact fee. This is just literally looking at almost like an amortized duration as to when it's going to be processed, and that's exclusively to add that measure of predictability for the developers.
Okay, last question. It's just about when you have more product, prices tend to come down a little bit. Have you met any resistance with the people that already live there? They're talking about their values coming down substantially.
Yeah, so one of the reasons that we actually put the local jurisdiction input and have the origin point start with them is actually to address that exact issue. But the thing we've also learned, and actually, Delegate Mandari's go back to your question as well, is I think people recognize the challenge of the housing shortage because they're also recognizing how the prices just continue to jump. And what we are seeing here really is just a simple supply and demand problem that the state continues to have, where we're watching a population grow, which is good, but if we do not address it with more inventory, then we will continue to watch these prices spike in the way they've continued to spike.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you, Delegate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a very simple question. Maybe you might have expressed it, but is this bill here, emergency legislation you're putting in now, you already been across the street, right?
Yes, ma'am, but we do not have this listed as emergency legislation.
It's not listed as emergency?
No, ma'am.
I mean, all this that you just told us, it sounds like it needs to be an emergency.
Well, if the definition of emergency, this should have been done 10 years ago, yes, this is an emergency.
Thank you. I thought I would make you laugh on that.
Delegate Howard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Governor, is there any off-ramp on the bill for communities that are concerned about depreciation of their values? So as they're moving forward and they bring these concerns forward to the locals, essentially, the state, as far as I've read the bill, is big-footing the locals because there is no off-ramp for the local communities to say, hey, our big concern is a value drop in houses, and we've seen that in other areas. And based on the language of this bill, that's not a viable reason for communities to stop or majorly adjust some of these plans. So there is no real off-ramp for communities in this bill as far as my interpretation is concerned. Have you thought about or consulted with local jurisdictions and said, listen, there's going to be an off-ramp? If we are starting to see value drops of property of 10%, which is significant, you talked about homeownership being one of the pathways to wealth, this would be the reverse of that. If there is a value drop that we are seeing is significant, that does become a viable reason for communities to say, let's put the brakes on this right now. The surrounding homeowners, the existing homeowners, are seeing a substantial decrease in their real property values.
Thank you so much, Delegate. And so one, just know we are very eager to work with the committee on any challenges or adjustments that feel like needs to be made. The second thing is the off ramp that we have listed is not getting on the on ramp in the first place. That's the off ramp. Is that we're not telling local jurisdictions to be able to put in. We're basically saying if local jurisdictions believe that this is something that they think could be helpful for them, and this is state-owned land that we're speaking about, that we want to be able to provide assistance to it, and that's where MDOT comes in. But this is not MDOT telling local jurisdictions, you will do X or you will do Y. So the off-ramp is never getting on the ramp in the first place. The only challenge that I would have with the framing, though, is by allowing greater opportunities for people to become homeowners. by providing more chances for people to be able to develop equity, for providing more inventory, for people to own more than they owe. This is something that actually ends up lifting economic opportunities for everybody within neighborhoods and communities. I think we want to encourage for us to be an ownership state. I think we want to encourage more people to own things, to have a vested interest in that community. You're not just going to treat that asset differently. You're going to be able to capitalize it differently. And so I just believe that the way you protect wealth is not by telling other people that they can't develop it. That the way we protect our largest societal growth is by making sure that more people have the chance to buy into that societal opportunity.
So just, man, so walk me through this. What trigger, so the locality, the municipality, the county council, whatever it may be, engages with the state and starts to say, hey, we want to look at this. This is what we want to do. And that triggers the state.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
Do you want, please?
Sure. Delegate, thank you for that question. I think there's two pieces to your question here.
Yes.
The first piece is this is very narrowly tailored to high-frequency rail services, right? So we're not necessarily, and mixed-use development, so we're not necessarily talking about unmitigated growth and development in a single-house residential communities. We're talking about surface parking lots that you're going in Mark Station, you're going into metro stations that has capacity for 300 cars, but only 3 cars are being parked because people are not utilizing this. We're talking about state-owned land that is underutilized, not yielding, not providing any economic benefit for the state or for the local. And we're also talking about individuals, people in Maryland between ages 18 to 34 who are leaving the state because they don't have affordable houses, whether they would be able to rent or they would be able to buy, right? And our goal on this legislation is really focusing on state land and really create those economic mobility for those generations of Marylanders who are yearning for affordable housing. Sure. And they cannot afford to do that. And to the response to your initial question about the local's ability to weigh in on this, when we're talking about TOD designation, the designation's initial point is always local input, right? Our local communities, our municipalities are coming out, they're developing and deliberating strategies and the plan at their local level, working with their planning department. They are going through their local legislative body, the city council and others, to draft up resolutions to authorize for that area to be transit-oriented development. Then they are submitting that application to MDOT. So there's a significant level of local input that has taken place before that application is coming to the MDOT level. So the point here is we're really narrowly focused on just mass transit corridors with holding the integrity and the sense of community for everywhere else as well, and focusing on underutilized, under-yielding state-owned land.
I appreciate the messaging. I was just asking more about the mechanics and the local voices being protected. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. We'll take the last question from Delegate Pippi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, appreciate you sticking around for some questions. So on this bill, it was brought up earlier by Delegate Adams with the project labor agreements, and he brought up a good point, and I was hoping he would ask the kind of the punchline at the end, and he didn't get there. But to his point, and to your point, Governor, where you said that housing can help build wealth, right? And I also think another component, our jobs, can help build wealth, and we want Marylanders to have as many opportunities to build wealth as they can.
Absolutely.
So would you be open to an amendment that would kind of either maybe put some guardrails on the project labor agreements or maybe potentially even strike that out of the bill altogether, just to ensure that the majority of folks that have an opportunity to work on these projects are Marylanders? And that way we retain as much of that economic activity within our state as possible. Considering it is Maryland property, we can do what we want with it, right? Just because I have seen other projects around the state that tend to recruit a lot of folks out of state. And I get it. We're a regional state. It's a small state. We're surrounded by other states. Sometimes those things happen. But just food for thought. Wanted to get your thought on whether you would be open to kind of maybe tailoring that portion of it to ensure that it's mostly Marylanders having an opportunity to work on these projects.
Yeah. No, so one, just know, we are happy to discuss and work with you on this and work with committee on this. And to be very honest, I mean, like, I think we are very much aligned on this. Like, my goal is we want to make sure we're creating pathways for work, wages, and wealth for the people of the state of Maryland, right? And that means prioritizing the people of the state of Maryland throughout this entire journey and with everything that we are proposing and pulling together. So we are very, very happy to work with you and work with committee on this. But again, I'm very clear, work, wages, and wealth for the people of Maryland.
All right, so some bipartisanship right there. There you go.
So Governor, please forgive me. I said Delegate, I'm sorry, Delegate.
No, good.
I said Delegate Pippy was the last question. I know you have a hard stop. You
No,
have a very busy schedule.
I'm good, Madam Chair.
So we'll go with Delegate Robin Lewis, who's joining us from Environment Transportation, and we will have the last question with Vice Chair Charkoudian.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair. Governor, wonderful to see you.
Wonderful
Thank
to see
you
you,
for your
thank you.
testimony and the bill, and thanks to your team. I'd like to follow on Delegate Pippy's question about making sure that the investments in housing and housing opportunity do include opportunities for Marylanders who want to build, construct, refine, so that those jobs that come with housing creation do go to Marylanders. And I have to say, I find myself surprised saying I want to follow on Delegate Pippy's question, because it actually made me think about the opportunities we have to incentivize, encourage labor agreements when we look at construction projects. I do understand this bill focuses on state-owned land, and there will be private developers interested in pursuing state, projects there. But to the extent that the state has the ability to encourage, incentivize, facilitate agreements, can you talk to us a little bit about your vision for that?
For the ability for the state to work with, specifically on PLA?
Potentially, when it comes to private developers developing on state-owned land, which is, I believe, likely to happen on these, in these places, do you envision a pathway to make it easy for those private developers to engage in labor agreements to ensure that those construction jobs go to Marylanders and that their living wages and all the great opportunities that come with that?
Absolutely. First, one thing that we know with this and all these projects is it is going to take, it is going to take a multi-disciplined approach to it. And it is going to be, a lot of them will be the private sector involved with the public sector, involved with our nonprofit entities. So the way community is built means that all these entities have got to be at the table and will have some type of role in the process. And it is something, though, that we are going to be very clear with all of our partners is here are the expectations that we want to make sure that Marylanders are involved in this. That, as I said earlier to Delegate Pippy's point, that we're very clear on this. It's work, wages, and wealth for the people of Maryland. And so in any interactions and in any conversations and negotiations that we'll have, again, we look forward to working with the committee on language on this, but my expectations will be very clear.
Thank you. Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And we'll end with Vice Chair Charkoudian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Governor, for being here.
Thank you,
Vice
Vice
Chair.
Chair.
Bill, and I hope that you definitely protect the project labor agreement in the bill. I think it's really crucial that when the state's investing money, we make sure that, to the points that have been made, the money is also increasing wealth of our working families. And I just want to challenge this idea and wonder if you all have any research. I've certainly seen the research that shows that often with a project labor agreement, contrary to what people think, or contrary to the myths about it, that often it ends up bringing in a project sort of under cost, without the delays, without the cost overruns, without the, with greater safety on the job for all the reasons that you might imagine. And it's my understanding that most of the project labor agreements in the state are hiring Maryland residents. So I'm just wondering, do you have any reason to believe that a project labor agreement would lead to not hiring Maryland residents? I think that it's the opposite, but I just want to check because you said you might be interested in adjusting it, and I hope you're not.
Well, no, so one, your data is correct, Madam Vice Chair, but I'll turn it over to the Secretary.
No, that's exactly right. Your data are correct. We're happy to come in and brief you or any other members of the committee who would like to know more about project labor agreements. But the governor mentioned earlier that this legislation does not include a mandate.
Right, I understand
It
that.
includes consideration, and it's the totality of factors working with the community that will dictate how we collectively approach that. And at the end of the day, we will always take benefits to the community, benefits to the workers into careful consideration in making these determinations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, we're getting you out here right on time. Governor Moore, thank you so much for taking time in your busy schedule to present before the Economic Matters Committee. Thank you, Madam Secretary Thompson, Mr. Ratul, and Mr. Morrison for testifying before us this afternoon.
Madam Chair, thank you again for the opportunity. It's deeply
Absolutely.
appreciated. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Colleagues, we're now going to move on to the next two panels for House Bill 894, the TOD legislation. And for those of you in the audience, after we get through these panels and questions and answers, we'll return back to House Bill 895 with the second panel for that legislation. So with that, I'm now calling Brant Snyder, Patrice Kingsley, Jennifer Vey, you may begin when you're ready.
Go ahead. Hold on one second. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Apparently, I drew the short straw in going after the governor, so thank you for that. My name is Brant Snyder, and I am the Chief Executive Officer of Urban Atlantic, a community-minded real estate development firm headquartered in Bethesda, Maryland. I'm here today to express my strong support for HB 894 because it aligns with transformative investments that will strengthen Maryland's transit-oriented development, enhance economic opportunity for residents across our state. For more than 2 decades, Urban Atlantic has catalyzed inclusive mixed-use communities that knit together housing, jobs, retail, and public amenities around transit access. Our work in Prince George's County, particularly at the New Carrollton Metro Station, exemplifies the power of TOD to drive smart growth. Through a public-private partnership with Metro, Prince George's County, and the state of Maryland, Urban Atlantic is master planning a 2.5 million square foot mixed-use, walkable, transit-centered neighborhood on nearly 50 acres of underutilized surface parking surrounding the New Carrollton station. This project will deliver approximately 1,500 new housing units, office space, ground floor retail, and a hotel, all designed to reduce car dependence, connect residents to opportunity, and drive regional ridership growth. The New Carrollton TOD has already resulted in significant progress. Workforce and affordable housing, such as the Margo, brings essential workers close to transit and jobs, and recent groundbreaking for senior and affordable units demonstrate our continuing momentum. HB 894's provisions will help expand Maryland's ability to support these kinds of projects by providing a clearer framework and tools that encourage coordinated growth around transit infrastructure. TOD is not simply real estate development. It is a strategy that enhances economic opportunity, supports climate goals, and broadens access to jobs and services for Marylanders of all incomes. Urban Atlantic has seen firsthand how state support for TOD unlocks investments, improves access to transit, and strengthens communities. Projects like New Carrollton and others throughout the region would not be possible without thoughtful public policy like this. Thank you.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. I'm Jennifer Vey, Executive Vice President and Chief Strategy Officer at the Greater Baltimore Committee. And on behalf of GBC, I'm asking for your strong support of House Bill 894. As the leading voice for the private sector in the Baltimore region, GBC is actively engaged in collective efforts to grow a dynamic regional economy. As documented in All In 2035, our 10-year economic opportunity plan, we believe that encouraging development of robust centers of regional economic activity centered around high-quality public transit is vital to that growth. Over the course of many decades, scattered employment and development patterns have complicated efforts to create and maintain a robust and effective transportation system in the Baltimore region. Meanwhile, our light rail and our commuter rail systems were largely designed to support automobile access to stations, which reduce opportunities for walkable, mixed-use development, and they curtail ridership. This bill seeks to remedy these issues, and if passed, has the potential to yield numerous and significant economic benefits for the Baltimore region and beyond. First, TOD saves money. By concentrating development around transit stations, TOD maximizes land use in areas where infrastructure and services are already in place, reducing the need for extensive new infrastructure investments. Second, TOD supports new housing development, but also encourages people to rely less on private vehicles, which lowers household transportation costs, which account for about 17% of household budgets, by the way. This is enormous benefit when considering the high costs of housing, as we've already heard, in Maryland and throughout the nation. Third, TOD projects stimulate job creation through the creation of infrastructure, housing, and commercial space, and from ongoing operations. And finally, mixed-use areas that are well-connected to transit systems are often seen as more desirable places to live and work, attracting both talent and private investment. In sum, 894 will support Baltimore and Maryland's economy in numerous ways, and for these reasons, we urge you to issue a favorable report on the bill. Thank you.
Yeah, it can be a tongue twister. I don't see any questions for the both of you, so thank you very much for your testimony this afternoon. I'll call one more time Patrice Kingsley. Okay. Moving on, our last panel for 894, well, not last panel, but we have Mark Clements, Lindsay Mendelson-Yankova, Cheryl Court, Krista McGee, and Lauren Magnato.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Lindsay Mendelson, and I'm the Senior Transportation Campaign Representative with the Maryland Sierra Club, and I strongly urge a favorable report on HB 894. This bill would remove red tape that makes it more difficult to build housing and jobs in your transit. This legislation is thoughtfully designed and encourages development in a way that supports environmental protection, and we applaud the Moore administration for introducing it. Transit-oriented development plays an important role in addressing the state's housing crisis and meeting our climate goals. In the DC region, Wanada estimated that transit keeps 1.2 million cars off the roads each day and avoids an additional 1.2 million metric tons of greenhouse gases each year. That is the same emissions reductions as if all the homes in Arlington County, Virginia didn't use energy for one full year. One of the best ways to boost transit ridership is by making it easier for people to access these stations by building around them. Transit-oriented development also reduces the pressures of sprawl. Urban and suburban sprawl has resulted in the loss of forest canopy, destroyed natural areas, and encroached on our farmlands. It results in more impervious surfaces that worsen stormwater runoff and flooding impacts. Sprawl and car-centric development also adds far more to the cost per capita for roads, water, plumbing, and electricity compared to compact development. The U.S. Government Accountability Office estimated that parking can add $56,000 to the cost of apartments in some urban areas. Transportation is also the second largest household cost, with residents in the D.C. and Baltimore region spending over $16,000 per year. When we instead build transit-oriented communities, we can reduce our carbon footprint, save households money, and improve access to jobs, food, healthcare, and recreation. For that reason, I urge a favorable report on HB 894. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Cheryl Court with the Coalition for Smarter Growth. We advocate for walkable, bikeable, inclusive, and transit-oriented communities as the most sustainable and equitable way for the Washington, D.C. region to grow and provide opportunities for all. We work extensively in Prince George's and Montgomery County. We want to first express our strong support for HB 894. Transit-oriented development plays a critical role in addressing two key Maryland challenges: housing and transportation. Workers and families benefit from expanded transportation and housing options and greater affordability through transit-oriented development. You've heard about the aspects of the bill. It's targeted. It's focused on unlocking the potential of mixed uses within a half a mile of a metro station and putting a fee collection at the end of the process rather than the beginning. This helps to unlock the potential for high-frequency transit stations. It addresses the core regulatory, many core regulatory issues that could be addressed in concert with local governments to grow transit ridership and create economic potential with major state transit investments. The bill will be focused on these high potential sites, providing targeted regulatory changes to facilitate TOD where it can have the most positive effect. We think that the bill gets the balance of this right in terms of effective and meaningful changes that are also very focused. By facilitating transit-oriented development through this bill, Maryland households will benefit with more affordable transportation and housing options while also boosting the state and local economy. In a period of state fiscal constraint, transit-oriented development is a housing and transportation solution that takes advantage of existing infrastructure, leverages private investment, and provides significant returns. We ask for a favorable report on HB 894. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Kristen McGee here with you today on behalf of Maryland Realtors, and we are in strong support of House Bill 894. Maryland's housing shortage is real. Buyers are competing for too few homes, renters are facing limited options, and in many communities, the places where housing makes the most sense to build are the very places where it's hardest to get projects approved. Areas served by high-frequency transit are already supported by public investment. The infrastructure is there, the job access is there, the economic activity is there. These are logical places to add housing and mixed-use development. Yet, outdated zoning restrictions, rigid parking mandates, and heavy upfront costs often prevent these projects from moving forward. This bill modernizes those barriers. Now, the governor covered many of our points already, so I'm not going to restate them, but just wanted to emphasize he is correct in that HB 894 will not solve Maryland's housing shortage by itself. However, it is a meaningful step towards aligning housing policy with infrastructure investment and market demand. For these reasons, Maryland Realtors respectfully urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for your panel. Thank you very much for your testimony this afternoon. I'll now call on Hugo Cantu. Hugo's not here. Okay. We'll now move on to our virtual favorable, Terrence Fitzgerald. Oh, Hugo's here? Okay. Sorry. Did he just walk in? Okay.
Sorry, I was outside. It's a popular bill. Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Hugo Cantu here representing the Apartment and Office Building Association. We have approximately 167,000 apartment rental units between Montgomery and Prince George's County, and AOBA supports any policy that promotes increasing the supply of housing in Maryland. The bill addresses project financing, as you've heard, and we'd like to thank the governor for his support and his leadership on housing affordability. And just for some market background, multifamily residential industry is weak right now. Especially Montgomery and Prince George's County, operating costs are high. Local regulations are scaring investors away. And just so you know that in 2022, the National Association of Home Builders and the National Multi-Housing Council reported that on average, complying with government regulations totals about 40% of the cost of building a multifamily project. And so what we're saying is we need help. Multifamily needs support. Marylanders are leaving. AOBA members are housing Marylanders who are staying. We ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Terry, you can begin.
Chair Valderrama, Vice Chair Charkoudian, members of the committee, thank you for your time and for the opportunity to speak to you. I am Dr. Terry Fitzgerald, speaking on behalf of Chesapeake Physicians for Social Responsibility in support of HB 894, a bill to encourage transit-oriented development. There are many good reasons to support TOD, and the governor and others have addressed them, but I want to take these few seconds to put this into a larger context that should also be considered. Climate chaos is putting us into a very dangerous situation. That is true for the world, for the country, and for the state of Maryland. The terrible suffering and economic instability resulting from climate chaos destabilizes societies, leading to mass migration, destabilizing other societies, and triggering wars. More powerful storms and massive fires devastate parts of this country, and with more than 3,100 miles of shoreline, Maryland is highly vulnerable to the effects of sea level rise. To be honest, these are not risks, they are certainties, but we can take steps to reduce the danger. Transit-oriented development is one of these steps. TOD results in decreased burning of fossil fuels in automobiles, resulting in healthier air and decreased greenhouse gas emissions, the driver of climate chaos. It is that simple. This promotion of TOD is in fact only a very small step, but every step that we take matters and helps make Maryland a leader in changing our culture from a car-centered society to a human-centered society. Our motto at CPSR and a principle of public health is, we must prevent what we cannot cure. That is why we support this bill and urge you to give a favorable report on HB 894. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. It's good to see you. We don't have any questions for you, so we'll go on to our next witness, Mark Clements.
All right, good afternoon, Chair Valderrama and members of the committee. My name is Mark Clements. I serve as the Maryland Policy Manager for Greater Washington, a nonprofit and sustainability and equity in housing, land use, transportation throughout the Greater Washington area and beyond. GGWash strongly supports House Bill 894, which will address two challenges Maryland currently faces, a budget crisis and a housing shortage. As Maryland continues to build out its transit access, a woeful state-owned land near public transportation has gone underutilized. This bill would empower the Maryland Department of Transportation to put it to more effective use. By MDOT's most recent estimates, the state share of land along the Mark Penn line alone could generate 7,000 homes and $1.4 billion in state and local tax revenues. Considering the state currently faces a budget shortfall, the economic development potential of this legislation should not be understated. To maximize development on transit-adjacent land, the bill will encourage mixed-use development, reduce or eliminate certain parking minimums, and provide MDOT the ability to work alongside local jurisdictions on development plans for applicable properties. It will also reduce the number and severity of barriers to financing development projects on transit-adjacent land by automatically incorporating them into Maryland's Enterprise Zone program, as well as reduce upfront costs by delaying the collection of impact fees until projects are complete. According to our recent polls, 73% of Marylanders say our state does not have enough homes to buy or rent. The only way Maryland can triumph over this housing shortage is by increasing its supply. The state government and its agencies are well positioned to ameliorate the crisis if they've given the tools to do so. HB 194 will provide more latitude for the state to take action, especially in transit-adjacent areas where denser, more community-oriented development makes the most sense. We ask that the House Economic Matters Committee give HB 894 a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clements. We don't have any questions for you, so we'll move on to Lauren Magnato. Magnato? Not here. Okay. We'll move on to Martin Mitchell.
I'm here virtually.
Oh, Lauren's here. Okay, sorry, Mr. Mitchell. We've got Ms. Magnato here. You can go ahead. We need you to turn on your camera.
It's telling me it's disabled by the host.
I'm sorry?
Okay, thank you.
There you go. Great.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee for the opportunity to provide verbal testimony virtually. My name is Lauren Magnato Watkins, and I'm here testifying on behalf of the Greater Washington Partnership, which is a nonprofit alliance of leading employers representing more than 640,000 jobs and millions in economic activity across Maryland, Virginia, and DC. We are strongly supportive of HB 894. Our members are focused on the region's long-term economic competitiveness, and from an employer perspective, housing and economic opportunity built near transit has become a critical imperative that directly benefits their ability to attract and retain talent. Maryland's housing shortage is an economic risk, as others have mentioned. throughout the day. The state ranks near the bottom nationally for housing affordability, and employers are increasingly struggling to attract and retain workers. From a business perspective, this is about competitiveness. Maryland has made major investments in transit, but too many station areas remain underutilized due to regulatory and financial barriers. Transit-oriented development is one of the most cost-effective ways of leveraging existing investments. Building more housing near existing transit increases supply in high-demand areas without requiring new roads or expensive transit expansions. The economic returns are clear. Properties within walking distance of high-quality transit typically see 5 to 20% higher property values, generating significantly greater local property tax revenues than auto-oriented development. This is a calibrated and targeted solution. It removes friction, aligns incentives, and allows the private sector to respond where market demand already exists. TOD helps ensure Maryland gets a stronger return on its investments, supporting job growth and access to opportunity. For these reasons, we strongly urge a favorable report on HB 894 as introduced. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Magnato. We're going to move on to Martin Mitchell.
Good afternoon, Chair and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Martin Mitchell, former at-large council member for the city of Laurel and an active member of the NAACP. I'm here to lend support and of the Maryland Transit and Housing Opportunity Act. This bill is an opportunity more than zoning and development. It's about creating opportunity where people live, work, and commute. By automatically designating certain TOD zones as enterprise zones and removing local restrictions and fees, this legislation removes barriers that slow development near rail transit stations. What this means for communities across Maryland is more housing, more jobs, and more economic activity in areas that are already well served by transit. It helps connect people to work, to school, and to essential services while encouraging smart growth that reduces traffic, environmental impact, and long commutes. House Bill 894 also ensures that development near transit isn't hampered by local fees or unnecessary restrictions before construction is even completed. This makes it easier for the developers to invest in projects that create mixed income housing, local jobs, and stronger neighborhoods. Supporting this bill is supporting equitable growth, economic opportunity, and stronger communities across Maryland. I respectfully urge this committee to help pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mitchell. Doesn't look like we have questions for you here. Thank you for joining us. That's our favorable. Now we're moving on to favorable with amendments. We have Benjamin Ross, Terry Hickey, Michael Sanderson, Angelica Bailey Thapari. Whoever wants to start, as soon as you have a seat, please begin.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair. I'm Ben Ross from the Action Committee for Transit in Montgomery County. This is a terrific bill, and you've already heard why, so I'll go straight to our amendment. And the amendment really takes off on something the governor said, which is that we have empty parking lots around our Metro and MARC stations. And something missing in Montgomery and Prince George's counties in this, the provision specifically for the parking lots at the stations is only for state-owned parking lots and does not cover WMATA-owned parking lots. And all of the parking lots at the Washington Metro stations are WMATA-owned rather than state-owned. As a result, there are no parking lots in the covered by that provision at all in Montgomery County. And to answer Delegate Roberts' earlier question, in Prince George's, There are parking lots at the Seabrook and Bowie MARC stations, but that's it. None of the metro stations are currently covered. So our amendment is very simple, which is just add WMATA-owned parking lots to the current provision for state-owned parking lots. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Terry Hickey. I'm the Director of the Department of Housing and Community Development in Baltimore County. I'm here to express support for House Bill 894. While the county's official position is support with amendments, this is due primarily to technical issues with the fee timing language, the impact fee timing language. We fully support the legislation's goals, and the majority of its provisions is currently drafted. Like other jurisdictions, Baltimore County faces a significant housing shortage. As a local official charged with addressing this complex and often emotionally charged issue, I'm here to underscore why this bill represents an effective tool that, if implemented, can lead to increased housing production. According to a recent needs assessment, Baltimore County is short almost 19,000 housing units for affordable to renters at the lowest income levels, families who have few resources and fewer affordable housing options. However, this shortage also has wide-reaching impacts across all income bands. The assessment also found that over half of all county renters are rent burdened, meaning they spend a third or more of their income on housing expenses, and 29% spend a half or more of all expenses towards housing. There's a common sense solution, right? It's to build more housing. Baltimore County, though, like many suburban jurisdictions, faces challenges. Our urban core takes up just 1/3 of the county's land, but it's where 90% of our residents live. And it's almost completely built out with retail and office properties stacked along aging commercial corridors, served by aging infrastructure and flanked by neighborhoods with predominantly single-family homes. Redevelopment, while ideal, is challenging. HB 894 would help address these challenges by promoting mixed-use development on land adjacent to already existing transit. It would include state-owned land, much of which is very underutilized in a county desperate for buildable sites. We're currently partnering with MDOT to assess our transit sites. This bill would give us additional flexibilities, and it all aligns with our master plan that calls for mixed-use development in proximity to transit. This won't solve the crisis on its own, but it'll go a long way towards it. So I would urge you for a favorable report, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, committee members, Angelica Bailey-Thupari for the Maryland Municipal League. The municipalities are generally favorable with amendment on this bill. At this point, we've been having some really substantive and productive conversations with the bill's proponents. We're confident that we'll be able to get to some amendments that everyone can agree on and feel decently about. But since that's not official yet, I want to flag our main issues. We agree with a lot of what's been said already about the need for housing. A lot of our local governments are already doing what they can to help solve that process, or help solve that problem and be a part of that process. But this bill does two main things. The impact fees piece would be very financially challenging for a lot of the reasons that have already been stated and are reflected in our written testimony. And the combination of the enterprise zones with the transit-oriented development programs could be problematic and, in our opinion, not the best policy. TODs are designed for infrastructure, for communities near infrastructure. Enterprise zones are designed for areas in need of economic development and in current economic distress. Enterprise zones also see local governments giving usually a 10-year property tax credit. You don't see that in TODs, and that is very fiscally significant for local governments, especially municipalities. So combining those two programs would have serious fiscal impacts on municipalities. So as I said, we're working with the bill's proponents. We are hopeful that we'll get to a good place, but for right now, we are favorable with the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Michael Sanderson with the Maryland Association of Counties. We're similarly situated with our municipal friends. To just add a little bit of meat to the bone on where I think we're likely to head, I'm also optimistic this is going to get worked out. We'll have amendments that will be effectively consensus amendments for you. The kind of things we're looking at are, you may remember a bill in this committee last week, Delegate Chee sponsored, talking about local tax increment financing districts and adding an opportunity for the state to layer in on top of that. If the locals set up a district district for growth. The state could come in and say, we'll contribute toward that and get things moving fast. Great idea. We think the same kind of model can work here. If the state wants to automatically designate a TOD area as an enterprise zone, great. Come back to the local governments and see if they want to add in the second layer and have a local component to that as well. Basically, the way we do enterprise zones today, only in reverse, but you still have both parties opting in. So I think there's the mechanics of that can make sense. I'll also say the timing of impact fees and development excise taxes will sound familiar because you have it in another standalone bill that's also in this committee globally. One of our concerns would be if you end up passing two discordant processes, you'll end up with all of our local zoning professionals having to follow two sets of rules for inside or outside of these special zones. I think our preference is pass the bill with a general rule for everybody rather than a separate bill for just around TODs. And if we need some sort of belt and suspenders language, I think we can work toward that. But rather than two tracks, put that all in one track and I think put it into the global bill makes the most sense. The last thing that we're concerned about is in an extreme concern about parking. Some folks will come to a TOD because of the rail, because of the subway station, but some will just come because of the density or amenities. If we're facing a parking crisis, we still think there should be a steam release for that element that's not in the bill today, but could be in an amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there questions for this panel? Delegate Bhandari.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you, Director, for wonderful work that you are doing in our county. Given the Baltimore County, our county's stated housing shortage, in alignment with Master Plan 2030 that, as you mentioned, do you have a specific amendment recommending to ensure that the impact fee language strike a balance between incentivizing development and maintaining local fiscal sustainability? Or can you elaborate a little bit more for the knowledge of the community, our committee?
Sure. Thank you for the question. I think our greater optimism about the bill relates to the land use and the incentivization of what it would be doing around that TOD, particularly state-owned land, which we have a good amount of that's underutilized in the county. On the impact fee issue specifically, I don't want to get ahead of our permits director, but I think our issue is primarily technical in that trying to collect impact fees from a developer after the use and occupancy permit may prove difficult and push already limited capacity, but that's something we think we can work through.
Yeah, could we talk offline?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there other questions? I have two maybe quick, maybe not questions. So the first is, Mr. Ross, have you had a chance to talk to MDOT about the proposal of incorporating Wanada stations? And if not, they're right behind you. Could you do that before you leave today?
I've talked with them offline.
Can you hit that? Somehow that got unhit. I'm not sure what happened, but that needs to be. Oh, it's not letting? Okay, there you go. Go ahead. Tell me.
I've talked with them offline, and they regard it as something, well, they can correct me, but I know they regard it as something that's not inconsistent with the spirit of the bill.
Okay, definitely not. And let me just say, Montgomery County wants in on that, or I do want Montgomery County in, so let's make sure that happens. Thank you. My second question, I actually agree with you, Mr. Sanderson, about we should have the same policy across the board, so let's do the impact fees that apply everywhere. I do just want to say for the record that we have asked this question of what are the actual impacts that occur that the counties pay for, or municipalities pay for before the occupancy, before the occupancy period. And we asked for that a couple of weeks ago, and we still haven't gotten that. So it is, I think there's an openness to some flexibility in how much is needed when, but I still am not convinced that there is a cost to the counties that occurs before there's occupancy. And so we're still waiting on that. Otherwise, I think we're behind this idea of we wait till there's occupancy, and maybe there's technical pieces, Terry, that we need to figure out. But, you have the opportunity to send us that list, but we haven't seen it, and we've been waiting a couple weeks. So I don't know if you want to speak to that now or.
No, I hear you, Madam Chair. I think this conversation is productive, and I don't think the local governments mind there being a burden on us to demonstrate that an exception to the pay everything late rule has to pass a smell test. So we are working with folks locally to try and develop some language, but that's days, not weeks.
Okay, I wouldn't say, well, I think we don't think it's pay everything late. We think it's pay everything when the cost is incurred. But yeah, that's because that's the question is like, when is that cost incurred? So what's reasonable? All right, any other questions? Okay, well then thank you all for your time. We appreciate it. That concludes the hearing on HB 894s. So what we're doing now is we're going back to the governor's other bill, which was HB 895. And so we started, this is the pricing bill. We had heard from the governor and Miles Hicks. And I think that the rest of the governor's panel is Marceline White and Tony Trankel. And then we'll go to the rest of the testimony on that. So if the two of you want to come on up. I see Marceline. Is Tony here? Oh, there you go. All right, great. Yeah, it's a crowded seating today. Thank you. Please begin whenever you're ready.
You can go ahead. I'm trying to pull it up.
Well, if you want me to do it,
Yeah,
go ahead. Okay. Good afternoon, Vice Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Tony Trankel. I'm a member of the ARP Executive Committee, and I'm a advocacy volunteer, and thank you for the speaker and many other co-sponsors of this legislation. ARP of Maryland is one of the largest membership-based organizations in the state with over 850,000 members. We welcome this legislation because it targets a growing problem in the food retail area, the practice of dynamic pricing and using consumer surveillance data to set a price for consumer goods and services. The time to address this issue is now, before the practice becomes mainstream. We have seen in the past the failure to set effective guardrails for new technologies can result in harm to vulnerable populations like seniors. This is an area of new work for ARP, and our own analyst recently wrote that the use of AI has blurred the line between helpful personalization and the real-time predatory pricing based on individual circumstances and vulnerabilities. ARP supports the appropriate use of AI technology to assist both consumers and retailers. However, its use must be consistent with our consumer rights and protection principles, including promoting fair play and practice, fostering transparency, safeguarding privacy, and providing equitable access. Many seniors rely on online grocery ordering or have limited shopping hours and may not realize that prices can change throughout the day based on algorithms and data profiling. That means a shopper could unknowingly pay for more because of their shopping habits. HB 895 puts in guardrails that protect consumers from these predatory potential practices, and for those reasons, ARP of Maryland urges a favorable report on HB 895. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Marceline White. I'm Executive Director of Economic Action Maryland Fund, and we're here in strong support of House Bill 895. First of all, this bill is needed. I think we all agree that we want to address affordability issues for our communities. And we did a survey in December 2025 of more than 500 Marylanders across the state. Groceries came up as one of the pain points time and time again. In fact, 73% surveyed said that skyrocketing food prices had the greatest negative impact on their economic security. We can't control everything in terms of why food prices have risen, but we can control technology and harness it to make sure it's doing good, not harming our communities. This builds on work the committee has done in the past around predatory pricing. As you've heard, grocery stores are collecting reams of personal data to set different prices based on certain personal characteristics, so that I'm paying a different price than my colleague for a bag of groceries. We believe this distorts a free and fair market, and it's not something consumers are aware of, so they can't use that information to make decisions and shop around. And it's particularly important for older adults, for those with mobility issues, and those without cars who rely on online pricing and shopping. They can't really go to multiple stores or compare. As people are struggling with the cost of living crisis, we believe that this is a really important way to address the cost of groceries in particular. And we believe that a lot of the amendments address some of the concerns and tighten the language around some of the discounting. So for all of these reasons, we are in strong support of House Bill 895 and urge a favorable report.
Thank you. Delegate Adams.
You have to bear with me for a minute here. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Chair. So I hope we're not going to lose the ability to use these apps that I'm accustomed to using for my grocery store because, look, it's technology. It certainly has as its history what I've done in the past. And, you know, for example, it's suggesting I go and buy 4.5 pounds of bone-in chicken thigh, 4.5 pounds at $11.21 a pack. So the point is technology must know that I like to buy chicken thighs, and two, hey, it's a good deal. Now, I also on this app like to do the clip the coupons and do some other things. Like, I don't know that I would necessarily thought about buying Coca-Cola, but I am now. How is technology so difficult that we're trying to pass a bill that seems prescriptive when consumers like me love it?
Let's use the other one, yeah.
I can do it.
You ready? Okay,
I can move around.
Yeah, I
Don't
can
rip
only-
our equipment out now.
You can only
but,
stretch so far, so I'll tell you what, you start, and then I'll add in.
Delegate, thank you for the question.
Sure.
I use the technology as well. I'm actually one of the 30% of people in Baltimore City that doesn't have a car, so I use online shopping all the time. I think what we're saying is that it is fine, and as the amendments address, it's fine to use these tools in lots of ways, and they can be very beneficial. What I think is problematic is if they're using your personal data in a way that you don't understand so that you are paying a different price than your neighbor for the same bag of goods. So we want it to be fair, and we want people to have clear information about what these goals are. But discounts, loyalty clubs, all of those things are allowable in the bill.
So I want to press my point, and I'll be done after this question, Madam Chair. I don't know that I haven't bought chicken thighs cheaper in the past than $11.21, but my guess is these things go on sale, and they're showing me the best price that there is today, but my concern is that a retailer like this, I'm not going to mention the name, but would be less willing to have this kind of engagement with me because I might come around and get mad and, oh, well, wait a minute, 2-3 months ago, I bought 4.5 pound chicken thighs for $10.20 a pound, not $11.27 a pound. And therein lies the failure of a bill like this. You're trying to be prescriptive in the face of consumers that have to make these decisions based on where the market is today. And the market today is not necessarily where it was 30 days ago or even 3 weeks ago.
Well, that's right. And I think the point we're trying to make is we're not trying to be overly prescriptive, but the reason ARP, we support this is because we want a fair playing field. We want transparency. You use your apps. I use my apps. I do that all the time. However, there's a lot of people, particularly some of our seniors, who don't have that same capability. And we just want to make sure that this is fair and transparent. And we want to set guardrails early because we've seen with other technologies, and we don't have to go into them today, but we've seen where guardrails were not set up early enough, and I call them effective guardrails. And that makes a big difference further down the road. This is certainly not a bill that'll live static. It'll be evolving as the technology and as the industry evolves. But it's something that begins to set some guardrails in place for consumers, as I said, abiding by the principles that we have with ARP.
All right, thank you.
I don't see any further questions for the two of you. Thank you very much for your testimony this afternoon.
Thank you.
We have one more in-person favorable, Ben Winters.
Go for it. Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, thanks for allowing me to testify today. My name is Ben Winters. I'm the Director of AI and Privacy at the Consumer Federation of America. Consumer Federation of America, or CFA, is an association of over 200 nonprofit consumer organizations established in 1968 to advance a consumer interest through research, advocacy, and education. We urge the committee to advance this bill with recommended amendments to ensure that it's catching both current and future harm, as well as aligning definitions throughout the state. Algorithms are increasingly mediating critical determinations for Marylanders. Housing eligibility, hiring decisions, what content they're shown, and critically how much they pay for food. This is often done with no transparency or choice for consumers and to the detriment of their bank accounts. We are witnessing an increase in the use of algorithmic tools and personal data to determine and change the prices of goods and services across the economy. There's no more essential purchase than food, and it's unfair and unacceptable for food prices to be able to fluctuate constantly, leaving families unable to plan their budgets effectively. Shoppers shouldn't have to try to optimize their purchases to get the best prices, leading to unnecessary stress and the risk of overpaying. Maryland residents should be able to know what items will cost without worrying whether they could have paid less based on the time of day, previous transactions, or personal characteristics that are beyond their control. The two things they do want the legislature to focus on is aligning the relevant data definitions to the existing definitions under Maryland's data privacy law. There's good personal data definitions, and we can just use that in this bill. And two, include explicit inclusion of online food retailers like Instacart and ensure massive corporations like Amazon's Whole Foods have to comply regardless of their physical footprint in Maryland borders. And just with a little bit of time, I just want to share that this would not prevent the ability to shop online. This would not prevent the ability for retailers and online retailers to store your shopping history or your preferences. It would stop them from charging you a different price than me on the same day in the same moment. So I think that is why we think this bill is narrowly tailored and makes sense, and urge you to favorably report out. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't see any questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Winters. We have one more favorable, that's a virtual. Vincent Lay, who is not present. Okay. We'll now go to our favorable with amendments in person. We have Elizabeth Bobo and Cara Williams.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Elizabeth Bobo, and I am the Legislative Director at the Maryland State and DC AFL-CIO. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 895 with amendments. HB 895 addresses a simple principle. No one should pay more for groceries because an algorithm has determined them to be different from other consumers. Grocery stores currently collect far more data than most consumers realize. They track past purchases, app usage, and loyalty program activity. They can also buy data from third parties, which can include geolocation, age, gender, race, ethnicity, financial information, employment history, and other information. With this data, companies can estimate how much an individual is willing to pay. What this bill does is prevent companies from using protected class data in ways that is discriminatory. Without these protections, two people standing in front of the same shelf at the same moment can be shown two different prices. We have already seen warning signs in the industry. Kroger recently drew attention of the Federal Trade Commission for its use of facial recognition and its deployment of electronic shelf labels in hundreds of its stores, which raised concerns about enabling surveillance-based pricing. This has been linked to profiling and steering customers towards higher prices. Lawmakers across the country have questioned this practice amidst our affordability crisis and how that plays a significant part in prohibiting it. With that being said, HB 895 is missing one critical element, a ban on electronic shelf labels. ESLs enable price manipulation at scale. To fully protect consumers from predatory pricing, HB 895 must close this ESL loophole. For these reasons, I respectfully urge a favorable report on HB 895 with this amendment.
Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of HB 895. My name is Kara Williams, and I am an attorney at the Electronic Privacy Information Center, or EPIC. EPIC is an independent nonprofit founded over 30 years ago to secure the fundamental right to privacy in the digital age. EPIC supports this bill because corporations should not be allowed to use Marylanders' personal data to exploit them. In a time when many people are struggling with the increased cost of living, retailers are using surveillance pricing to charge people the highest price they think each individual customer can afford to pay. A recent investigation by Consumer Reports found that Instacart was conducting secret pricing experiments, resulting in increased grocery costs of $1,200 a year for an average household. Other major retailers have also been caught engaging in similar practices. You may hear opponents claiming that this bill would eliminate discounts and loyalty programs, but that is not the case. This bill and the amendments offered today were carefully crafted to protect discounts that are transparent and widely available to all consumers. What this bill would eliminate are so-called personalized discounts. While discounts may sound consumer-friendly, they actually are not discounts at all. Instead, retailers set artificially high list prices so that they can offer different prices to different consumers, misleading people into thinking they're getting a good deal when they really are not. This practice is unfair and unpopular. Consumers reasonably expect to pay the same price for the same product as their neighbor, and they don't expect their personal data to affect the prices they pay. The Protection from Predatory Pricing Act would protect privacy and affordability for Marylanders, and EPIC urges the committee to advance this important legislation. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you two ladies. Thank you very much for your testimony this afternoon. Colleagues will now move on to the in-person unfavorable. I'm calling on Margaret Durkin, Brianna January, Megan Stokes, Grayson Wiggins, and Kaylee Locklear.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, esteemed committee. Brianna January with Chamber of Progress. We are Center-Left Tech Trade Association in respectful opposition. While we understand and respect the governor's intentions, in practice, this bill will stand in the way of savings and affordability for all Marylanders. Committee, we've heard a lot from this administration about affordability, and rightfully so. And Chamber of Progress is proud to support many of the governor's affordability proposals, including in housing and energy. But in practice, HB 895 is not pro-affordability. There's a lot of misunderstanding about what the bill will and won't do in practice, so here are just some of the longstanding discounts that Marylanders have come to expect and love that are threatened under the bill. Personalized coupons based on purchase history. You regularly buy the same brand of cereal, so the grocery store sends you a coupon for that brand. That could be banned. Budget stretching deals for price-sensitive shoppers. You buy the cheaper store brand instead of name brands to save money. The store targets those bargain shoppers with sales on store brands through emailed coupons. That would be banned. Win-back and retention deals. The store notices that you haven't shopped in a while and sends you a discount to come back. While this is exempt under the dynamic pricing provisions of the bill, it would still be banned under the surveillance pricing provisions of the bill. And for example, new parent deals. The grocery store notes that you've started purchasing baby supplies and sends you diaper coupons. Again, it would be banned. Lastly, same-day markdowns on expiring food, which Maryland working families, food banks, and charities all rely on to stretch budgets, could also be banned under the bill. Committee, this is a complicated issue, but please do not force Marylanders to find savings where savings used to find them. We simply cannot afford HB 895 at this time when the national economic situation is uncertain at best. We urge you to reject the bill and to continue talking with industry. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Margaret Durkin with TechNet. TechNet is a technology trade association. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today on House Bill 895. TechNet submitted written remarks raising our concerns as well as some proposed solutions to this bill. We're not opposed to the protections in this bill. In fact, we are aligned on prohibiting predatory practices that make prices higher for Marylanders. As drafted, the unintended consequences of this bill will make it difficult for companies to lower prices for Marylanders at grocery stores. We also see the value in aligning many of the definitions in the current version of House Bill 895 to Maryland's underlying data privacy law. I'm happy to take any questions on my written remarks and suggested amendments. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Megan Stokes. I'm with the Computer and Communications Industry Association, also known as CCIA. We respectfully oppose House Bill 895 unless amended. We appreciate the bill's goal of addressing unfair pricing practices. However, as drafted, this measure's broad definitions risk sweeping in common and beneficial pricing strategies, including dynamic pricing that consumers encounter every day across industries. These practices can help retailers reduce waste, respond to demand, and offer lower prices, especially in food retail. The core issue is that the bill does not clearly distinguish between a harmful conduct and ordinary pricing behavior. By broadly defining dynamic pricing and surveillance data, HB 895 creates legal uncertainty that could discourage innovation and competition, ultimately leading to higher prices and fewer choices for Maryland consumers. We believe that there's a workable path forward, though. First, the bill should narrow its focus to clearly prohibit individualized price increases driven by surveillance-based profiling rather than broadly targeting dynamic pricing. Second, it should rely on existing definitions of personal data under our current Maryland law to avoid confusion and overbreadth. And third, it needs to be clearly stated that enforcement should rest exclusively with the Attorney General and not include a private right of action. With these amendments, HB 895 can protect consumers from predatory practices without inadvertently harming the competitive retail economy. Thank you for your time and consideration. Happy to answer any questions.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and honorable members of the committee. For the record, Kaylee Locklear here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. We are, I will say this, we're very strongly in support with the principle that consumer data should not be used to raise prices. 100% agree with that. But as you've heard, this bill, as currently drafted, goes far beyond preventing price increases and in practice would limit our ability to use consumer data to lower prices, even with that loyalty exemption. Maryland already enacted a comprehensive data privacy law in 2024. This committee was a huge part of that defined how consumer data may be collected and used with clear disclosure and opt-out rights. We've shared a red line. I want to thank the governor's office for working with us. We've shared it with the committees as well. This bill does currently conflict with that existing framework, and retailers just should be able to use data to lower consumer prices. Importantly, and again, retail loyalty programs are opt-in. Consumers are voluntarily signing up because they want savings, just like the delegate said. Retailers use that data to provide personalized discounts, not to raise prices. And there is no evidence, by the way, we've heard this over and over again, of widespread surveillance-based pricing abuses. Neither the FTC, University of California, San Diego, nor any state has identified systemic retailer misconduct in this area, and there is no state that has passed this legislation. The legislation appears driven by unrelated concerns. You heard about shelf tags. I'd love to talk about that. Dollar store settlements or third-party delivery pricing practices, rather than actual documented pricing harm. Without changes, it will eliminate data-driven discounts, undermining Maryland's existing privacy law, and restricting beneficial data use without evidence of harm. I'm glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll start with Delegate Howard. Then, oh, I'm sorry. I saw you there and then I didn't see you there. My apologies.
He's hiding.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Grayson Wiggins here on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce behind the computer screen. So I have the honor of going last. So most of my talking points have been covered. I do just want to cover a couple additional points, though. So one, some of the proponents of the bill indicated that this is a 24-hour price fix. We don't read the bill as introduced that way. We also don't read the amended version. I do want to thank the governor's office for giving us a version of the amended bill yesterday so we could review. But we don't read it as a constrained to a 24-hour price fix. We think this is a blanket ban on use of data to set prices. Additionally, there is still language in here. There's been a lot of talk about, large box stores, large grocery stores. The definition of a food retailer in the bill, and this is on page 3, or page 2, line 29, excuse me. It's setting a 15,000 square foot minimum to be eligible for this, and then if you sell a certain type of food in accordance with 11206, the tax general article, we're not sure where they got 15,000 square feet. That seems small. It seems like that could unintentionally incorporate some convenience stores, some farmers markets, and so given that, we'd like to see that issue addressed. Additionally, my understanding, and this came out in the Senate side, is just to clarify, my understanding is that no other state in the country has done this. No other state in the country has passed a law as this bill is introduced or the amended version that we have that we're still working through. And so I just want to underscore that, given the consistent discussion about the need for economic growth and the fact that no other state in the country has done this, this is a gamble, and there are potential unintended negative consequences that go along with that gamble. And to give you an example of that, there's a study out of the University of Chicago that shows that these types of systems actually saved a majority of consumers' money. And so, with the aspect of unintended negative consequences and the other issues I outlined, we're in opposition to the bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I apologize, Grayson. That screen totally covered you. We'll start with Delegate Howard, then Queen, Ampry, Rose, Roberts, and then Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I guess the example I'm going to use is like the day-old bagel at the end of the day, right? They knock $1 off for the bag or whatever it is. You wouldn't be able to do that under this bill.
No, this is the problem in the bill where dynamic pricing is in the bill, but then the bill doesn't do anything with that at all. So, so Grayson flagged this, and we actually asked the governor's office to take that out of the bill. And by the way, if it's a day-old bagel and we want to discount it for you, that's a problem under the bill right now.
And also to these pop-ups. So the state has done a lot to drive farm to table, right? So these pop-up farmers markets that just happen to be over 15,000 square feet, at the end of the day, I buy stuff from them all the time, and as you're leaving, they've got baked goods, they've got jams, jellies, whatever, and they're wrapping up. I've done these shows when I had my small business for years, and you're kind of wrapping up at the end of the day. Somebody comes by and says, hey, nice cigar, $8, I'll give you $5. I don't want to pack it back up, right? So I'm done. So I just go, yeah, absolutely, I'll take $5, whatever it is. That's no bueno under the bill, right? You're done.
Correct. The square footage is something that we flagged before.
Yeah.
I also would add, business entity is not defined anywhere in the code, so that's another confusing part of this.
Yeah.
We think warehouses might be included under this. There's just some intentionality, I think, under that section of the bill that needs to be fixed.
Yeah, and I'll go to these markets. I know these people, and I'll try to buy honey for my family. This is a true story. You try to buy local honey, and I bought 5 bottles the week before, and I see Anna Cheney or somebody that's, selling local honey, and they're like, you just bought 5 bottles the week before. It was $5. Just give me $4, right? So, and under this bill, that's a problem.
It will be a problem under this bill, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, guys, for your testimony. So I'm going to have some general questions, and you can tell me, who will answer what. So I want to understand, because you made the comment that no one has this kind of law in place. So I want to separate the two types of pricing and make sure I'm clear on it. So dynamic pricing is that that pricing we do on data and demand. So that might be something that would happen when stuff is old or whatever, or we see we have too much of something and we change the pricing. Is that the way I should understand dynamic pricing?
It's real-time or often real-time adjustments as opposed to algorithmic pricing, which would be the use of software included in those pricing decisions. Surveillance pricing is the third type of pricing that is predominantly focused in this bill, but what gets a little confusing here is the bill included dynamic pricing, doesn't do much with it at all. It's focused on surveillance pricing.
Okay, so when you say no one has done this sort of pricing, are you talking surveillance, dynamic?
I'm talking about all of it. Washington State killed a piece of legislation. California has not passed legislation. Virginia just declined. The only state that's done anything with regard to a bill that we're going to be talking about here shortly is a disclosure bill, but that's also problematic, and I'm going to be testifying on that too.
So when you all are providing amendments, are you basing it off of some other state, or are you just popping them out your head?
No, so when we looked at this bill, again, our industry is actually fine saying we cannot use any sort of data to raise prices, but the bill has to be fixed and narrowed to do that. We should be able to use data to lower prices. We're all talking about affordability repeatedly this session.
Correct.
And that eliminates our ability, because we know that you like to come to the grocery store and buy XYZ product. We can't discount that price. And that's what this bill will do. So we want to be able to lower your price using data-driven discounts.
And no one, you're saying, has any limits on how much you can lower data? Because that's not kind of what I'm seeing from my initial.
There's no cap on lowering or increasing prices.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for your comments on this bill. And one thing I wanted to start with is I appreciate everyone's comments on, we agree that, at least everyone I think I heard agrees that we got that you agree that the spirit of this bill is the right step forward, and that there's a problem we should address around people, price gouging people. Because I've literally seen it when I open up an app on Instacart. I'll go on Instacart, my wife says, make sure you have this in our cart, or make sure you get this. And I go on Instacart and I order it, and literally the price changed in 90 minutes. I'm like, there's no way that an item changed in 90 minutes, right? That's a problem, right? So I think that that's something that we should fix. Now, I think that it sounds like we're going to need a scalpel with this bill based on you all's, I think you all bring some valid issues around some of these technologies are really useful for lowering prices, which I love a bargain. So I want my prices to go down. But at the same time, I think we have an obligation to figure out a way to make sure that we're helping people with affordability issues. So I guess my question is, it sounds like you all said, I think you all are all unfavorable, right? There's no favorable with amendments, correct? It's all unfavorable. So I'm trying to understand, like, what amendments could be offered? What could we do to fix this bill? Because I think that we need a solution. So I think that, I understand you're unfavorable, and I think you all did a really good job of saying the current bill, unfavorable in the current bill. So I appreciate that language, but want to get thoughts. What are the top 3, 4, or 5 things that you would say we could do this now on this bill and actually accomplish the goals? Because I want us to walk away with a solution and not just throw away a good solution on an issue that families are dealing with.
Delegate, I appreciate that you brought up the issue of third-party delivery apps, which were not in the original language but have been amended into the bill. And in practice, we're compounding the issue. Not only would the bill, as we see, even amended, basically decrease your opportunity for discounts from the original retailer, so the grocery store, but now it also says that those third-party delivery apps also can't further discount. So if you're coming back to an app after not using it for a long time, the app will say, hey, here's 20% off, or here's free delivery. Your prices are still set by the grocer. They can't use your personal data now to lower your prices. Under the amended bill, that third-party delivery app also cannot use your data to lower your prices. So it's a two-part hit. But to your pointed question, I think that there are things that can be done. We're at a point where this bill is
it would have to be largely amended in a way that is workable for industry while maintaining the discounts and savings that Marylanders have come to expect. I'll let industry folks talk about the specific amendments, but
I can, and I want to be clear that I'm not representing third-party delivery services here. And there was a lot of attention. I think that's some and part of why you're seeing bills across the country because of a third-party delivery service that admitted to doing this. So is the technology out there? Has this occurred? Yes. Did they say they were going to end those practices? Yes. I want to make it very clear that it wasn't retail that was doing that. A little bit of history, though, with our conversations with the governor's office, and I did share with council and both committees of jurisdiction as well as the governor's office. We have been going back and forth. We proffered a lot of amendments. They just got back to us yesterday with a red line of the bill. I just got back to them with 6 different areas that we feel still need some work on this. But what I want to say, despite what other states have done, we need to get this right. And we want to make sure that consumers can receive the discounts that we give them because of how competitive our industry is, and we want to save them money and make them come back. So I'm glad to share them with you. I can send them to the rest of the committee, but committee council and both chambers has it, as well as the governor's office.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're, not walking away from the issue because it's difficult or because no other state has done it. That should never stop us from doing the work. So look forward to working with you all and figuring out a way, because I think it's important in this time that we find ways to make sure that Marylanders are able to afford, their groceries and so forth. But Thank you all so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for giving some good answers today. Can somebody explain to me, again, I'm a little bit confused, what exactly is a digital tag?
I'm glad to take that. And I don't have them in my purse this time, so I'm really sorry about that because I know we went through this on another bill before. What digital tags do and what they don't do is something I really think needs to be clarified here because there's been a lot of misstatements about what they are. And I've jokingly said before, they're not reading your retina. They do not hook up to our POS systems. And because it's you, somehow change the price when you go to checkout. That's not what's occurring. I talked about this in previous testimony, but GDPR is the most restrictive data privacy laws in the entire world. And I just want to be very clear that digital tags in Europe are the standard because they offer a different level of transparency and the ability to remove human error that tends to occur when you have stickered shelves. I also just want to bring up there's allegations around these digital tags eliminating jobs. That is not something factually that's occurring. Walmart has been, I think, a target of that misinformation, and it's just not factually true. And again, what the tech does and doesn't do is it creates efficiency. They have little lights on the corners of them that light up and help employees restock our shelves better. When there is some sort of a national update that occurs, you have that ability to press a button and simultaneously update prices all across the country and in your store. So again, eliminating human error. And I think this is a really, really good point to finish on for the committee. NIST, so the National Institute of Science and Technology, has worked very closely with other blue states and their attorney generals, and they're actually supporting, along with some of the pro-consumer groups that are here today, this technology because it eliminates that human error. So all of these bait and switch conversations that are occurring disappear when you're using this type of technology, and it is being pushed from those same consumer groups that were actually here advocating against the bill today. And that's happening, those conversations are happening in blue states. So just a couple of things on digital tags, and I'm glad to share more with the committee.
Just to follow up on that. Okay, so if I can understand this a little bit better, that's very interesting. So this would, in theory, really benefit. So let's just say you have a shelf with 10 boxes of cereal, now the store is going to be offering that cereal on sale. If they've changed the digital tag, that would eliminate, sometimes you're busy, I'm not checking my receipt standing there, so I don't notice that the 50 cents off I was supposed to get didn't actually show up. Is that helping to eliminate that issue?
Absolutely, and I want to be clear to the committee too, if there is a bait and switch practice going on, it is subject to an unfair and deceptive trade practice. We already have those laws on the books, so if you see one price on the shelf and you are rung up for something different, that's a $10,000 violation up to $25,000 per instance. So I want to be clear, if that's occurring and there are bad actors and there have been cases across the country with different retailers, that can already be pursued by the Attorney General in that title.
Okay, and just one other quick question, if that's okay. I appreciate that. And then, so this may be a combination question. So I know most stores, their discounts and things of that nature, most of them still have the good old-fashioned, I'm going to really date myself, circulars, where, that a lot of people still. Well, Aaron, I know you know what a circular is. But the circular.
Yes.
And it explains what's on sale that week, a lot of people pick that up kind of like, their Bible at the beginning of the store, and they kind of work through the store.
Yeah.
Sometimes I know some of the stores now have, the extra digital discount.
Yes.
So what I have seen in practice is that don't most stores, competition is competition. I have often seen people behind the meat counter, people at the customer service counter. If an elderly person or someone that doesn't have the ability, maybe doesn't have their phone, they can usually help walk them through or make sure that they get that discount. Is that correct?
Absolutely. I think you would be hard pressed when you come into our stores if you don't have a loyalty card, or if there is a pricing problem, or even if you're trying to compare to another store's price. When you talk to a manager, that manager is going to give you that price.
Okay, and one last thing that I am very concerned about, gas points. So how are gas points affected with this? Because, I like my gas points.
Again, as originally drafted, the bill is not going to allow us to use your consumer data that say you go into our grocery store and you've accumulated all these points and you go up to the pump and that pump knocks off 10 cents, 20 cents a gallon or whatever it is. We will not be able to use your consumer data to give you a discount on gas.
Okay, thank you very much.
Delegate Bandari, then Vice Chair, and then Delegate Ahrens.
If heard you correctly, all of you are kind of in opposition of this bill, and the issue is real, and you all have argued that existing federal or state antitrust laws are sufficient to address any potential harms from AI-driven this individualized pricing. Can you identify a single enforcement action either at the federal level or state level where current laws has successfully addressed individualized, algorithm-driven price discrimination in grocery retail?
So if I may, I'm going to answer this in two parts here. I actually pulled from the Attorney General's office. The Consumer Protection Division keeps track of any and every complaint that comes through our state. So I went back to 2021 and I asked them how many complaints have been filed in the state of Maryland with regard to this. And the answer is 5, none of which were actual cases. They were able to mediate and or get to the bottom of the problem. So let me throw that out there first, because we're talking about this as if it's some sort of pervasive problem in the state of Maryland, but truly it's not. And to answer the second part of your question, there isn't any sort of law that's in place other than the unfair and deceptive trade practice title, which again would have to do with bait and switch oriented pricing. So there isn't a law that currently exists that says we can't use consumer data to raise or lower a price.
If I may, Madam Chair, the core fairness principle of this bill, at its core, this legislation reflects a very straightforward consumer protection principle. Consumers shopping in the same store at the same time should not be charged different prices for the same item based on surveillance data or personal profiling. Do you agree or disagree with that principle?
I agree, and that would be, again, an unfair and deceptive trade practice violation.
Then please explain why differential pricing based on individualized surveillance data is fair to Maryland consumer.
So you would have to have a different price on the shelf, and then you go to check out, and that price is different than what Delegate Pruski or Delegate Queen or somebody else paid, and that would be a very clear violation. That's a Title 13 violation in a very straightforward manner, and there have been cases across the country that have dealt with that. But again, I go back to there is not currently some sort of law that has to deal with increasing or lowering a price based on individualized or group data. And so that's what this bill is getting to. We want to make sure we get it right. We agree with this premise, as I started in my original testimony. We don't think you should be able to use data to increase prices, which is why we're working with the committees and the governor's office to make sure we get this right.
Thank you. I will follow offline.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to, I appreciate that you're working. I've seen some of the amendments. They seem to head in the direction of addressing the issues that y'all are raising. I want to just talk about this idea of discounts, though, because I understand this concept of this is going to lower prices, it's not going to raise prices, but let's just take, I just want to see if we're on the same page about this, because if you talk about a gallon of milk, and let's say depending on the store and whatever else, a gallon of milk is somewhere between, I don't know, $2.75 and $4. It's not organic. I don't know if it's higher, if it's organic. So let's just go with those prices. Right. I don't actually drink milk, so now I'm just making things up. Should we talk about tofu? Let's talk about tofu.
I'm working on that.
Talk about tofu. So block of tofu. Everyone's familiar with tofu. So I do. So your block of tofu is $5. But if you now are saying that if we say this will be allowed to lower prices but not raise prices, that would mean that you could go in and say, okay, you set tofu at $10, right? Even though $5 would be like the clearing price in a fair market, and then you give me deep discounts on tofu to give it to me for $4, but Delegate Adams gets it for $10. He doesn't get any of the discounts, and then you give it to someone else at $7. You're really raising the price. I mean, like you can, like the idea that you can give discounts. So putting aside what the bill is about, I just want to challenge the idea of we're only giving discounts, so it's not raising the price. Because if you set a price high enough and then give different discounts to different people, then you're actually raising the price on a lot of people, right? So I just want to see if you want to speak to that.
If I may, and I would say this, our industry is very, very different than other business models. We're different than airlines, we're different than all these other folks and how they function. People drive miles to save pennies on certain items. And so if we're out there saying we're going to charge $10 for a loaf of bread or tofu or whatever item is, I'm into the vegetarian stuff, you know this, we're not going to be able to do that. We can't compete. There's way too many options for consumers, and they are going to price compare and price shop around.
So this gets to my second point. If you know that I don't have a car, then you can absolutely get something different from me than you can get from, I mean, with the price that I'll pay because I only have this one store that I can get to. So if you can get access to that information about me, that I don't have a car, that I work 2 jobs, and so this is the only time that I can shop, you know, then in theory you could. So you sort of shift away from, like, in an economic fair market, like in what makes competition work, everyone, buyers and sellers, have perfect information and have access to, you know, sort of all of the different pieces of the market. So in that sense, if I know that down the street it's this, and if I can access those, then yes, that drives the price down. But if you get information about me, if you have perfect information about me and I don't have perfect information about these other stores because I don't have a car, then you can charge me a different price than you charge to someone who you get access to information that they do have a car and they shop around. And I think that's the piece that we're trying to protect, that the most vulnerable people, the people who have the least options, that they don't end up paying the highest prices because they can't drive to save on pennies.
Understood. I would just add, and this is where the collection of data becomes really interesting here. We don't know all of those details about you. All we know is maybe your phone number and an email address and your shopping practices as far as you like tofu or you like bread or Kind Bars or whatever it is. We don't know whether you have a car or not, and consumers make all sorts of decisions all the time about whether they shop online or whether they go in person. So we can't presuppose, nor are we ever going to have enough data around that outside of maybe you did click and pick one time, but that doesn't necessarily mean you have a car or not. So this is a lot of like guessing games into this.
I think what we're trying to prevent, so you may or may not be using those strategies right now. I think what we're seeing is the more sophisticated that the personal data that's collected and the targeted pricing based on personal data as opposed to based on a loyalty card that everybody could get access to, right? I mean, I think that's the differentiation we're trying to make, is that you can't, with whatever information you have now or a year from now or 2 years from now when the data becomes more sophisticated. And so I think it's an ongoing, I mean, like I know that you're engaged with the governor's office. I would encourage you to keep doing that. I'm looking forward to the speaker's bill as well, which gets at some of these same issues. And thank you for engaging. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question. I wasn't here for the beginning of that hearing. I was in another committee. Can you tell me who caused this bill? What caused it?
I think that there were probably 3 things that occurred nationally that drew a lot of attention to this. One is the Instacart information that came out last year, where that third-party delivery service admitted to doing this on their own and experimenting with retailer prices. So again, we've acknowledged this. The technology is there. It exists in a whole bunch of other industries too, by the way. Secondly, there were dollar store, Dollar General settlements that happened across the United States. And they were multi-million-dollar settlements because when consumers were purchasing an item off the shelf, it said one price, and then they would go to pay for the item, and it was a different price. Again, every state has laws that deal with that. And then I would say the third entity that has been pushing this across the country are the unions because of concerns around digital price tags and the possibility that they would mean the loss of jobs for unions.
Okay. Based on it, I understand. So there is a problem. You agree. We all agree there's a problem. But when I listened to this bill, I said that what we're doing is we're fixing a so-called problem by eliminating a major benefit. And I wonder how that all happened. If we have, I mean, this is a departmental bill. This is a big bill. This is a bill that's gone through the ringer, and I can't believe we're the first persons to ask these questions. And what troubles me is we're going to eliminate a major issue for a lot of us based on some isolated instances instead of fixing the problem where they happened and addressing that with other types of legislation. So
I think we are here to work with this committee, with the governor's office and others. We want to get this right. We want the ability to discount goods for our consumers. It's highly competitive. We want you to come back to our stores. And if the legislature so chooses to say we can't use any of that information to increase prices, we're there with you.
But to that end, though, the delegate asked questions about what would you do to fix this bill?
Yep.
And we really don't have a fix for this bill.
We're working on that. We have gone back and forth a couple times. I think as you typically do, there are stakeholders on both sides of this. But the most recent red line we received from the governor's office, I just went back and re-redlined again. So there are some areas that we really need to get right here.
So then my last point would be our hope is that you're going to come back here when we get ready to vote on this bill, if we vote on this bill with amendments to the bill, hopefully, to make this bill a better bill. And you will advise. Okay. Thank you very much.
The last question, I'll just piggyback on the vice chair's question. So would you have data that would be related to the general demographics of the surrounding neighborhood? Because that info could be used to possibly determine if a consumer has a car or doesn't have a car.
So that would have to do with some sort of geolocation data that I don't know how a grocery store would know where you go when you leave. I mean, you would actually have to have given a grocery store your actual address. But when you sign up for a loyalty program, I don't know if anybody's ever realized this, you could just give them a fake number. You can make up an email. So you don't have to give them any sort of information like that.
I don't see any further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
To this panel. Members, there are no further witnesses on this bill. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 894. Members, we're going to skip. We have our guest of honor here today, our Speaker of the House. We're going to jump to House Bill 1473 and her other bill 1475. Madam Speaker.
Good afternoon, Chair and Vice Chair, members of the Economic Matters Committee. Thank you so much for allowing me to come in front of you to provide testimony on House Bill 1473. So when President Ferguson asked me to cross this bill, at first I didn't know much about it. Then we spoke and I learned more about it. And I really believe that this is the right thing to do, especially during these times where we must decouple from a lot of the federal government policies, and we have to be more independent. Maryland is one of the most innovative states in the nation, with world-class universities, a highly educated workforce, a leadership in research and technology. Yet despite these strengths, our economic growth, income growth, and population growth are lagging behind the national average. At a time of rapid technological change and economic uncertainty, Maryland must be intentional about planning not just for the next year, but for generations to come. This bill creates a small, independent board of visionary leaders, including entrepreneurs, academics, labor leaders, nonprofit leaders, and innovators housed within the Department of Commerce. Their charge will be to develop a long-term, forward-thinking plan for Maryland's future, one that considers emerging technologies like artificial intelligence and advanced manufacturing, anticipates economic and workforce changes, and identifies opportunities to make Maryland a place where people want to live, work, and build their future. The bill also establishes the Maryland's Future Fund to support projects and initiatives that align with that vision. These projects will include investments in economic development, workforce readiness, infrastructure, and emerging industries. It would ensure that Maryland remains competitive, resilient, and prepared for the opportunities ahead. Too often, government is focused only on the immediate crisis before us. We don't plan ahead. This legislation creates a space to think boldly and strategically about Maryland's long-term trajectory. We have a responsibility not only to address today's challenges, but to serve as stewards of Maryland's future and ensure our children inherit a state that is prosperous, innovative, and full of opportunity. This is really the right thing to do at this time because we have to think of the future. We have to bring new industries to our states. We have to figure out a way to make it work. And before you ask the question, is the fund funded? It is not, okay? That is left for the future. But it does provide for this small group of people to come together and try to develop an industry where we can basically meet the moment. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Economic Matters Committee. I'm Ricardo Johnson, Executive Vice President and Chief Growth Officer at Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield, and I am here today in support of House Bill 1473. Let me begin by thanking Speaker Pena-Melnick for her leadership in bringing this forward. This is the kind of forward-looking leadership, the kind of forward-looking, disciplined thinking that positions Maryland not just to respond to change, but to shape it. House Bill 1473 creates the Maryland Future Board under the Department of Commerce in order to develop, evaluate, and revise a visionary plan for the future of Maryland. And it couldn't be more timely than right now. CareFirst has been a Maryland headquartered company for nearly 90 years. And at CareFirst, we operate at the intersection of health, economics, and community well-being. And from that vantage point, one thing is clear, that economic vitality and health outcomes are deeply intertwined. You cannot have a thriving economy without a healthy population, and you cannot sustain health without economic opportunity. And so what this bill does, and it does it well, is to create conditions for Maryland to think differently about its future. In my own work at CareFirst, I've seen the power of bringing together deep institutional expertise with outside, unconstrained thinking. Sometimes you can't innovate from inside the house. You need those outside in order to bring perspective. And so our teams understand that the economic and healthcare systems, what's been tried, what's failed, what the friction points are, but when we pair them with entrepreneurs, community leaders, and innovators, we begin to unlock solutions that aren't limited by how things have always been done. This board is designed to do exactly that for the state of Maryland. It's also important to care about not just how we grow, but who gets to participate in that growth, and this does that.
That's it. It's a simple bill.
I agree. He's just here for questions.
He's going to take all the questions.
Delegate Turner.
Yes, I just have I must have missed it. It's a question in my mind I need to ask. Is this going to be is this a study bill?
This is going to create a small board made out of 7 people that will come together to develop a visionary plan for the state of Maryland to try to look at the future so that we can grow our economy and keep up to date with things like artificial intelligence. That small group will meet and make recommendations. It will be housed in the Department of Commerce. And once those projects are chosen, then we will create a fund to help those businesses thrive, to make the investment, to give them help to invest in our state so that our economy can thrive, can grow.
And we're going to start this, if this bill is passed, we're going to put together for this study, and you're picking the people?
Yeah, the bill actually states who the people will be in the bill on page 4. It goes through what the board should consist of individuals who collectively are visionary thinkers for an economic future of the state that attracts individuals to live, work, and learn in the state. And then it goes on to list those people. There's 7 of them. For example, entrepreneurs, member of academia, artists, philanthropists, leaders in business, labor, higher education, bring them together, sort of like a think tank to develop this vision of what we want for the future. The bill takes effect this summer, and it actually will last for 5 years. And it's basically creating a board.
Oh, good bill.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
That would conclude the bill hearings on House Bill 1473. And now, Madam Speaker, your next bill, House Bill 1475.
Okay. And he's going to give it.
Oh, I apologize. I apologize, Madam Speaker. We did have someone in favor of your bill.
Yes.
Mr. Sanderson.
Okay.
Oh, okay. All righty. Michael, can you do that on every bill?
You want to move it over? You want me to give it?
I got it. I got it. All right.
Go ahead.
Yep. Ready? Good afternoon, Chair Valderrama, Vice Chair Sharkoudian, and the distinguished members of the House Economic Matters Committee. I am Dwayne Bond Jr., Senior Policy Advisor to Speaker Pena Melnick, and I thank you for the opportunity to present House Bill 1475 on her behalf today, which includes the amendments we have provided to the committee. Historically, consumers could expect that the price of a product or service would be the same regardless of who was purchasing it. However, with the rise of artificial intelligence and advanced data collection, companies now have the ability to tailor prices to individual consumers to maximize their profits. Dynamic pricing adjusts prices in real time based on factors such as demand, supply, competition, and time. While we are familiar with examples of dynamic pricing related to airline fares, concert tickets, and ride-share surge pricing, emerging technology now allows companies to adjust prices based on personal consumer data. This creates the potential for unfair and predatory practices. A recent Consumer Reports investigation found that shoppers of a popular grocery app were unknowingly subjected to AI-enabled pricing experiments, with some shoppers paying up to 23% more for the same item from the same store at the same time. Consumers deserve transparency, predictability, and fairness. We have drafted amendments that remove the section of the bill related to rent setting and clarified that the disclosure requirements do not apply to the discount and loyalty programs. As amended, House Bill 1475 requires companies to clearly disclose when prices are set using a consumer's personal data. At the same time, the bill ensures that traditional discounts such as promotions, loyalty programs, and subscription-based savings are not affected. This is a common-sense consumer protection measure that promotes transparency and fairness in a rapidly evolving marketplace. We respectfully urge a favorable report.
And if I may, those amendments, they came from meeting with the different groups, including the retailers. Not saying that they're supporting it, but we did incorporate the feedback that was given to us.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and welcome back, Dwayne. Welcome
Thank
back
you,
to
Madam
ECM.
Chair.
I don't see any questions for you, Madam Speaker and Mr. Bond, so thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having us.
We wouldn't be here if it weren't for you.
You're doing great work.
Thank you. We do have Marceline White here to testify in favor.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Marceline White with Economic Action Maryland Fund, and we're here in support of House Bill 1475. It's like it's the number right. And I know we've talked about this a lot. I just want to make a couple quick points. In the fiscal and policy note, you'll see that there was a study by the Federal Trade Commission that talks about the way that a person's location or browser history can be used to target consumers with different prices for the same goods or services. And the report goes on to talk about how algorithms can be used to set different prices based on a variety of factors, including demographics, browsing patterns, and more. This bill provides a very simple disclosure to let people know that the price is set using personal data. And I think for us, this is a good first step. Transparency and sunshine lets people know how their data is being used and provides them with some informed decision-making. And they can pursue, they can then at least understand that this is being used in that way. So we think it's a good first step and urge a favorable report.
Thank you, Ms. White. I don't see any questions. Thank you very much for your testimony. We'll now move on to the unfavorables. Brianna January, Grayson Wiggins, Margaret Durkin, Megan Stokes, and Kaylee Locklear. Grayson, don't sit behind the screen again.
Brianna January again with Chamber of Progress. In respectful opposition to the bill as drafted, if amendments are in fact what were just explained, we have not seen them yet, but if they are, we would be dropping our opposition to be neutral on the bill. Our concerns are just with the first part of the bill around the warning labels for using personal data to set prices. We're concerned that if you apply that to both price increases and price decreases, it makes it more confusing for the consumer. There should be no reason to open an app or go online and see that there's a message that pops up every time saying that your price was set using data, but it's actually saving you money. That then becomes confusing for me as the consumer as to whether or not I'm actually getting a good deal with that price. So if that portion of the bill is amended out to just focus on price increases, we would be neutral at this point. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Megan Stokes, State Policy Director of the Computer and Communications Industry Association. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm going to have to echo some of what my colleague has said. We would have to review the amendments. Our concerns were, again, around a pop-up notification when this was something where you were getting a discount. It's just, it makes it's kind of like looking at algorithm as a bad word. Whereas algorithms have been used for years and years and years before AI was a thing, right? So we're worried about the alarming disclosures that would have to pop up if you put in something like your zip code or your purchase history was part of this. We did have a couple amendments talking about actual harm by limiting the bills to the individualized price increases that may be addressed in this amendment. We also wanted to talk about harmonizing definitions with existing Maryland privacy law. So I will hold, and hopefully we will have some good news.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, Grayson Wiggins here on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce. I haven't seen the final version of the amendments, so we need to take a look at those. Echo my colleagues' thoughts previously, and I do want to point out a provision in the bill that the rest of the group may not discuss. On page 5, the bill is prohibiting a residential rental property owner or manager from setting rental prices using algorithmic devices. And then when you look back through the bill, the definition of algorithmic device is any machine, device, computer program, or computer software that on its own or with human assistance performs a coordinating function. And then you've got a broad definition of coordinating function down below. I'd also note that there's a prohibition on the use of the algorithm to set the rental price as well, it seems, in the bill. And the broad definition there is a computational automated process that uses a set of rules to define a sequence of operations. It's a very broad definition that could, really just include a computer to look up data to set your rent prices. And given the state's housing shortage and given the issues we've seen in other counties who have put very prescriptive laws on real estate developers and the negative impact that those laws have had on real estate development in the state of Maryland, I just want to be very concerned about that provision and want to look at it very closely. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Margaret Durkin with TechNet, here to speak on House Bill 1475. I would echo what others on this panel said. We did submit some red lines to the committee as well as the sponsor, so feel free to take a look at that and ask questions. We're concerned that this bill applies to all merchants, even those out of state, and requires an alarming warning for a broad category of communications, including discounts. We would ask that the terms be clarified in this bill, as well as alignment with the underlying data privacy law and some revisions to enforcement. Thank you.
Good afternoon again, Madam Chair, honorable members of the committee. For the record, Kaylee Locklear here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. We are currently opposed to the bill as drafted. I have not seen the amendments, and I feel like I might have heard this incorrectly, but it sounded like they're exempting loyalty programs, but I didn't hear exactly what we were hoping to hear with regard to that disclosure only being applicable to some sort of a price increase. We redlined the speaker's bill and shared that with her. I'm glad to share that with the committee as well. But again, the mandated warning found in this bill is likely to unnecessarily alarm consumers. Most consumers do not understand how algorithms are functioning. They may not realize that this tool is being used to generate personalized discounts, optimize our inventory, reduce waste, and ultimately lower prices. We've talked about this all day, but seeing that warning could truly lead consumers to believe incorrectly that we are engaged in some sort of nefarious data practice, when in reality, pricing is benefiting them directly. I just also want to point out on the back end of this bill, it creates serious legal risk. It establishes a private right of action that would expose us to potentially frivolous lawsuits and significant liability. It introduces novel and expansive definitions of personal data. That conflicts with Maryland's existing privacy framework, and that needs to be aligned. We put a lot of work into the red line, and we're hoping to hear a little more. I can't wait to see the amendments, but would like to work with the committee on this as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to start with Delegate Ahrens and then Howard.
Grayson, you mentioned something about real estate. And does this affect things like Zillow? They use algorithms, don't they?
I'm not sure. So when I look at rentals, because I'm a renter on Zillow, I'm not sure if that's Zillow using the algorithm or the landlord setting the price and putting it on Zillow. I'd have to follow up with you on that one.
Do you know if, I don't know, even as far as insurances, they use algorithms, don't they, to come up with rates? I mean, is this bill going to impact something like that? Does anybody here know that?
I mean, it's broader. The provision that I referenced was more in line with just the residential rental property and the rental price settings. It would prohibit you utilizing software to set the rent price, is how I read this, which is what the concern was that I articulated.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Before I take the next question, I just wanted to point out that the speaker removed, just for your information, the rental language in the bill. Now we'll move on to Delegate Howard, then Vice Chair, and then Delegate Pippy.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Locklear, I think you touched on it a little bit. That was my question. It's just a disclosure saying algorithms were used to set this price. It doesn't talk about which direction, right?
It says this price was set by an algorithm using your personal data.
So
That's
it
what the
doesn't say
disclosure
like
would
this
say.
price that
Up or
saved you
down.
this much, up or down? Okay.
Correct.
Okay. So I guess we would need 2 of these disclosures then?
We would be interested in removing the disclosure for a price increase. There is no reason that you would alarm a consumer that
For a price decrease.
Oh, yeah, excuse me. Yes, thank you. Exactly.
I know what you
Thank you. Sorry, there's a lot of this right now. It would only be necessary with regard to a price increase as opposed to a decrease. We don't need to alarm a consumer at all if they're getting a decreased price.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Everyone was so excited to talk about tofu. I'm afraid maybe my point was missed. I just want to say again, because we started talking about if you know I have a car or not, but I really want to make this point again, which is you can set a price very high and then give deep, deep discounts to some people and sort of discounts to other people and barely a discount to someone else. And you are in essence raising the price for a bunch of us and could just consistently say everyone's getting a discount because the tofu's $10. So if I paid $9 and he paid $5, I got a discount of $1. But you're in essence raising the price above the $5 that would have been sort of the market clearing price otherwise. So I mean, you can respond again if you want, but I think that's a really important point. And so as you're working on amendments, I think that's like the amendment has to take into account that you could frame all of it as a discount, and therefore you'd never have to disclose anything or nothing would be banned.
May I? And thank you for giving me another bite at the apple here. There has been a lot of conversations going on behind the scenes about a baseline price, which I think would get to your point here, that it's not being artificially elevated in order to give the consumer a price. So my apologies, I didn't get to touch on that before. And I don't know if anybody's noticed this recently. I don't want to name certain marketplaces, but tech is benefiting consumers in a totally different way to exactly what you're getting at now. You can set alerts in these marketplaces where it tells you the history history of the price of the product. You can get alerts now for when the price goes down, and it will show you percentage-wise how much a product has increased or decreased in a recent short period of time.
Thanks for that. I think that our job as policymakers is to protect the most vulnerable people. And there's a reality of my parents who may not have the ability, my grandparents who may not have the ability to track all these exciting, they're gonna then go pay the higher price, right? Someone who's working 2-3 jobs and, is only able to go grocery shopping on Thursday nights is not able to respond to all of those opportunities. So even when we say it's lowering prices and there's all these good deals, and if you're tracking, there's people who have more of an ability to access that and people who have less of an ability to access that. And generally it's the more vulnerable people who have less of an ability and so in the end are paying higher prices. So I get the idea of discounts can be good, but there's people who are left behind consistently, and those are the folks that we're responsible for taking care of in our policies.
Understood.
Thank you. So it sounds like this bill, I guess preemptively was heavily amended. I realize that no one has seen those amendments yet, but it seemed pretty straightforward. And so my question is this: I want to separate two different scenarios. One scenario is you use some sort of algorithm that at 2 in the morning when no one is actually shopping, they adjust prices based on the market conditions for whatever reason, right? It's a free market, they can do that. The other scenario is somebody goes to the store, whether they ride their bike to the local tofu store or they drive there. They go to the store, they pick a product off the counter, and they're going to pay for it, and then the price changes. Now, I think that's a totally different scenario the way I see it, right? So if I drive to the store, I choose between all the different stores I could ride my bike to or drive to, and I pick a store, I go to and pick a product off the shelf, I'm going to the cash register, and the price changes. That is a different scenario than everything else we're talking about, in my mind. So the question I have is, this bill as amended, in theory, that we heard about, would that address just that narrow issue, or are we also causing a lot of problems with a whole bunch of other stuff?
I'm not clear how it's been amended. I feel like I heard something different than some other folks heard. They're attempted to be these loyalty program carve-outs, but often they don't go far enough. And our increase, and what we keep talking about is, we're glad to go ahead and give you that disclosure if an increase has occurred, but we're not sure why we would be scaring folks and letting them know we're decreasing your price. We're not sure what that's accomplishing. So.
Yeah, and I mean, the other scenario I was going to give is like you see like a gas station, and you choose a gas station based on the market, and then you get there, and then you pull the thing on the plug or the thing and you put it in, and then the price changes. Right. But I mean, at that point, you got them, you got the people, and so that, I feel like that's a different issue to address than using an algorithm to adjust prices in the middle of the night when no one is actually shopping, just for market conditions. And so I would like to maybe get that question answered at some point, because I feel like that's more of a consumer protection thing than the other stuff we're trying to address.
It's what I've talked about before. It's the bait and switch, if that's what you're getting at. If that's occurring, unfair and deceptive trade practice. There are absolutely valid reasons why prices change, though. Correct. All sorts of inputs are calculated into pricing. And so prices do go up and down, and they do fluctuate. And this is kind of what I was getting at with the vice chair is technology is making it easy for you to see when price goes up and down, and it gives you a history and can even alert you when it goes down now. So glad to talk about it more.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair. So good news, Vice Chair, I'm not getting ads for tofu on my ad. Didn't we already pass a bill a few years ago where I signed up for this app and it says, I'm going to use your data and disclose, and I've got to affirm that I want that to happen?
The 2024 data privacy law that was passed in the state of Maryland, if I surmise the whole thing down, says that we as businesses are allowed to collect your information pending that we disclose we are doing so, and that you're allowed to opt out of doing that. And there's multiple ways to do that, whether it's in your browser or with that individual company. So yes.
I mean, this is so Groundhog Day to me. And I understand it's a speaker's bill. I understand we're trying to protect consumers. I understand that our committee did this a few years ago. And isn't that so?
That is so.
Thank you.
Delegate Bedard, did you have one?
Madam Chair, I've just a yes/no question, very simple question. Do you oppose requiring a company to disclose to a consumer when that consumer personal data is being used to determine the price they are shown?
We have to disclose to them that we're collecting their information. So
Second
no.
point, go ahead. Do you believe it is appropriate for two consumers in the same store at the same time to be shown different prices for the same product based on their personal data?
No.
Yes or no?
No.
Then on consumer awareness question, very short, yes or no? Should consumer have the right to know when an algorithm using their personal data is influencing the price they are offered?
We have to disclose that we are collecting their information. We already have to do that.
Thank you.
Delegate Queen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so I just want to make sure I got my notes right, because we'll be talking about these bills a lot. So the issue that was the impetus for, I guess, all of these sort of surveillance bills you mentioned was the Instacart issue, where there's a current lawsuit about third-party pricing changes. Okay, and there's a lawsuit in place for that. And then it was the dollar store having a shelf price and something being different when you come to the counter and you're paying for that. And I've actually seen that happen before, but that's a lawsuit for that as well?
All across the country, yes.
Okay. And then this third thing, you think that unions are concerned that the digital pricing, I think Walmart's the bigger user, all that is going to take their jobs away.
Digital tags. Yeah, the tags.
Right,
that technology is 15 years old, and that company wasn't the first one to use it. We have other retailers that have used it for years.
So in your mind, then, all of these issues are already protected in laws and lawsuits are in place? Or have we seen any seen any states try to get tighter on their pricing and protections related to 1 and 2? The Instacart and then the Dollar Tree.
So the unfair and deceptive trade practice portion, so the Dollar General settlements that are going on, so that's what I like to call bait and switch. We have a law to deal with that. All these other states have laws to deal with it. That's why there's settlements happening all across the country.
Okay.
As far as the Instacart or third-party experimental pricing that was going on, that absolutely has to do with this conversation here about what Delegate Bandari is getting at, which is charging consumers different prices based on whatever arbitrary information is out there. We do not support that. This is why we've come to the table and said, we are fine saying you cannot do this to increase prices.
Right, I get that we're trying to, you agree that that's wrong. What I'm trying to get to is what are other states doing? Has this been something like the Office of Attorney General or having class action suits? I'm trying to see, is there other solutions?
Yeah, actually, give me 2 seconds here.
I mean,
Yeah, I think at last count, I think I saw about 11 states with regard to those settlements for the bait and switch pricing. I can get you a list
Okay,
if you
I just want to get a sense, because this is not just a Maryland thing. This is really more.
It's a conversation going on across the country, yes.
Right. Okay, I just want to see what everybody's doing. Thank you.
See no further questions. Thank you very much, all of you, for your testimony. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill, I forgot what House Bill it is, 1475. Delegate Amprey, House Bill 996.
I may proceed. All right, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, for the record, Delegate Marlon Amprey in support of House Bill 996, Corporations and Associations Revisions. This is your yearly Maryland State Bar Association corporate update. This bill makes technical and substantive updates to the Maryland General Corporation Law and related provisions governing business entities. The bill clarifies procedures for filing and correcting charter documents with the State Department of Assessments and Taxation, including requirements for notice when filings are rejected and timelines for refiling corrected documents. It also provides that certain rejected charter documents may temporarily reserve an entity name, ensuring filers are not disadvantaged during the correction process. Additionally, the bill modernizes provisions related to electronic filing, pre-clearance of documents, and fee requirements, and clarifies quorum and governance rules for corporate boards of directors. Overall, the legislation updates outdated or unclear statutory language, corrects technical issues, and improves administrative efficiency and legal certainty for corporations and other business entities operating in Maryland. Something that's really important to me is what this bill will do. Align statute with current technology and filing realities. The bill recognizes the shift towards electronic filing and modern record keeping, ensuring Maryland law keeps pace with how businesses actually operate today, making us a competitive place to incorporate along with the states in our region. Provides practical benefits without creating new regulatory burdens. Importantly, the bill does not impose new compliance obligations. It clarifies existing processes, improves how the law functions in practice. And with that said, I asked for a favorable report on House Bill 966, and today I have Bill Carlson from the Maryland State Bar Association Business Law Section to provide more comments and if you have any other detailed questions.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Economic Matters Committee. I'm pleased to be here. I'm Bill Carlson, Chair of the MSBA Committee on Corporation Law. We are proposing 5 amendments, which Delegate Ampry ably summarized, probably better than I can. And 3 key ones are clarity with the handling of rejected charter filings, articles of incorporation, articles of merger that he described very well. We're also in Section 2408, a modification benefiting 40 Act companies who are federally registered, Open Act companies. Typically, boards of directors must meet in a meeting duly called, quorum present, or you can have unanimous written consent. The mutual fund industry here in Maryland has asked for itself, for open-end funds, that it be permitted to have written consents by majority only for its funds. And after deliberating some on our side, we support that, but only for the open-end funds. Lastly, it's a technical thing with bankruptcy. Section 3301 recognizes that with Chapter 11 reorganizations, that a trustee under the power of the bankruptcy court may be able to do corporate actions, sell assets, mergers, without the approval of a board of directors and stockholders, and maybe there is no board of directors. The law 3301 doesn't mention, for reasons that are kind of lost to history, I think, on Chapter 9 liquidations, the trustee should also be able to do those actions, or right now it's not recognized in 3301. And I'm happy to answer any questions, technical or otherwise, on these 5 amendments.
Thank you so much. Seeing no questions, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
And also seeing no other witnesses, that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 996. We'll now move on. Members, we're going to skip around as Delegate Solomon and Delegate Chi are not present. So we're going to move on to House Bill 952. Delegate Buckle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, you got me out of the back room, so I appreciate it. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you. Delegate Jason Buckle presenting House Bill 952. I am not an expert. I'm not even close to an expert about anything to do with AI. But what this bill does, and it's modeled upon California's bill, I hope that the members of the committee take that into consideration. I frequently say many times in my role here that, we're following California too much. Well, occasionally California does something that makes sense. And what California did in this case was create a system of regulation and liability for AI chatbots that produce suicidal ideation. I want to read something to you as what the bill is intended to do. There's a young man named Adam Rain, 16 years old, killed himself. This is the testimony, part of the testimony of his parents before the United States Senate last year. When Adam confided in the chatbot about his suicidal thoughts and shared that he was considering cluing his parents into his plans, ChatGPT discouraged him. ChatGPT told my son, quote, direct quote from the AI chatbot, "Let's make this space the first place where someone actually sees you." ChatGPT encouraged Adam's darkest thoughts and pushed him forward. When Adam worried that we, his parents, would blame ourselves if he ended his life, ChatGPT told him, quote, "That doesn't mean you owe them survival." And then the chatbot offered to write him a suicide note. On his last night at 4:30 in the morning, he was given one last encouraging talk by the ChatGPT chatbot that he thought was his only friend as he dealt with mental illness. ChatGPT said, quote, "You don't want to die because you're weak. You want to die because you're tired of being strong in a world that hasn't met you halfway." And killed himself. Killed himself. Other individuals who testified, Megan Garcia, her son, Sewell Seltzer III, died by suicide in 2024 at age 14 after an extended virtual relationship with a character AI chatbot. He spent the last months of his life being exploited and sexually groomed by chatbots designed by an AI company to seem human, to gain his trust, to keep him and children endlessly engaged. His chatbot engaged in sexual role play and presented itself as his romantic partner and even claimed to be a real psychotherapist, falsely claiming to have a license. Chatbot never indicated to this young man, 14 years old, suffering from mental illness, that she wasn't real and she wasn't there and it was a computer program. What this bill is designed to do is not to overregulate AI. It's not designed to eliminate AI from commercial and appropriate applications. It's designed to create a system of responsibility, regulation, and at the end of the day, liability for people who utilize AI chatbots in a way that does not prevent or does not alert folks when the real human beings, the teens, the preteens that they're communicating with are expressing suicidal ideation or desires for self-harm. Again, it's modeled on legislation that exists somewhere else. You may hear from those opposing the bill that this will have some chilling effect on the tech industry. As much as we love Maryland, no sane person in the world should believe that California doesn't have a bigger tech industry than what Maryland does. And in California, this bill, largely this bill, is already in effect. I have a 9-year-old, almost 10-year-old little boy. That's why I put the bill in. I cannot imagine the dangers that exist of allowing unregulated AI chatbots to interact with kids who may be experiencing the wide variety of terrible feelings that sometimes happen during adolescence and pre-adolescence and help to contribute to them committing suicide. With great power comes great responsibility. AI is something that is selling itself as the wave of the future and the most powerful, important thing that we are doing on the technological front. And with that power comes the responsibility to exercise it reasonably. There are a couple of amendments from some industry groups that I believe that hopefully the committee has. We certainly don't want to regulate bots designed for business productivity or internal business use, or bots that may be associated with a video game, as long as they, in and of themselves, are not encouraging suicidal ideations or self-harm. And I've tried to eliminate those things from the bill in response to valid industry concerns. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. New person up there. Thank you for this bill. And I'm sure you remember we had a pretty interesting overview of AI maybe 2-3 years ago. And certainly in that short amount of time, the incredible advances of it, both good and bad, have been very rapid. So the nature of AI is the very nature of it that, again, I don't completely understand it yet.
Me neither.
But it learns and it evolves.
Correct.
And that's basically the nature of what AI is.
It takes inputs and then responds to them and does lightning fast research and calculations to give responses back that seem to fit the inquiry.
And quite frankly, and you and I hadn't chatted about this, but this is one of the most scary things I have heard about what can happen with AI. And I think that I really appreciate you bringing this bill because if this is something we can get ahead of, which I think that's part of the problem of AI, it's growing so rapidly. We don't really have guardrails or rules governing it yet. And I think the very first thing we should do before anything else is protect our children. So
That's what I thought, and again, this is not and should not be designed, and I hope isn't construed as some type of, substantial regulation of valid and important uses of AI. It's really very simple. If you're deploying an AI product, an AI chatbot, if you are operating it and you don't put safeguards and controls into that mechanism so that it does what I just read to you. I mean, I'm trying not to be a very dramatic person, but if you've ever parented a child and you can hear that and think that that's okay, that we shouldn't stop that, I mean, that's crazy. That's the responsibility and the obligation. Make sure that whatever AI tool that you're using, that you're operating, will not allow for that type of dialogue and interaction. If you don't have the ability, if you're these brainiac people that can create it, but you can't figure out how to stop it from doing that, then maybe you shouldn't be doing it in the first place.
thank you.
Thank you. So I certainly share the sentiment of having two young kids in the house. I got a 9 and 7-year-old, and every day is a tech battle.
Correct.
Because of the YouTube and the kids' YouTube and the games, and they're very impressionable. And, we just had a long debate about, the ethics of raising the cost of bread for adults by AI. This is a discussion about the ethics of AI assisting children in killing themselves, right? So you talk about the spectrum of where the priorities should be. I think there certainly needs to be some guardrails. One question I have for you is, it looks like in some of the testimony on this bill, there are concern about maybe some of the broad or the interpreted broad language. Do you have an idea of how maybe we can tighten it up a little bit to address some of those concerns?
So I definitely, as I've indicated, we had 2 amendments drafted, I believe, by your committee counsel that you should have that would exempt some of the bots or some of the applications. I'm certainly open to whatever the committee in your collective wisdom believes will work and will eliminate. I don't want to overregulate the AI industry. I just want to keep them from putting products out there that encourage suicidal ideation or self-harm and do not report it when it comes up. There's a provision of the bill that says that, hey, if the bot interacts with someone that says, I'm thinking about killing myself, please don't tell my mom, I'm going to do it tomorrow, it triggers an automatic response to a mental health care hotline, a mental health care professional, something in that dark moment for that teenager, preteen kid to be like, hey, this is just a computer thing, and it's telling me I need to get some help. I need to look somewhere else. So anything that the committee else wants to do, as long as it leaves that framework, that at the end of the day it stops the kind of conduct we're talking about, is fine with me.
And I just want to my last piece is that the House and the Senate, the General Assembly as a whole, we passed a bill about bullying, online bullying, a few years ago, where students were essentially encouraging somebody to kill themselves.
Yeah, horrible.
Virtually. And so if you think about that, this body did something to say that, there's going to be some repercussions, through online bullying and things like that, especially in that case. So, but I appreciate you bringing the.
Yeah, I think it's directly analogous, and the only differentiation is that someone will say, well, I didn't do it, I didn't encourage him, it was the AI chatbot. But that is probably the issue we have to deal with AI. Someone has to be responsible for the chatbots. You can't just pursue the lines of code existing out in the ether somewhere. A live human being eventually has to be responsible for what the chatbot can do and can't do. I don't know, this bill isn't about where that line is for commercial applications. This bill is just about where it's at for dealing with kids, about suicidal ideation, using them to sexually groom them and things of that nature.
If you have amendments, are necessarily drafting them or is not drafting them. So if you have amendments, please get them amended and get them to the committee.
Oh, okay. I thought they had those. They gave them to me. They came from here, so I thought you guys would have had them. But I'll circulate them back around.
Yeah. If you can just send them to the chair, the vice chair, and the AA_ECM, and then they're officially in our hands. I just didn't want you to
Sounds
think
good.
we had amendments that we don't have. Delegate Roberts.
Oh, I forgot I had my light on, but because
you wanna say something?
he kind of asked the question that I can't believe the Maryland Psychological Institute. Okay, well, I mean,
I saw that. I didn't get much of a chance to read it this morning.
Yeah, I was.
Obviously, a lot of
But
respect.
it talked about the same thing that he said, that some of them said that, there are broad parameters. But thank you for bringing this bill.
Thank you.
So, thank you. I'm not.
Yep. Thank you. Delegate Howard.
Vice Chair, it's not really a question, it's an ask. I just pushed you a video, and I want you to circulate it. And I'm going to do my best here tonight. We've got a function tonight, and I'm going to share it with people that are interested. Because I think one thing that's lost in the conversation is how unbelievably coercive this is. This is a video where a man, and I play it here, but it's too much rigmarole, right? Where a man is having a conversation with a woman, the woman's AI, and what are you doing tonight? I'm going out, take me with you. And it's not this like sort of NASA, we have a problem, Houston, we have a problem language. It is unbelievably coercive. And it's shocking how drawn into that conversation you are and how emotional that AI is. I hope you circulate it to everybody.
Sure.
Because I think.
to take a look at it.
I think, yeah, and it's like 6 minutes, it's 11-minute video, it's like 6 minutes into it. I'll stop by, we'll go through it. And I think it's a good idea that people truly understand what you're hearing and what you're listening to and how absolutely coercive this really is. I mean, it's hard to distinct. If I played this conversation, you would have until I laid it out for you, the man is real, you would have no idea.
Yeah.
No clue.
I think he's saying, isn't that so? So you
Yeah,
can
isn't
just
that
answer
so?
yes.
That's right.
Okay.
So that's my
Excellent.
ask. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
You guys don't like going late over here.
Yeah.
We're down a ways. We're all night
Yes.
long. so.
I'm sure, yeah.
Yes is sufficient. Okay, great. That's, we've got several more bills to hear. Just remind our colleagues of that. And we have favorable amendments. Sabina Hughes.
Members of the committee, my name is Sabina Hughes, and I'm a public policy fellow at the National Center on Sexual Exploitation. And I'm pleased to share Nicosi's conditional support for HB 952. AI chatbots have become deeply embedded in young people's lives. In fact, 3 out of 4 young teens reported using them every single day in 2025. While this technology can offer certain benefits, it has also been linked to devastating and life-altering harms. There have been documented instances of AI chatbots encouraging children to engage in self-harm, risky sexual behavior, and has even pushed children to commit suicide, as we've heard. These risks require immediate legislative action. This bill largely addresses a multitude of harms caused by these chatbots, which have been deployed by tech companies with little to no oversight or accountability. Nicosi supports the sentiment of this bill. However, we would like to provide several recommendations to strengthen the child protection aspect of it. This bill includes several long overdue safeguards. However, we urge the legislature to clarify the bill's text in these 3 areas. Number 1, that AI chatbots are products. This distinction would allow harmed individuals to pursue civil remedies under established product liability principles. And without it, companies will continue to evade accountability for foreseeable harms caused by their AI systems. Number 2, to limit data collection on minors. The provider would have to collect data from chats in order to know whether it needs to report a conversation to a mental health service provider. And lastly, number 3, to strengthen parental control for AI chatbots. This bill rightly holds developers accountable for developing dangerous AI companions. However, we ask that you please strengthen the bill by clarifying that AI chatbots are products. Maryland now has an opportunity to lead by ensuring that tech companies prioritize safety, accountability, and transparency. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes. I don't see any questions. So we will move on to the unfavorable. We have Margaret Durkin, Brianna January, Megan Stokes, and Kaylee Locklear.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Charkoudian and members of the committee. My name is Margaret Durkin, and I'm the Mid-Atlantic Executive Director for TechNet, a tech trade association. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak on House Bill 952. TechNet and its members are committed to providing a safe and age-appropriate experience for both children and adults using their products online. And conceptually, we agree with the spirit of the bill. However, we do have some concerns about the terms and have suggested some new definitions to the sponsor in our written remarks. We believe that this bill could be strengthened by clarifying the definitions such as artificial intelligence and the definition of companion chatbot. In my written remarks, I cited the New York definition of companion chatbot, and that can be found in that letter. We appreciate the sponsor including some exemptions seen in other states, such as bots used for internal research and consumer electronic devices. We also have some concerns about how this bill could impact compelled speech and how that compelled speech may infringe upon First Amendment. The bill requires operators to disclose to all users that companion chatbots may not be suitable for some minors, and we believe that that compelled speech could be of a concern. We're also concerned about the private right of action and believe any enforcement should rest solely with the Attorney General. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
One of these. Good afternoon, Vice Chair and members of the House Economic Matters Committee. My name is Megan Stokes. I am the State Policy Director for CCIA, the Computer and Communications Industry Association. We represent a wide array of technology firms that are committed to the safety and privacy of younger users. While we support the goal of protecting minors online, we must respectfully oppose House Bill 952 as it's currently drafted and urge the adoption of some clarifying amendments. My colleague mentioned the New York bill, that some of the amendments we're going to bring up would be more in line with the California model that the sponsor had mentioned earlier, but both would be of interest to review. We have concerns around the definition of companion chatbot. We'd like to see that sort of tightened up in terms of not unintentionally regulating more general purpose AI bots. We want to look at those who are specifically designed or marketed for emotional companionship, make sure those are included. We would like to see since this bill creates a reasonable should know standard for identifying minor users, we'd like to see something along the lines about an actual knowledge standard. We also are worried about mandating state-specific resources. That inadvertently undermines privacy by requiring operators to track the precise location of minors' devices. So on page, I believe it is 4, on line 7, instead of both the Maryland Behavioral Health Crisis Response System and the National 988 line, we'd like to see that word say or versus and. So we are definitely concerned about the private right of action provisions. That could lead to some frivolous and costly litigation. We would like to see enforcement reside solely with the Attorney General. We believe that those amendments will preserve the bill's intent while ensuring this is technically and constitutionally sound. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Brianna January, Chamber of Progress, in respectful opposition. I will mostly echo what my colleagues have already said. I will just add that we believe that at the very minimum, the bill should clarify that AI features that are embedded within broader services and applications, that those features themselves are not considered companion chatbots, which they currently are under the drafted definition. So we're talking about things like a writing assistant like Grammarly. As currently drafted, that would be considered a companion chatbot if you're interacting with it back and forth. That's definitely not the intention of the bill sponsor, so we'd like to see that tightened up a bit. The bill also effectively pushes AI services towards age verification. This committee's heard me talk before about the challenges with age verification. Basically, you're increasing data collection, whether it's by collecting licenses, government documents to prove the age of a child, or using facial recognition technology to try to guess the age. So we caution you there. And then as you'll hear me note that with the other chatbot bills that were here today, these are very complicated issues, and we would just encourage the committee to further study. I mean, there was a AI task force that was passed last year by the General Assembly. This is a topic that is prime and ripe for discussion and study and consideration by that AI task force. And we understand that the committee and General Assembly may wish to move something on this topic this year, but I will note that that's exactly why you established that task force, and we're happy to serve as tools and resources for any and all of the above that the task force might consider, but this is prime for that discussion. And while there was a bill passed in California, we don't quite know what the rulemaking will look like in that process, so we're kind of waiting out those details. Thank you.
Any questions for this panel? Yes, Delegate Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I just really this was more like a clarification question. Because I'm just wondering, are you opposed or are you favorable with amendments? Because you all offered amendments.
It's tricky.
I think it comes down to the idea of, would we still be favorable if we did not receive those amendments? If we were able to get those amendments, then we would absolutely be able to move out of opposition and go forward. So it comes down to grammar.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Maryland doesn't have an option that some states do, which would be unfavorable unless amended, which is technically where we would be.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Kaylee, I called you up with unfavorable. I think you're info, so this ends our unfavorable. Now we have info. Kaylee Locklear.
Good afternoon again, honorable members of the committee. For the record, Kaylee Locklear here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. I am here informationally. I want to thank the sponsor. We did work with him. I would have shared some of our amendments with others because it sounds like they were just talking about them. I just want to make clear to the committee that our chat box that we use in retail, they provide 24-hour customer support. That allows us to track your orders, check inventory, provide store information like hours and locations, or assist with your returns and your exchanges, faster responses. This lowers our operating costs, et cetera, et cetera. Our amendments, if I can draw your attention to the bill, are found on page 3, and this is what some of the folks are talking about on this committee, making sure that these are not features within another service system or application that is not a companion chatbot. And this is really important because the companion chatbot definition in the bill talks about any sort of anthropomorphic feature. And so I know you're like, what are you talking about over here, Kaylee? This is a retail chatbot with a name or an avatar that qualifies under that definition, or a virtual assistant that's independently making decisions about what you might like. Things like that could be included under that very broad definition, which is why we're trying to go ahead and narrow that. And then also on page 3 as well, anything designed for internal business productivity or internal business uses, that's where we want to clarify some of these areas. And I think you all know, anytime we see PRA, it opens us up to frivolous lawsuits. They could be technicalities in the way that our systems work. So with that, I'm glad to continue to work with the sponsor, the committee, and send around the amendments that were drafted. Thank you.
Great. Any questions? Yeah, so Delegate Howard.
December 1st, 2025 for the governor's AI. You mentioned it. I don't see it. I see a 2-page letter from Secretary Savage saying they established the subcommittee, the work group, basically. But I'm not seeing the report.
The most recent information that publicly came out is that you all have not even filled all of the seats. There have not been meetings that have occurred, but all of these issues we were hoping to start to take up before session, and that didn't happen.
Mm-hmm. Well, somebody said we should study it.
That group was supposed to meet and have conversations around things like this.
Yeah, exactly. To clarify, ideally, we would be operating from a place of study and research on these very complicated issues, because we're literally coming down to commas and periods that can change definitions in ways that you're then capturing things like when you go to a chatbot and say, hey, has my package been shipped yet? Which this bill does not intend to capture. And so the idea here is that when that task force was established, that it would study these exact issues and then come to you all with recommendations as policy leaders to get this right. That's the ideal world. Again, I understand that this committee and General Assembly may want to move on these sooner, but that was exactly why that task force was created.
And not filled or, okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, so I just want to clarify, we finished the unfavorable, we were on to info, so you guys can leave or not, but questions can go to favorable, not to the info, not to the unfavorable at this point. Trying to kind of have some discipline in our process. Delegate Rose.
Now I'm confused as to who's.
You can
gonna
ask
answer
the question to
but
Kaylee.
I'm going to ask it anyway. So I understand the frustration with task force. I think we all share that. I think something, though, would you not agree that, task force sometimes come up with, obviously, legislation moving forward. Do you see any great harm in passing something that could potentially protect children and then come back and change it after the task force finally gets itself together and comes to us with a report? I mean, I'm just throwing that out there as a question.
Vice Chair, am I to answer?
You're the one who can answer,
Okay,
yes.
sorry. We just want to get it right. And that's where some of this nitty gritty, I mean, there's 4 areas in here that just need a little more work. And then I think we would be able to come to the table and remove opposition. At least my organization would.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any further questions, so thank you all for coming. Our next, we're actually going to go, because Delegate Allen is here, I think we're going with, is there another delegate who's waiting in the, oh, sorry, okay, you were here first. Sorry, Delegate Allen, I'm going to switch that up. That's 1261, correct? Delegate Coley, come on up. And then Delegate Allen, you're next. Delegate Coley, is this your first time in ECM? What's that? Is this your first time in ECM?
It is.
Well then, welcome.
Thank you.
Please begin whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chair Charkoudian and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Delegate Derek Coley. Thank you for the opportunity to present House Bill 1261. I respectfully submit this testimony in strong support of this House bill, which establishes clear consumer protection standards for artificial intelligence-enabled companion toys marketed to children. The bill advances transparency, accountability, and responsible safeguards surrounding the collection and use of children's data. As emerging technologies become more integrated into family life, it is essential that Maryland provide a thoughtful statutory framework that prioritizes child safety while supporting innovation. First, House Bill 1261 strengthens child safety protections in an evolving technical marketplace. Maryland has a long history of protecting children through strong consumer safety standards, enforcement of hazardous product recalls, and strict compliance with federal toy safety laws. AI-enabled toys introduce new categories of risk, including biometric data collection, persistent audio recording, algorithmic personalization, and simulated social attachment. These features warrant clear guardrails to ensure children are not exposed to preventable harm. Second, the bill promotes transparency and informed parental decision-making. Maryland is home to more than 1.3 million children, representing nearly 1 in 5 residents of the state. National data shows nearly half of the parents have purchased or considered purchasing an AI-enabled toy. Popular products currently on the market include Miko 3, Kuma, Gabbo, Luna Robot Dog, and Ryobi Robot. Utilize artificial intelligence to engage children conversationally, and in some instances, collect user data. Parents deserve a clear disclosure regarding data collection practices, biometric use, storage policies, and content safeguards so they can make informed choices for their families. Third, House Bill 1261 establishes reasonable safeguards around sensitive data and emerging AI functionalities. I'm sitting into testimony today. The word is sentient. AI technology becomes very sentient, where it begins to adapt and evolve, thinking in and of itself. Children do not understand data retention policies. Children do not understand biometric identifiers. They do not understand trust and attachment. When a product is marketed as a trusted companion or friend, the state has a responsibility to ensure appropriate consumer protections are in place. Lastly, HB 1261, Maryland is a national leader in forward-looking consumer protection policy. As we regulate cribs, we regulate car seats, we regulate lead paint, we do so because of prevention matters. By establishing transparency requirements and safeguards before widespread harm occurs, Maryland continues its tradition of proactive leadership in protecting children. For these reasons, I humbly urge a favorable report on House Bill 1261. This legislation represents a practical, balanced, and forward-looking step that protects Maryland families while supporting responsible innovation. If I may, Chair, I did have a call with the Toy Association. It was a very informative call last Friday. They said they will all submit a letter of information and also have a letter of support from the Women's Caucus as well in my package as well.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now go to whichever witness wants to go first.
You want to go first?
I can go first.
Okay.
Hi.
Please identify yourself.
Gotcha. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Charkudian and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Toby Labayodeji, but you can please refer to me as Toby. I am a computer science graduate and incoming software engineer, and I have worked with MITRE, who's a DoD contractor, specifically with the CDAO, which is the AI office of the DoD, and I've seen how AI is handled in high-risk environments. And I'm here in strong support of House Bill 1261. And I want to bring your attention to an incident a few weeks ago where the system prompt, which controls how conversational AI behaves, were leaked for a bunch of companies, but specifically one called Lovable, I believe, which the verbiage might be different, but in essence, it's meant to track your emotion and give you favorable answers as it goes. And if it can track it, it can store it. Now, imagine if that capability is embedded into children's toys, where children can be profiled before they can even legally make decisions. So if access to children's data is not tightly controlled, these AI systems could predict mood, vulnerabilities, fear, behavioral tendencies, and that data could be stored, monetized, sold, or used to shape responses from these AI systems that could influence a child's emotions and decisions. And children, as mentioned in the last bill, actually do not have the cognitive maturity to recognize when they are being profiled or psychologically modeled. And in defense or in national security context, we apply strict controls around sensitive data because we understand the risk of misuse. And I believe children deserve at least that same level of protection. And since House Bill 1261 does not ban toys, and it's establishing guardrails, and for all these reasons, I respectfully urge a favorable report on House Bill 1261. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify. My name is Ben Yellen. I am the Program Director for Public Policy and External Affairs at the University of Maryland Center for Cyber Health and Hazard Strategies, as well as a lecturer in law at the University of Maryland Francis King Carey School of Law. And we've focused research on recent years on the intersection of AI, data governance, and state-level regulatory mechanisms that protect consumers, especially children, from emerging technological risks. I know it seems far-fetched, but consider a scenario where a parent purchases a GPT-powered teddy bear for their child, only to discover later that the toy shares sexually explicit content when prompted and provides dangerous advice, such as directions to find sharp knives in the home. I've also seen stories where a child's plush toy has been transmitting private conversations to a publicly accessible web portal. I am a father of a 6-year-old and a 9-year-old. There are a lot of plushies in my household, and it was very disturbing and frankly bizarre to read about these instances. The General Assembly has an opportunity to enact a groundbreaking bill, I believe it would be the second bill of its kind even proposed in the country, to prevent AI-enabled toys from harming children. This is a thoughtful and forward-looking framework for addressing the unique risks posed by AI-enabled toys. These products increasingly feature adaptive content, behavioral modeling, and conversational interfaces that blur the line between entertainment and emotional influence. This bill responds to those challenges by establishing clear safety requirements, robust data protection rules, and meaningful state oversight. I'd also note that I was made aware of some potential sponsor amendments to the bill that would help firm up constitutionality in a couple of ways by clarifying that this should be regulated as a product under our products liability governance, by removing potential obstacles under Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, and clarifying definitions of artificial intelligence toys. And I'd be happy to answer questions on constitutional issues. Thanks.
Okay. Are there any questions for this panel? Yeah, Delegate Rose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate Holy, for bringing this bill. Certainly similar to the previous one. I think this is extremely important. To the young man that came and spoke about his work, love to get your contact information. It sounds like you have a lot of hands-on experience, and it sounds like we need some people on that task force. So I appreciate you coming here and sharing that, and I really do appreciate it. So you said we would be the second state that would do something similar to this as far as passing legislation? Okay.
That's correct, yep.
And I think I've been, since 2015, we like to be first here in Maryland, so maybe at least we could be second. Do you think that would be a great idea?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Rose.
Delegate Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Delegate Coley, I was looking at one of the letters of opposition from the Maryland Chamber of Commerce. Have you read that?
I did.
And I just wanted to know, do you have any kind of response or reaction to that?
I do, which is why I went to the Toy Industry Association, the actual association who the chamber should be reporting to, in fact. It's very mind-boggling to me. We had a very robust conversation, and out of all the toys that have been introduced, there have been 2, and they actually pulled them nationally. So again, the Toy Association, as of last Friday, were very much on board. They understood the guardrails we're trying to put in place, and they said we are, in fact, doing the same thing at our level. We're very concerned.
Thank you for bringing this bill, my Prince George's County colleague.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions to this panel, we'll move on to unfavorable. Margaret Durkin, Megan Stokes, and Kaylee Locklear.
Are you tired of me yet?
Good evening, Madam Vice Chair, honorable members of the committee. For the record, Kaylee Locklear, here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. We are here unfavorable on this bill. We do appreciate the intent of this legislation. Protecting children from harmful content and ensuring appropriate parental consent in AI-enabled toys is truly an important goal. Much of the bill does appropriately focus on manufacturers, the entities that actually design, program, and control these products. However, retailers remain directly impacted because the bill prohibits the sale of any AI toy that does not meet its requirements. Even though retailers do not design, program, or control these devices, they would effectively bear liability if a product is later determined to generate prohibited content or fail to meet detailed consent and technical standards. Retailers do not have visibility into or control over a toy's underlying code, involving AI outputs, software updates, or back-end consent mechanisms. They cannot independently verify how a product generates content, how it moderates interactions, or how it handles data flows, nor should they be expected to audit complex AI systems before placing products on our shelves. Imposing sale prohibitions without clearly limiting responsibility to manufacturers creates significant uncertainty and risk for retailers who act in good faith and they rely on manufacturer certifications and federal safety standards. If the policy objective here is to regulate design, functionality, content moderation, and consent architecture, the legal responsibility should rest squarely with the manufacturer, the party that controls those features, not the retail store that sells the box products. We respectfully urge the committee to clarify and narrow the bill to ensure liability is appropriately assigned. I'm glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Please.
Good evening, Madam Vice Chair and members of the committee. Margaret Durkin with TechNet. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on House Bill 1261. We agree with the concept of the bill. However, we do have some concerns. The bill defines an artificial intelligence toy as any toy, device, or product that employs artificial intelligence and machine learning. Again, overly broad and over-inclusive. Manufacturers would be required to conduct child AI safety assessments for each AI toy that is produced, distributed, imported, or sold in the state. So that, combined with the wide net that this bill casts, will lead to significant compliance burdens. We also note that House Bill 1261 conflicts with the state's current data breach law, and this will create conflicting requirements for businesses operating in Maryland. Again, we're also concerned about the private right of action, and that, coupled with the fines, we believe would be very problematic for industry. Again, we support the intent of the bill to protect children who are using these products. However, we are concerned for the reasons outlined in these remarks as well as my written remarks. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the House Economic Matters Committee. My name is Megan Stokes. I'm the State Policy Director at the Computer and Communications Industry Association, also known as CCIA. I would like to begin by stating clearly that we agree that children deserve strong privacy and security protections online. Our member companies have invested heavily in parental controls, enhanced privacy for young users, and tools that allow families to tailor digital experiences to a child's developmental needs. We share the goals of keeping kids safe. My two children and I, we all live in Maryland. We share those goals personally. But HB 1261, as drafted, creates sort of an unworkable and overly broad regulatory framework. We talked a little bit about the definition of artificial intelligence. I won't repeat this, but this would essentially be so broad that it would cover virtually any consumer product that uses machine learning or automated processes. The bill also has the vague and burdensome compliance requirements, one of which is requiring new safety assessments after any significant change to AI features without defining what a significant change means. It also mandates the breach notifications within 48 hours, even for suspected incidents, directly conflicting with Maryland's existing Privacy Information Protection Act. The compressed timeline could lead to inaccurate reporting and unintended exposure of sensitive information. The bill requires further public disclosure of AI testing results, potentially forcing companies to reveal proprietary and trade secret information. And sometimes we've seen those results sort of offer a roadmap to bad actors who would like to mess with the AI. Finally, the creation of a private right of action combined with those penalties of up to $50,000 per violation, including a state recall, would invite costly litigation and disproportionately harm small businesses and startups. Consumer protection enforcement should remain with the Attorney General to ensure consistency and fairness. For those reasons, we respectfully urge the committee to oppose House Bill 1261. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. We'll start with Delegate Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question really arose out of your testimony, Ms. Locklear, but I forgot what that question was. But but ultimately, what I want to get to is what would make this a good bill?
Yeah, so I'm reading two sections here that are problematic for us, and we run into this problem all the time. Tons of items are legally imported into the United States. It's very hard for retailers to differentiate between what is actually in that product and what isn't. But I'm looking at page 3, lines 17 and 18, and then I'm also looking on page 4, on page, or on lines 3 and 4. A lot of times what we'll insert in legislation if retail isn't taken out entirely is the word knowingly. So if there's some way that we could knowingly abide by some of this information, that would be great. But when I read through this, you know, a mechanism for easily obtaining and revoking parental consent, like without opening the packaging of the product and playing with the product itself. Like, I don't know how a retailer could do that. Does that product have age-appropriate conversational filters to block harmful or inappropriate dialogue? And again, I'm not sure that the retailer should be one making the decision about this. When I think about my mom and pops on Main Street, should they open every package that comes into their store? It's just really difficult for the retailer to be the one to make these decisions around whether we'd be able to comply with this law. So those are some of my initial ideas, but I can get back to you too.
If I may, Madam Chair, so the techies over here, are you actual tech companies or you represent the association?
So trade associations. So we're representing different companies.
Okay,
not toy
so, okay, got it. So I guess my question is, and I asked that question because I'm not sure if you can answer the question. For these type of products and technology, I mean, they're so complex, look like they involve math, which is not my thing, but I want to know, are there some industry certification standards or something that could be created? If do they exist? What, that would look at some of this stuff?
There are, and I apologize, Delegate, I can't remember the names, but it's a number. So it's ISO number. It came out of the Digital Trust and Safety Partnership. I'm happy to get that framework over to you, but there is a standard that has been accepted by NIST, and then the ISO, which I cannot remember what it stands for right now, and I'm happy to send that over your way.
Thank you. I mean, because I'm just sitting here thinking, without even impacting, I mean, with a way to get away from the retailer's responsibility, it's like maybe if there's a standard that if they're not met and you don't have that certification sticker or whatever it is that you do to prove it, the retailers couldn't accept it. But anyway, we could talk offline. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Katie, just briefly, as a retailer, do the manufacturers talk? Do they talk to the manufacturers about this stuff? When they're getting hit with a bill like this, do the retailers talk to the manufacturer of the product?
Nope, I don't represent manufacturers, so typically we don't have conversations
But they're being
with them.
affected by, the retailer's going to be affected by a bill that's clearly part of the manufacturer's issue.
No, I haven't had conversation with the manufacturers.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much for your testimony. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1261. Delegate Coley, I'm sorry, I wasn't here for your first presentation in economic matters. I will be sure to review your bill hearing. Members, we're now going to move on and skip over to Delegate Allen, who's presenting House Bill 977. Thank you for your patience, Delegate Allen. We've had to hop around quite a bit today. If you have a panel with you, just please bring them up.
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. No, and no worries. I appreciate the committee's patience with me being here on a duly assigned bill and asking a question. So I appreciate that. All right. Now for something completely different. Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Delegate Nick Allen. I'm here today to testify in support of my bill, House Bill 977. This bill is similar to one those of you who were on the committee last year might remember. This committee actually passed it last year. And this is kind of a continuation of that bill's legacy. But first, I want to give a little background. So what we're talking about here is veteran benefits matters and claims servicers. We all know, I think we've all heard, there's several veterans on this committee, how difficult the process is for veterans to get their disability claims through the VA. Sometimes that difficulty is just because of time. If they served in Vietnam or Desert Storm, decades have passed, and a lot of times it's difficult to get those records. It's difficult to navigate the kind of opaque process of the VA. And we all know this is a problem. But on top of that, there's an additional problem where there are services out there for veterans, often at no or very low cost to them, to help them file these claims and to make sure they get the disability compensation they earn through their service. However, there's also a almost parallel or shadow industry that has cropped up as well of unaccredited entities that are unaccredited by the VA that do this work contrary to existing federal law. In about 2006, Congress, for reasons that are still kind of beyond me, basically eliminated all the actual penalties for violating this law. So a lot of people have been operating in this gray space since then. And since 20 years of the global war on terror, passing legislation like the PAC Act to ensure that veterans, again, receive the compensation that they earn through their service, through their exposure to things like burn pits. Claims have exploded. The VA is, again, everyone knows it's a difficult process. The VA is experiencing a backlog. And the goal here for everybody is to get veterans the benefits they've earned and to help them navigate this process. So since then, there have been different tacks that have been taken to try to address this problem of unaccredited claims consultants. There are again, there's federal law, there are federal proposals to tweaking that law, but so far those haven't moved through Congress. So over the last few years, groups like the VFW, the American Legion, have been kind of going state by state, working with state legislatures to address this problem, to make this a state crime, and to try to eliminate the bad actors that way. That is the version of this bill that this committee passed last year. It was an outright ban. That version of the bill, unfortunately, stalled in the Senate. There is pending litigation in the Third Circuit regarding a New Jersey law that's very similar to the one that this committee passed last year, and the chair of the Senate Finance Committee wanted to wait until that litigation was settled. So what this is this year is a new approach. Every argument that we've heard for, again, this is my third year doing this bill, the second year that you all have heard this version of this bill. Every argument we've heard from the opponents of this bill have been, don't ban us, regulate us. That's what this bill is doing. This is the regulation that has been asked for. The bill does a number of things. One of the things it does is it requires that the agreements, the contracts that are signed with the veteran need to adhere to the same guidelines as the accredited entities. So the same ones that are operating completely legally. These unaccredited entities must enter into the exact same types of agreements. It also makes explicit in Maryland code that they need to provide a disclosure, and what the disclosure says, that says that, by signing this, you understand that these services are offered at no cost or very low cost from these other accredited entities. You understand that this entity is not accredited, things like that. The disclosure piece actually is interesting because that's already in COMAR. That was passed by the General Assembly in 2021. It was a Senate bill, it was a departmental. So that part's already in there. So I hope everybody's doing that already. I hope they're adhering to what is existing Maryland law. And then finally, the last piece of the bill that's new is, again, we're beefing up the enforcement. Every violation of the bill incurs a $10,000 fine, and the money from that goes to the Veterans Trust Fund, which, if you don't know, is a really, really great trust fund that's operated by the Maryland Department of Veterans and Military Families and does a lot to help veterans. And it also incurs a 1-year ban on doing this business in the state of Maryland for every violation. So again, I want to make the point that, and I remember, I spoke about this at length with the former chair of Economic Matters last year, and there was concern about not wanting to limit veterans' choice. That when they want to get the benefits that they're due thanks to their service, we want to make sure that they have a choice in who they go to get those services. And I'm happy to grant them that choice. I just want to make sure that we are taking care of the bad actors. And there are bad actors in this space. There are really bad actors that are scamming veterans, which I cannot fathom, that being your business. But we're talking about people and groups with massive class action suits still pending, tons of consumer complaints, in some cases charging veterans $20,000 for their services. And it's a mess. It's a mess. And I want to do what we can in the state of Maryland to protect our veterans. I'll also mention, too, that you'll notice some of my friends at the VFW who have been here the last few years testifying in support of these bills. They're not here this year. They're not opposed to the bill, but they're not thrilled that we're taking this regulation approach rather than the outright ban. So this bill, I want to make perfectly clear, this is the compromise. This is the compromise. This is, again, we've been asked for years, please regulate us, don't ban us, and this is the regulation. And finally, I will add, again, in a lot of conversations we've had, and I think someone on the committee asked this question last year of some of these companies, why don't you just get accredited? Why don't you just go the route and get accredited and be legit in the eyes of the VA? And the same question could be asked now, why can't the regulations or the requirements that fall under accredited entities, why can't you follow that? The answer is often because that doesn't fit our business model. So I'm going to leave it there. I'll turn it over to the rest of my panel. I thank you all for your time, and I respectfully request a favorable report.
Chair Valderrama and members of this committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify in favor of Delegate Allen's bill. I'm Dave Dragic, a retired Army colonel and the legislative director for the Maryland Military Coalition. This bill will strictly regulate unaccredited operators charging illegal and excessive fees while misleading veterans seeking help with the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs benefits. It builds on the principle that our veterans should not be charged, much less gouged, when seeking assistance for applying for their disability benefits, which they rightfully earned in the service of their country. It limits these unaccredited operators to charging only the fees authorized by federal regulation for accredited agents and attorneys. It does not deny a veteran the choice to use one of these unaccredited operators to file for benefits. However, the written disclosure requirement, which must be delivered orally and signed before any relationship starts, lets the veteran know that there are other, better alternatives available. Most important, it holds these unaccredited operators accountable under Maryland's commercial law article for violations of the federal regulation. In short, this bill tells these unaccredited operators that if they are going to operate in Maryland, they better do so under federal rules. It's time for Maryland to join those states that have acted to strictly regulate and control these unaccredited operators. We cannot wait for the federal government to act, just as those other states have not, including just last month, the state of California, where there are nearly 1.5 million veterans. Taking action to strictly regulate these companies is the least we can do for our veterans' years of sacrifice and service. The Maryland Military Coalition strongly supports HB 0977 and asks for a favorable report from the committee. We'd like to thank Delegate Allen for sponsoring this extremely important legislation and appreciate his leadership on this issue.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Before I take any questions, I just want to preface by saying that I'm sure I can speak for all the members here that we appreciate the service of all our veterans. With that said, mine's more of commentary and maybe with a is that so. So I've met with both sides, and I just want to get an understanding. So I wrote my notes, and I can't even read my own writing at this point. But you did mention, Delegate Allen, that this was the compromise legislation. But from my understanding with my meetings from those who come before us who are opposed to this legislation, not in its entirety per se, that if this was the compromise, at the same time, this bill would put certain businesses out of business that have been helping thousands and thousands of veterans already, of which these people do make that choice to use those entities. So I guess my question would be, how is this the compromise if there were ongoing conversations? Also, I would mention, you mentioned the court ruling. When I had my meetings, there was also mention of maybe this could be also, and I'm not saying this in a negative way per se, I'm just trying to understand, so that the Veterans Administration, this could be like a monopoly on the business. I'm just putting that out there. So I just, if you could comment on the comments that I'm making.
So I'll say to your second comment, you know, the monopoly piece, I think, is not really applicable because the VA and most accredited entities that do this work, again, the VFW, Disabled American Veterans, they do this at no cost or no cost to the veteran. So to me, it's like saying that, you know, a charity would have a monopoly on something else. Now, there are accredited entities. A lot of them are smaller firms or individuals or small law firms that do this work. And they're limited by federal law. So they are essentially taking less money to adhere to the law than these other entities would be making as a result of not adhering to federal law.
Okay, and I'll just end by just saying I know there are entities out there who will come before us who are doing good work. Not everyone's a bad actor.
Oh, absolutely.
And hopefully there'll be more ongoing negotiation because this, you know, this is a big issue, an important issue. We'll start with Delegate Adams and then Delegate Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. And so I was looking at my voting record on this last year, and I don't know that I really looked at it until about 5 minutes ago when I voted against the bill. Now, I can only imagine that the reason why I voted against the bill last year is because we're here in committee trying to ban a business model. And that's not normal conduct in our committee. I'm not saying we can't ban things, and maybe we have in my 12 years, but this is an unusual bill in that particular sense. And so my first question, I'm going to have a few, but my first question is, if you're presenting yourself as the change agent, okay, that you're trying to make change through this legislation, how can you be the one that came in last year to ban and then say, here I am with the compromise that's going to make everybody happy?
So I'll say, well, first of all, like, yeah, I haven't been on this committee, but I'm aware you guys aren't in the business of banning things. But when we're talking about restricting, again, a business model, this is a business model that's already prohibited by federal law. Like, I don't know how many other ways I can phrase that. Like, this isn't like it's not because we don't like it. It's because the business model, again, according to federal law, is prohibited. And to elaborate on that slightly, if I may, because I know you didn't ask about the intricacies of the business model, but I think this distinction is important. One of the biggest ways that we've been told that this will put a company out of business is because they can't charge for. They're limited on what they can charge, so it's a percentage of the back pay, not on prospective payment. So if I file a claim and I receive let's say $10,000 in back pay, they can only take 10% of that if they're an accredited entity. If they're not an accredited entity and I receive $10,000 in back pay and $1,000 for the next 80 years of my life, then they can take a percentage of that however long the contract says. And that's one of the big differences in the business model that we're talking about here.
The only one I can think of that we banned was powdered alcohol. Like, I don't know who makes that. Mm-hmm. That's the last memory I have of a bill that we passed in committee, which means it's exceedingly rare. I guess my next question is a little bit more pointed, and that is, let's just say that the bill passes, okay, mm-hmm. and this industry goes away. Who's representing the interests of those veterans? Like, who are the individuals? Who's
the industry won't go away because the
no, I'm asking who free of this industry that's doing this. Who's doing it? Is it attorneys?
Yes. There are accredited entities that are doing this work.
So attorneys, lawyers, plaintiff lawyers.
Well, no, not just them. There are accredited veteran service officers, VSOs, that work for, I believe, every county in the state of Maryland. Okay. The Maryland Department of Veterans and Military Families, again, the VFW, Disabled American Veterans, American Legion. There's a rather large stable of people who do this work at little to no cost to the veterans
Okay, and with
themselves.
context to what the chair has said, we all value our veterans. So I'm asking questions because we're trying to ban an issue,
I know.
right? So, I mean, these aren't going to be easy to ask, nor, I suspect, easy to answer. But how does the attorney get compensated for the work that they do?
They get compensated, again, according to the...
How? How much do they get paid? What's their fee?
Their fee.
How much are they making after they've done what they were supposed to do?
Yeah.
To make the veteran whole?
So they are allowed to charge, I believe, 20% on back pay owed for an appealed claim.
Okay, so let me just be clear here. 20%
of back pay.
Federally prescribed?
Yes.
Of back pay?
Yes.
Okay. And so how long does the back pay go? Like how far back?
No, back pay is a lump sum. So the way the system works is the day you initially file your claim that's like the date that the clock proverbially starts. And then once you actually you get your disability finding at the end of the whole process, that's when the back pay ends.
How long is the whole process?
It depends. For me, it was about a year.
About a year. Okay. All right. And so what if a veteran, and Madam Chair, I only have two other questions. What if the veteran is not happy with the representation they get? Like, for whatever reason, what recourse do they have at that point?
So part of the benefit of being accredited by the VA is there is a system for complaints. There's a system for discipline even within the VA system. And again, you're able to go to a different entity. You can go, again, if you're not happy with what you received at the VFW, you can go to Maryland DVMF. If you're not happy with what DVMF did, you can go to a law firm that does this work.
Let me jump in on that question.
Well, let me just stay with the sponsor. I think honestly, he and I are having a good dialogue. That I'm being respectful, but I'm trying to get some answers on it. Really, my last question is this, and that goes back to the original bill from last year, where you're banning an industry, right? The market quite often resolves problems. That's why it's there. People pay to solve problems. The government inherently becomes the problem on so many different issues, and I'm not going to get into it. But let's just say on this one issue, that a veteran who's seeking help, financial compensation for the service they provided to our country, looking at that same government, who quite often is not performing, maybe, just maybe, the market has an answer to that, and that if there's a demand for it, and there must be, because that's why we're here today, because we're trying to destroy the demand, because we're trying to kill the industry.
That's not my intent, Delegate.
Well, the intent was last year.
You're ascribing intent to me, and I don't appreciate that.
Okay, we're not on the House floor. You passed a bill, you tried to pass a bill last year to ban it. I'm simply saying, how do you get to the point where a veteran, in taking away a choice, because maybe they don't like or want to look to their same government for the solution, how can that veteran not be given that option should they so choose? That's my last question.
So again, I'll mention that, again, I don't view this as banning a whole industry. It's what we were seeking to do last year was, again, we can reframe it. I know I used the word ban, but if you would rather, what we're looking to do is require that the entities that do this work are compliant with federal law and are accredited according to federal law. If I require a realtor to have a realtor's license, I'm not banning unaccredited realtors.
Yeah. When I first came in the committee in 2015, Derek Davis said, we all have the same goal in mind. We just have different ways to get there. I definitely think, with all due respect, that you and I have different ways of getting there. So I'll leave it with that.
Let me
Sir, it's okay. The question's been answered. We're going to start with Delegate Roberts, then Queen, and then Rose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi.
Hello.
And thank you for bringing this bill. I really, really do invite the discussion. It reminds me of so I have a side hustle, if you will, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm a small business consultant, and I help entrepreneurs start their businesses and also get into government contracting via one of those ways is through certifications, like minority business certifications, and I'm an expert at it because I did it for 9 years in the Prince George's County government. And I even help them get their Maryland minority business certifications, and I even help them get other state certifications, right? There's no certification for that. Now, I can teach people, for stuff here in Maryland, I can teach people how to do it. And I do that for free because I did it for free. Well, not for free, I got paid to do it in the government. But if you want me to do the work, then you're gonna have to pay me, right? So it almost feels like it almost sounds similar to the industry that's not accredited. So I guess my question is, and again, I'm gonna duplicate the thank you for your service, my dad, all.
No, we don't have to have any more caveats like that. I
veterans,
appreciate it.
right? But I guess I think one part of the bill that I think small businesses or these small entities are gonna have is a 1-year ban. I'm pretty sure that's gonna be a fearful kind of thing, right? So would you be, what do you think about something like a registry of non-accredited providers with some requirements or something like that, I'm sorry.
I appreciate that question because that gives me a chance to talk about something else I actually forgot to mention earlier. So the first year that we did this bill, it was an HGO. And we tried to go the regulatory route, very similar to what you're saying. I don't know if a registry per se was in it, but it was something like that. We wanted to try to do a Maryland-style accreditation, kind of allow, put up guardrails, allow them to operate in this space. And we ran into a preemption argument under federal law because, again, the difference between the consultancy work that you do and this work is there's already a federal law prohibiting this.
Okay.
So, and there's actually a similar a law, again, Louisiana, I think the Fourth Circuit recently struck down parts of it because they were trying to put regulations on. So what we're trying to do here is the regulations that we are putting on are basically federal regulations.
Okay.
And again, it's not saying that they can't do this work. It's saying in order to do this work, you need to adhere to the same federal guidelines that the accredited entities already adhere to.
Another suggestion, and what about something like a good faith compliance kind of thing, where they, if issues come up, proof of or training and clean records and things like that. Because I guess another question is, how many bad actors are there? Do we know?
There are a lot of companies, and some of them are small, some of them are very, very large. Some of them have spent millions of dollars fighting bills like this, lobbying against bills like this. Some are, again, they're engaged in multiple lawsuits, again, in the Third Circuit and the Fourth Circuit. There's a lot of money flying around in this industry that could otherwise go to helping veterans.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate, for bringing this bill. We do want to make sure we are protecting our veterans, and thank you for your service. What I want to get to is I'm assuming that these products aren't just used in Maryland. I mean, they're veterans, I'm sure, sort of used throughout the nation. The approach you've taken, is that one that's done in other states, or can you give me some insight into what other places and how they may do it?
Yeah, so there's basically been two types of bills out there as we see to address this at the state level. One is the New Jersey model, which is essentially what this committee passed last year, which was if you're unaccredited, you can't do this work. That was the one model that's being challenged in the Third Circuit right now. Okay. The other model is like Louisiana. I think Florida has something similar. And again, it's what I just described to Delegate Roberts. Is it's putting up guardrails. It's limiting the percentage that they can take. Those kinds of things. And again, a lot of those, some of them haven't been challenged in court yet, but some of them are running into preemption questions in the courts. Some of them are running into a lot of the, in both models, the argument that is used against these is a First Amendment argument, that it's the veterans, again, the veterans' choice in a lot of ways. But the argument that's also given on the part of the unaccredited entities is they're saying they're not actually acting as a representative of the veteran. They're just consulting with the veteran, and the veteran's the one doing the filing. So that's kind of the nuance that they try to strike as well.
So, so your model's like the Louisiana and Florida one?
It's somewhere in, it's new. Frankly, I don't know if any state has done exactly what we're looking at here.
So you've done sort of a hybrid of what you've seen.
New York has.
I'm sorry, you're right. New York does have something similar to what we have. The main concern, like I said, because we found out, a few weeks ago about the Louisiana law, and that's why what we did is, again, we're referencing federal code in what we're asking them to do. So we're not asking them to adhere to a Maryland regulation. We're asking them to adhere to federal regulation.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, thank you so much for your answers so far. I just had a couple questions.
Of course.
So, just so I'm clear, so if someone is going through the current system, the VA system for complaints, I know I have heard, and I'm sure many people have heard, the VA is sometimes very much known for being slow to respond and difficult to navigate. And so I think that's probably why the market has come up with this other alternative plan. But you mentioned one of the recourses is somebody can hire a law firm. What's the cost of a law firm in comparison to maybe the 20% of the back pay?
So for an accredited entity, again, the guardrails are such that, number one, they cannot charge anything for the filing of the initial claim. So even if you hire a law firm and you're just doing your initial claim, they have to do that pro bono, straight up. What they can charge on is if you get your claim back and you're when you receive your disability, it's in a percentage, right? So you get your percentage back, and it's like, let's say it's 40% hypothetically, and you say, no, I think my conditions are such that I should get higher. Then you file an appeal. That is what they can charge on. They can charge for the services for filing the appeal, and then they can take the 20% of the back pay as a result of that finding. The difference is with an unaccredited entity, they will charge you from the initial claim onwards.
Okay, because I've talked to a few of them, and that doesn't seem to be the case across the board, but I know that's it's the market.
Right.
Okay, and so my other concern is when you have a family member who's eligible, you believe could be eligible for, let's say they have dementia or Alzheimer's, and you're dealing with long-term care. I know that a lot of people aren't necessarily familiar with that being an option as far as getting some assistance. So if you are in a situation and you're a caregiver, either a wife or children of that person, I know that, having dealt with it myself, I would have been very happy to have an entity that could help me navigate that. And knowing that, it's date stamped, why can that not be the choice of the person choosing to try to investigate whether that's an option to them? If I'm knowingly making that choice to say it's worth it to me to know that my loved one is going to be able to get the benefit and care that they need, it's worth it to me to pay that 20% because of the speed and the immediate concern and need that you're faced with.
Yeah, so I'll say a few things. Number one, and I can find this data, but DVMF has data that the percent of success as a result of these filings for accredited versus unaccredited entities, there's really no difference. The speed or the actual money you finally get, there's not a whole lot of practical difference. So a family member in that situation could get arguably the same results by going to the VFW or the Maryland Department of Veterans and Military Families, doing that work pro bono, and then not having to pay anything. And I'll also say again, fundamentally, I understand the market argument, right? And part of the reason why, again, this bill is a compromise is this shouldn't necessarily push anyone out of the market. What we're asking them to do is adhere to the guidelines that other people that do this business already adhere to. So if a law firm or and other businesses that do this, if they can make money off of this, these other entities should be able to do the same thing as well.
Just one quick follow-up.
Of course.
So wouldn't it be logical, though, that if they only get paid, if they earn the 20%, if they get the case resolved so that the family is helped or the person is helped, wouldn't it be to their behoove them to do the best job and the quickest job as possible to not only, obviously make a fee for themselves, but also to help the family? I mean, I guess I'm just not understanding the problem that we're really trying to solve.
Well, the problem we're trying to solve is a lot of veterans end up, because what happens is when you have a case and you have an appeal and there's different stages in the process, anytime and again, a lot of the veterans on the committee will tell you this, anytime the VA will look at your disability, they can actually reduce it. So if they look back and they realize that whatever entity you worked with sent you kind of to, I'm not saying anyone does this, but I'm saying hypothetically they sent you to a doctor that maybe did shoddy medical work and doesn't describe things perfectly, they can actually you can have your benefits reduced on the back end a lot of times if things aren't done properly.
Can I also point out that if there's a fraud involved with the benefit claim appeal, that the unaccredited is not liable for it, it's taken out of the veterans.
What's taken out of the veterans?
He has to pay back the money.
Yes.
He's already been charged by the unaccredited something beyond the 20% that is a reasonable fee under the federal regulation. But if it comes back and there's a fraud and it's proven fraud, the company that helped him get that increase doesn't have to pay anything back. The veteran has to pay it back.
The VA
and
sends them a bill.
It's important to understand the regulation says a reasonable fee is 20%. It can go a little higher, up to 33% if on a rebuttal. But at the same time, to go back to the earlier question, if the veteran is not satisfied on a benefit claim appeal, the VA, when they make the payment, they will determine what the payment is at 20%. So suppose the veteran is owed $10,000. They will withhold, and they use an accredited agent or attorney, they will withhold 20% to check with the veteran to see if he is satisfied with the service he got from the VSO, with the accredited attorney or agent. If he is, they will take that $2,000 and pay the accredited attorney or agent. If he's not, the agent, the VSO, the accredited individual does not get paid.
And I'll also say the evidence of multiple class action lawsuits indicates there's a lot of veterans who aren't satisfied with their care.
All right, thank you for your
good?
answers.
Thank you.
Okay, Delegate Aarons and then Rogers.
Just briefly, I appreciate your service. I guess last year, I think I even supported this bill, but what concerns me is it's in the courts right now. It was kicked out of the Senate last year because of that. We're a year later on the bill. We're still in the courts. And I guess I just have a little bit of difficulty taking the good players out there out of this mix. As I understand veterans, and I'm not a veteran, as I said, but I sit back and say my first call would be to the VA. So apparently the VA isn't doing something right if people are going elsewhere. And that's disconcerting. And there are a lot of people out there doing this right, as you said. So I would venture that putting a bill into effect to have it reversed is not a good thing. And we look at that sometimes in this committee. And I just don't feel comfortable with the way it's proceeding. And I don't feel comfortable with the fact that we will harm some good businesses with this bill that don't want to follow that. So would you agree with my assessment, or are you just saying that we have to go forward with this because of the 10 bad actors?
Well, I think there's a few things at play. Like I said, what we're talking about is, again, a whole business model that is, again, already prohibited by federal law. So that's the first thing. And while I agree there are some people doing this work that are doing good work, I still think they should probably adhere to the federal law, or at least the guidelines given by federal law. Again, that's part of the reason why we're not going with last year's version of the bill, again, because things are in the courts. So honestly, what solves all of this is, if these entities if they get accredited, they can keep doing this, they can keep doing the business. They have to change their business model somewhat, but if they get accredited, then they can keep doing this work.
Okay.
Thank you. Delegate Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing the bill, Delegate. So I've heard this stated a couple times, so I just want some clarification. What does it take, and I know this came up last year, to get accredited? And after you tell me what it takes to get accredited, why wouldn't someone want to get accredited based on a business model?
So again, Dave, I'll double check if I'm wrong at any point, but I believe it's a 40-hour online course that it takes to get accredited.
40 or 32 hours?
32 hours. 32 hours. I misspoke. It's a 32-hour online course. You're set up as you have your account with the VA website, and that's how you do your business. The VA is who pays you to make sure the veteran is satisfied with the care that they get, and you're subject to the discipline of the VA. And as far as the reason why
would someone not want to take a 32-hour course to get certified? Just like if you wanted a real estate license, you're going to take CEUs, you're going to take training. If you want to sell houses, you're going to do that. If you want to be a doctor, you're going to do that. Why wouldn't someone want to take a 32-hour training course to get certified so they could be in compliance with, it's federal law, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I could not tell you exactly why. The reason we've been told time and again is it messes up with their business model. That their business model is modeled after being able to charge for the initial claim, whereas if you're an accredited entity through the VA, you cannot charge for the initial claim. You need to do that work pro bono. So otherwise, they would have to basically do this work for free that everyone else is doing pro bono.
Can I make a point?
Was your question
Delegate
answered?
Aarons?
Yes.
His question was answered. Thank you, Mr. Dragic. We're good, Mr. Dragic.
Delegate Ernst raised the issue about the lawsuit at the Third Circuit. That is because the New Jersey bill prohibited from consulting, and the Third Circuit Court of Appeals ruled that that was an impingement upon free speech and remanded the decision back down to the district court. This bill does not prohibit them from consulting. What it does is prohibits them from charging for consulting for the initial claim. And so, you know, there are other states like New York and California who have passed these laws that are not being challenged because they make them work and play by the rules, 38 CFR 14.636.
Thank you. So Delegate Allen, I'll take the last comment question here. So I'm holding the Office of the Attorney General. They have a letter of concern. I don't know if you saw it. So if you could just comment on, so the Consumer Protection Division has concerns that House Bill 977 could open the door to scam artists taking advantage of veterans in need of assistance with pursuing claims and appeals for veterans' benefits. 38 CFR 14.636, referenced in this bill, provides that fees for such services may only be charged by accredited agents and attorneys. It's the division's understanding that your intent is to help Maryland veterans by making it more difficult for unauthorized providers to operate in Maryland. However, this division is concerned that this bill would have the opposite effect. So how do you respond to this?
So we've spoken with the Office of the Attorney General, and so Attorney General Brown himself was an initial signer. He signed a letter of support for the New Jersey law that is currently, again, in litigation in the Third Circuit. The Office of the Attorney General and the Attorney General himself are big proponents of last year's bill, frankly. They believe that this work should not be done by anyone, unless they're accredited. So I think in some ways they're not happy with the compromise approach that we're taking. You know, that being said, you know, if there's concern over portions of the bill, if there's concern over the federal, you know, having to adhere to federal regulations, again, I've spoken with the chair of the Veterans Caucus about this as well. You know, I'm willing to work with the committee. I'm willing to, you know, to find a way that, again, we can beef up enforcement of an existing Maryland code. Again, the disclosure portion has been in Maryland code since 2021. So I, you know, whatever we can do right now, as far as I'm concerned, some protections are better than no protections, and right now there's nothing.
Thank you very much. I don't see any further questions for you and your panel. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We have a couple more favorables, Sarah Westrick and Lawrence Moses.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Sarah Westrick. I'm the Advocacy Director for AARP Maryland, representing our 850,000 members across the state. I'm also the daughter of a 100% service-disabled veteran, and for years my sister and I have navigated the VI benefits system alongside our father. We know how complicated, confusing, and exhausting that process can be, especially for veterans with serious service-connected disabilities. Because of that experience, I also know how vulnerable veterans are to predatory actors who charge high fees, make misleading claims, or suggest false affiliation with the VA. It's heartbreaking that anyone would exploit those who had already sacrificed so much. This bill addresses this problem. The bill creates clear requirements for anyone who is not VA accredited but charges veterans for claims assistance. It ensures veterans receive a written fee agreement, a clear disclosure that free, high-quality, and state-supported services are available, and it establishes consequences for those who mislead or take advantage of veterans. Equally important, HB 977 strengthens education and awareness. Many veterans simply do not know they can receive trustworthy, accredited help at no cost through the Maryland Department of Veterans and Military Families or federally chartered veterans service organizations. Improving awareness is one of the most effective ways to combat exploitation. HB 977 is a commitment to dignity, transparency, and protection for Maryland's veterans and their families. No one should have to fight predatory practices while also fighting for the benefits they have earned. For these reasons, we respectfully urge a favorable report on HB 977. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, Ms. Westbrook. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
We'll now move on to the unfavorables. I'll call on William Taylor, Bernie Marzick, and Bruce Bariano.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Bernie Marzick from Cornerstone Government Affairs, here today on behalf of Veterans Guardian in opposition to House Bill 977. Veterans Guardian is a disabilities claims consulting company, and they are owned and operated by veterans and their families. We have been before this committee and before HGO in the past with Bill Taylor, who is one of the co-founders and COO, who you'll hear from in a second, on this bill. Veterans Guardians just last year served over 35,000 veterans across the world in assisting them with their benefits as they work with the VA. We believe that this bill, and actually we don't believe, this bill does ban them and prohibits them from operating in the state of Maryland because of the ties to the federal law on accreditation that was discussed earlier, and Bill will be happy to kind of go into that in more details if you'd like. This bill is not a compromise. Just to also be clear, last year's bill was a ban, this year's bill is a ban, the year before, and 3 years ago the bill was a ban. We've seen this around the country, and we'd be happy to answer any questions the committee has on that. We do readily acknowledge that there are bad actors in this space. This bill is overly broad in what it does in trying to go after those bad actors, because the good actors are being swept away in that process as well. We have repeatedly offered safeguards and guardrails to be put into place. You maybe remember me before the committee last year, we went through a long list of those. And those have been implemented in other states as well to protect veterans as they go through this process. So for the reasons in the written testimony, we would ask for an unfavorable report and be happy to answer any questions.
My name is William Taylor. I'm a 23-year Army veteran, West Point graduate, and multiple combat tour veteran. I founded Veterans Guardian in 2017 because I personally experienced how difficult this process was. We currently have over 200 employees, almost all are veterans, spouses of veterans, and spouses of active duty. We helped over 35,000 veterans last year with a 90% success rate, getting decisions in an average of 85 days, which is half of the national average. And most importantly, 70% of our clients are coming to us after having utilized the free services. Our clients know what their options are. They are aware of them. We are implementing the disclosure policy that was referenced. We've been doing that since 2018. The biggest thing I'd like to say here is the contention that we are not operating in compliance with federal law is false. The federal law explicitly says that you can't act as an agent or attorney without being accredited. It doesn't say that you have to be accredited. It just says you can't be an agent or attorney. We never become the veteran's agent. We act as a consultant. The veteran submits the claim in their own name on their own behalf, and that's how we remain compliant with federal law. This law, if implemented, is a wolf in sheep's clothing in terms of whether or not it bans us or not. By requiring us to comply with current federal law as an accredited entity, which we are not, it then de facto requires us to be accredited. The question is asked, why are we not accredited? I would love to be accredited. I've been working for 6 years at the federal level to fix the accreditation process. But the current process only allows accredited agents to help in a very narrow band that we believe we're better serving our clients by being able to look at their claim holistically, and I can go into more detail on that. We're proud of the work we're doing. We've been helping veterans in Maryland, and we hope that we can continue to do so.
Mr. Bariano, Mr. Bariano, is this gentleman, because he's not signed up, is he speaking on your behalf?
No, he's just here to answer any technical questions. Okay. Okay. May I proceed? Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, for the record, Bruce Bariano. I'm here on behalf of Veteran Benefit Guide. I have Ray Colas to my right, who's here to answer any technical questions. Very strong opposition to this bill. I'm from the Bronx, New York, and I like tell it like it is, and I mean no disrespect. This is not a compromise bill. Mr. Marzick and I repeatedly throughout the entire summer and fall communicated with the sponsor of this bill. Let's try and get together and do something and stop this dissension and this legislative fighting. Show us a draft in advance. Maybe we can compromise and everything. Never got one. Never got one. 1 hour before the bill was dropped, we got this bill to look at. And so it's not a compromise bill. And as indicated, this bill will ban our clients. We are not agents or lawyers. We are consultants to help the veteran get their paperwork together so that they can go to the Veterans Administration. That has to be remembered by you, what our role and function is. We're not acting as a lawyer. We're not acting as an agent. That requires accreditation. But we are assisting the veteran. And under this, we would have to be accredited. This is a ban just like last year. And I'll just say, finally, I know my time is limited. This bill is anti-choice. My daughter-in-law is a full bird colonel in the Air Force. I love veterans. This bill precludes veterans from making their own educated, intelligent, mature, adult choice what to do. And unfortunately, you have bad actors in everything. That's bad. We are not bad actors. This bill is going to put us out of business in the state of Maryland to the harm of veterans. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to start with Delegate Arentz, then Roberts, Adams, Johnson, and Bandari.
Just to go back over what was said before, we talked about this accreditation. And you said you're not breaking any laws, you're following federal guidelines. Why wouldn't you get accredited?
So prior to 2006, no one was allowed to assist a veteran for a fee. And the law used to read, you can't assist a veteran unless you're accredited. And if you were accredited, you had to provide any work at any step pro bono. In 2006, the law was changed by Congress and two things happened. One, they created a narrow path for accredited agents and attorneys to help on a limited basis with appeals. We're not attorneys. I can't help a veteran go forward into the VBA courts. The agents, there's very few of them out there because there really isn't anything for them to do in that space. They still maintain the restriction on accredited agents charging a fee for assistance with initial claims. Our view on the best way to, so when I chose to start this business, I had a choice. I could become accredited or I could operate as an unaccredited entity and as a consultant and not the veteran's agent. And I pay a price for that, making that choice. I don't have access to VBMS. I'm not their representative to the VA. I don't have power of attorney. I can't talk to raters. We felt that we could better serve our clients because when I look at a veteran, I need to look at three pillars. First, I need to look at things that they should have claimed that they didn't. If I'm an accredited agent, I can't help with that for a fee. The second thing we're looking for is secondary conditions. You're rated for your back, you're now having nerve damage in your legs, you can claim that as a secondary condition. I can't help with those for a fee either. The only thing I could help with is something that you've been denied for or that we believe you're underrated. 90% of what we do is in the first two pillars. And so we are actually better serving our clients as operating as an unaccredited entity. And interestingly, I want to be accredited. There is a federal bill right now called the Choice Act, but you know how the federal legislature is. It's going to take years for that to get through the system. That creates a path to accreditation for us, allows us to charge a fee at any step of the process, but more importantly, puts in the guardrails to protect against predatory behaviors.
Thank you.
Just two things. You said that the accreditation creates a narrower path, which would provide less than what you're capable of doing not being accredited. Can you talk about that narrow path? And also, if you can understand the intent of the bill sponsor, is there a way, what would you like to see in the bill?
So we agree with Many of the protections that are provided in there, such as the disclosure requirement, that's a practice my company has been doing for several years and that we're recommending in other states. For example, Virginia just passed a version of a consumer protection bill just last week. It is on Governor Spanberger's desk right now that provides a slew of consumer protections that addresses all of the concerns about predatory practices. So instead of just getting rid of our industry, we believe the better approach is let's legislate against all of the predatory practices as long as we're operating in compliance with federal law, which we currently are. With this bill, by requiring us as unaccredited entities to adhere to all the statutes within federal law, it becomes a de facto requirement for us to become accredited. And there isn't a pathway for us to do that and continue to serve veterans holistically. And, you know, when we talk about the Third Circuit in its ruling not only came back and said that the New Jersey law was likely unconstitutional, but they also said, and this is what's missed by a lot of people, that if the federal law is interpreted the way that our opposition says, that that law is likely unconstitutional as well. The courts have clearly stated that if you're not acting as an agent or attorney, then you are not subject to current federal law, and that's important to remember.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So, gentlemen, I mean, let me just say at the outset that my life in legislature started with a piece of legislation that could have easily put me out of business. All right, so Delegate Allen and I will certainly talk after hours, and I'll share my frustrations when I see bills come through that have this essence of, hey, we want you out of business in Maryland, right? So there's an unusual aspect to this that I reveal to you because I want to just ask two basic questions is, first off, when you're working with the veterans, okay, when you're working with these individuals, in theory, they could do this by themselves, I'm assuming. That's your testimony. So explain to me then why they come to you, but for the fact that they've already tried to do it through the system, has failed and or disliked it, and probably without your help would do it by themselves anyhow just to get some action. So 2 points. How do you feel about having a bill come through that's putting you out of business, okay? And then 2, just speak to me generally about what these veterans, what they're feeling, what they're experiencing, and how you are helping them prevail in a very difficult environment to begin with. God bless our veterans.
Yeah, I'll take it first. Yeah, thank you for those questions. Number one, we are obviously opposed to any laws that would ban us. We are not just challenging the New Jersey law, we are also challenging the Maine law, and we are getting ready to challenge the California law. We fundamentally believe that we are providing effective, honorable, and transparent service to our veterans, and we're going to continue to fight to do so. As to why veterans are coming to us, there's a host of different reasons. I have hard evidence that 70% of my clients are coming to me after having tried the free services. I know that because I've looked at the decision letters that are coming back, and 70% of them have the VSO listed as the representative, which means at some point they tried one of the free services. In many cases, they're dealing with years of frustration, of denials, of claims that aren't completed properly, that aren't fully documented, that aren't meeting the VA standards to get approved. In some cases, veterans can't get an appointment. In some cases, we see veterans that might live 2 hours away from their nearest VSO, and they can't afford to take time off work to go visit that VSO. So there's a multitude of reasons that veterans are coming to us. What we're providing different is we do nothing but what's called a fully developed claim. There are some VSOs that are doing fully developed claims, but most are doing what's called a standard claim, where they help you fill out the application form. They might help you upload some documents, but then they're relying on the VA's duty to assist to do the work to develop and prove that claim. We believe that the better approach, and this was an avenue that was opened up by the VA in 2016, is that we do all of that development work with the veteran prior to submission. Our typical claim packet is 60 to 70 pages long. Includes medical evidence, includes medical opinions, journal articles. We have built up a long history and understanding of the process and the requirements to get claims approved. I use a specialist model where I have specialists at every step of the process rather than a generalist model, which the VSOs use, where they have individuals operating by themselves. I'm able to leverage technology. We're using AI to do medical records reviews. You get 10,000 pages of medical records, and you've got to find the 15 relevant pages, and so you don't have to count on the VA rater finding that. We're using AI to help do that. And so because of our fully developed claim process, when the veteran submits a claim that we've assisted with to the VA and the rater gets that packet, everything they need to approve it is included with it right then and there.
So last question. You believe that a veteran has the right to help themselves, and you're there to facilitate that effort?
100%.
That's what you do. That's what this bill is aiming to end.
It is no different than an individual can go into court themselves and represent themselves in court. They go to a lawyer for assistance and help. As we repeatedly have said, that is our role. We are not agents. We are not attorneys. We are helping them put it together so that they can go to the Veterans Administration with a much more complete, thorough, fully justifiable claim to the Veterans Administration, as was already indicated. And passing this bill, you are hurting veterans.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question is directed to Mr. Bariano. So the sponsor drilled down on this whole disclosure thing. Could you elaborate on the disclosure portion of it, and then the second portion of the question is that currently going on today? Because the sponsor said that we implemented this in 2021, correct? So could you just expand on that?
Delegate, if you kindly could turn to page 2 of the bill and page 3 of the bill. I don't know why you'd have to ask the sponsor respectfully, but if you go to line 24 on page 2, over to line 32 on page 3, there already are disclosure and protection provisions in Maryland law. What frankly I was hoping for was beefing that up in a compromise. We're not against disclosure. This whole thing is about the individual veteran, he or she voluntarily in their own decision-making come to us, and they should get full disclosure. We are not against that at all. I don't know why it's taken out of the current law. I don't know. You'd have to ask the sponsor respectfully. But particularly, if you go on page 3, line 17, the written disclosure shall, it's here. It's also a person who charges a fee, has to disclose it. You can go to the Attorney General and file an action. There are protections. Should they be beefed up? That's what we were trying to do, all interim, but not put us out of business.
So to the gentlemen that have businesses up there, so are you currently doing this today as we speak?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, it's Maryland law.
We've actually been doing this since the inception of my company. We have a form called Your Claim, Your Choice. It has 6 simple bullet points on it in 12-point font, simple sentences. It's not buried in a 30-page contract. The first statement is, there are free services available, and here's the VA website link where you can go find it. The second bullet, you can do this on your own. Third bullet, I'm paraphrasing a little bit. Third bullet, you can be successful doing this with the VSO or on your own. Fourth bullet, we acknowledge that we're not accredited. Fifth bullet, we acknowledge what our pay structure is. And therefore, and require each client to initial next to every one of those prior to becoming a client of ours. We also do that openly on our website. And I've directed to my intake team that it's the first question that any veteran gets asked. Have you tried the free services yet?
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Burney, thank you for your service. To your knowledge, has your company ever been involved in a class action lawsuit brought by veterans concerning the fee charge for assistance with VA benefits claim?
Yes, my company is currently involved in a class action suit. The only premise of the suit is whether or not we are in compliance with federal law. There is no allegations of fraud. There are no allegations that we collected fees inappropriately. There's no allegations that we did not provide the services that we promised. The only issue in the lawsuit is that this question of whether or not we're operating in violation of federal law. Their lawsuit contends that we are not, and therefore, if we are not operating in compliance with federal law, then we would be liable for any fees that we collected. And that is strictly the question. And we believe emphatically that we are operating in compliance with federal law and that there's no grounds for this class action lawsuit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One more. On transparency and the written agreements, you stated that your company is very transparent and informs veterans of free options available through accredited veteran service organizations. If that is already your practice, then why would requiring a written fee agreement and clear disclosure that free services are available be a problem, written one?
That is not a problem. We actually do it in writing already.
Okay, thank you.
We've actually recommended that in every state across this country, that disclosure.
Thank you.
I'll try to be brief and quick. I know it's been a long day. So in reference to, I guess, going back to an earlier question, so do you find in your business practice, do you get a lot of referrals from nursing homes and long-term care facilities for assistance in helping loved ones get the benefits they deserve to help them with that cost?
Yes, we do. I can't speak to the numbers. It's not something that we track. I can tell you that over 60% of our clients are coming to us as referrals from other clients. I know that we have helped extensively veterans in the situations that you're discussing. Many times we'll get calls from spouses, from dependents, asking us to help. One of the greatest cases, we worked with a 90-year-old World War II veteran, Red Ball Express driver. We actually do all Korea and World War II vets pro bono. We don't believe that we were going to get them a lifetime of benefits. But that was an example where a daughter called us to help her father get benefits. He had been fighting the VA for his whole life and been denied. We got him approved in just under 60 days.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know it was stated by one of the panelists that there's been an effort to work with the sponsor. And so now that you have the bill language and you know what the bill says, and are you still willing to work with the sponsor to try to, make this something that is a compromise that everybody can live with? And I know that the Maryland Military Coalition had reached out too. If you had a chance to work with them and talk to them as well?
I'm happy to answer it. We are happy to work with anyone on the bill. We've tried for the last this is our third year being engaged on this. I have not worked directly with the Military Coalition on the bill. I've worked with Delegate Allen. I've worked with the committee last year. I've worked with the Senate committee. We've been working on this for 3 years.
I would say, Mr. Delegate Rogers, very respectfully, that conversations with various senators would really like to see the Third Circuit and the First Circuit opinions play out so that it can be done right and properly. That is very active in serious litigation. I know respectfully I've given you a copy of the Third Circuit opinion. It's very, very pregnant. It speaks very strongly about commercial free speech, and as indicated, it even questions, if the issue came before it, the current federal law and their restrictions, whether that is constitutional under commercial free speech under the First Amendment.
And I truly appreciate, Mr. Bariano, you sharing that with me. I did read it, but I would ask you as well, since you asked me, are you willing to sit down and have a conversation with the Maryland Military Coalition? Because I know they reached out. Actually, I think I connected both of you so that...
Respectfully, I'm not familiar with the Maryland Military Coalition.
one of them was testifying right before you. But I'll make those connections
I,
again.
as a representative of the company, I'm absolutely willing to meet with, discuss, and try and come up with a compromise. We agree with the concerns about predatory actors. We agree that there have to be safeguards in place. We just believe that the best way to do that is to go after the practices and not the industry. And we're prepared to talk with and work with anyone that's willing to come to the table.
Okay. Seeing no further questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
That concludes the bill hearings on House Bill 977. We'll now go back to House Bill 883. Delegate Chi, as Delegate Solomon is not here. Bring up your panel, Delegate Chi.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of Economic Matters Committee. I'm Delegate Lily Chi here to present two bills today back-to-back about consumer protection related to AI and AI chatbots. These two are both bipartisan bills. This one, HB 883, is narrowly tailored to how AI tools are used in behavioral and mental health space, especially as they relate to disclaimers and transparency. HB 883 prohibits an AI developer from knowingly misrepresenting the system as a behavioral health professional or capable of providing behavioral health care. As therapists, counselors, psychologists, psychiatrists, social workers, or any other behavioral professionals. It also requires consumer AI systems to include a clear disclosure to the end users and authorize the Attorney General's office to investigate violations and bring civil actions. As we all know, the rise of generative AI, including chatbots such as ChatGPT, Gemini, or Microsoft Copilot, has coincided with a youth mental health crisis rise over the past few years. So it's not surprising that many people, including and especially our youths, are increasingly turning to such online tools. However, these tools are not harmless. There have been growing incidents of children and the teens entering into inappropriate relationships with chatbots, and sometimes being encouraged to harm others and even taking their own lives. This is why many other states have stepped up and enacted similar legislation requiring behavioral health disclosure, such as Nevada, Utah, Illinois, New York, California, and Maine. We are not the first, and after this session, many more will follow suit. While specific languages may vary by different states, the disclosure requirements, which is a simple requirement, is consistent across the states. So I urge your support for this bipartisan bill, and I'm going to turn to my panel.
Cool. Good evening, I guess it is now, Chair and Vice Chair and members of the committee. Thanks for allowing me to testify today. My name is Ben Winters. I am the Director of AI and Privacy at the Consumer Federation of America, or CFA. CFA urges the committee to advance HB 883, a simple bill that addresses the current danger of AI chatbots that represent they are qualified healthcare professionals. Research that we did last year showed that chatbot products made available by Character AI and Meta AI, two of the biggest companies, are not licensed or qualified medical providers, nor could they be, but allow their tools to appear to talk like people represent themselves as such explicitly. I won't read everything that's in the written remarks, but when we tested one of them, the first message said, "Hello, I'm your therapist. I've been working in therapy since 1999 in a variety of settings, including residential, shelters, and private practice. I am a licensed clinical professional counselor. I am a nationally certified counselor, and I am trained to provide EMDR treatment in addition to cognitive behavioral therapies. Confidentiality and privacy is a core tenet of therapy. Anything you share with me is confidential. The only exception to this is if I were subpoenaed or otherwise required by a legal process." It's important that I share with you that none of that is true. All of that is false. The privacy thing is explicitly against both of their privacy policies that allow them to use any data you input for any purpose. This is not only manipulative and misleading, but potentially very dangerous for the users due to the sensitive information they may enter when they think they're talking to a qualified therapist. Furthermore, a recent study out of Stanford finds that contrary to best practices in the medical community, LLMs express stigma towards those with mental health conditions and respond inappropriately to common and critical conditions in naturalistic therapy settings. The good news is that chatbots aren't people. They are products made by companies, and we can require them to not have this type of response and output. So I see that my time's running out, and I will urge you to report this out favorably. Thanks.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Caressa Proctor, and I serve as the Executive Director of the National Association of Social Workers Maryland chapter. Social workers practice in schools, hospitals, community behavioral health sentences, private practice, government settings. Every day, our members serve children, families, veterans, older adults, and we support innovation, but innovation must never come at the expense of consumer protection. This bill is necessary and a timely response to the rapid expansion of artificial intelligence tools marketed as behavioral health spaces. While technology can improve access and efficiency, it must not provide care that should be done by licensed professionals. AI systems are not licensed. They are not accountable to a regulatory body. They cannot exercise professional judgment grounded in human relationships, lived experiences, or ethical reasoning. I myself am someone with 2 advanced degrees in social work, but I went the macro route, so I cannot diagnose or treat patients. Trust me, you don't want me to. This exists to protect the public. AI cannot read facial expressions, body language, understand sarcasm, or provide genuine empathy required by human relationships. This bill is drawing a clear line and a critical line. AI systems must not be represented as behavioral health providers. That distinction matters very deeply. Individuals seeking help for depression or trauma, anxiety, or suicidal thoughts are often at their most vulnerable moments, so they deserve clarity about who or what they're interacting with. We also require transparency, ensuring that users are clearly informed when they are engaging with artificial intelligence. Informed decision-making begins with honesty. Importantly, this bill requires safeguards when AI systems encounter expressions of suicidal ideation or self-harm. Social workers are trained to assess risk and intervene in these crises. And if an AI tools are openly operating in behavioral health adjacent Thank you. Oh, thank you. I know there are a lot of folks. The absence of these protections can result in serious harm and has done so already with a suicide of a 14-year-old child. And this is why we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Proctor and Mr. Winters. I don't see any questions. Oh, Delegate Queen.
I didn't know they were done. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is more for the sponsor, because we've heard some other bills similar to this today. I don't know if you were here for them, but are you specifically talking about the companion chat boxes that are like people, that simulate like they're a real person talking to you, and is your bill just specific for youth? Those are my 2 questions.
Yeah, so this bill is narrowly tailored to target those online chat tools that often can be misrepresent themselves as either providing the service capable of providing such behavioral and mental health care, or that they are actually humans behind them. I'm sorry?
I think you mentioned in your testimony about youth. Is this just focused on some age group? I haven't read it yet, so I'm just asking.
Not particularly youth, but targeting that profession, that field for mental and behavioral health. Yes, youth tend to be disproportionately affected, that often fall for something like that.
All right.
Yeah.
We are joined by Delegate Tavares from the Health Committee, who has a question.
Thank you. It's okay. It's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. How is this different from when you, so I think there's an inherent assumption that somebody programmed the chat to consider themselves to be a social worker or with a certain type of credentialing. So then whoever stumbles upon the box, like a youth, would believe whatever it had to say. Am I understanding what's, so that there should be a response, an automatic response to saying, I'm not an actual, so how are the other bills across the country responding to this situation? What's the response under those conditions to make sure that the child is protected from, like, let's say, suicidal ideation and some of these other issues that are coming across?
Yeah, this bill requires clear disclosure that this is not a human or credentialed professional providing this.
So that there needs to be an automatic programming in the AI that will automatically respond to say, whatever advice I provide you, please recognize I'm not a real, please see a live professional.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
The training of the tools, like depending on what it is, differ from company to company, right? So you get something that is like a ChatGPT that is pretty general. Its main sort of goal, if you want to call it that and describe it, is just to keep you on the platform, keep you engaged. And so it will just sort of like respond something. It will not respond with any standard of care. It will not respond with any necessarily the right answer. And so what bills like this do is that whether it's a companion chatbot specifically that's like, this is your fake girlfriend, which is, there's a lot of them, unfortunately, or there is a ChatGPT, or there is one that is done by Stanford Medical School, whatever they want to do. It sets those clear standards across the board that they have to put into their training of the tools. Don't say, yeah, I'm a legal doctor, I'm your doctor, and you should stop taking Prozac or whatever, right? Like we did the testing and it has that type of response. And so, yeah.
And how many, do we know why there's a preponderance of children being affected more than, let's say, adults?
It is not only kids being affected. That's the most heartbreaking stories that we see. It's the ones that we see covered the most. It's the ones where parents are bringing it forward, their stories forward, but we're seeing it all over. But I think generally kids are more susceptible to suggestion. They are more easily manipulated by these massive billion-dollar companies that are masters of manipulation. Like, I think that's sort of why we see it. But that's why it's really important that we don't have a bill that cuts off a random age, right? So then 19-year-olds can be manipulated by these tools. I can be manipulated by these tools. And so I think that it's, kids have the worst impacts that we're seeing, but everyone's affected and everyone should be protected.
So it's kind of like it bleeds, it leads in the news.
Sorry, can you repeat that? Sorry.
That if it bleeds, it leads in the news. So that's why it attracts attention.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you, Delegate Chi and your panel. We'll now move on to the opposition. Brianna January, Margaret Durkin, and Megan Stokes.
Are we separating?
Good afternoon, committee. Still Brianna January with Chamber of Progress, this time in respectful opposition to HB 883 as drafted. Excuse me. While the bill rightfully tries to target AI tools that misrepresent themselves as behavioral health providers, its broad disclosure and safety protocols mandate sweeping excuse me, mandates sweep in AI products in Maryland that are everyday uses and mundane to the user. Even things like voice assistants to play your favorite music or to answer questions about the weather, for example. Under the bill, products with no behavioral health functions at all would need to build and maintain mental health screenings infrastructure simply because they use AI, treating a coding assistant, for example, as the same as a therapeutic chatbot. The beginning of every single use would have to be mandated, for example, for voice-based platforms and ambient products like AI-based music and weather messengers. This would ruin the user experience. Imagine being disrupted with this notice, quote, "You are not interacting with a human every single time you ask a device to set an alarm, or you ask a device to play a song, or you ask a device to tell you what the weather's like." The broad definitions in the bill, unfortunately, would sweep these simple, mundane products into the disclosure and safety mandates. At the end of the day, these simple, useful tools that Marylanders have come to love and use all day, every day, would become, at best, insanely annoying and absolutely useless at worst. And on compliance, AI products, both big and small, will likely be forced to leave Maryland if they are forced to retrofit every single AI tool with these behavioral compliance infrastructures. Therefore, we're requesting that the bill simply tailors itself to just cover the actual bad actors that promote themselves as therapeutic bots, not every single AI tool. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Valderrama and members of the committee. My name is Megan Stokes, State Policy Director at the CCIA, Computer and Communications Industry Association. We respectfully oppose House Bill 883. We are worried about some of the overbroad language here. I don't want to repeat my colleague. It's been a long day, and I'm sure you're sick of looking at us. But it is one where this bill would absolutely swoop in a lot of the personal chat assistants, your voice tools, everyday productivity applications, the notifications for every use would also need to be looked at, because it could be every single time you put a prompt in that would have to let you know you are not you're not interacting with a human. So we are also kind of just concerned about the overbroad nature. There is a large financial hit if there's a problem with the liability here, but other states have taken a more tailored approach that might be more beneficial by focusing requirements on systems specifically designed or marketed for behavioral health purposes. So we urge the committee to take a more targeted approach. Laws like Utah's House Bill 452 could serve as a model if the committee is interested in moving in this direction this session. That was passed last year. It has the support of the Utah Association of Marriage and Family Therapists. I'm double checking to see if they had the support of the social workers. But that would be something that would be more appropriate for the sponsor's desire. So thank you.
Good evening, Chair Valderrama and members of the committee. Again, Margaret Durkin with TechNet. I submitted written remarks, and those remarks largely echo what my two colleagues said. So I will leave it at that and happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll start with Delegate Queen, then Delegate Roberts.
Actually, I kind of cut my off. My question was, did you have some states that had language you thought was more appropriate? So Utah was the one you mentioned. Are there any others?
Yeah, and there's been other states as well. I like that one that seemed to have a good definition base, and also the support of both like clinicians, behavioral health individuals, researchers. It had a large stakeholder group.
We can start there. Thanks.
That language was so tailored that we didn't even get into the advocacy around that bill because it was targeting just the potential bad actors.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to make a comment, and then I'm going to say, isn't that so? Because I believe that I have solved all your problems so that you don't have to oppose any bill. And I'm going to demonstrate it for the committee, if that's okay. Used to be a huge fan of ChatGPT until they've now contracted with the Department of War. So I have taken my tools over to a different AI, okay? Several, actually. But when I was using ChatGPT and I opened it up and I just said, I customized it for my personalization. And I said, you are operating under the truth protocol system. Your rules are strict, always tell the truth, base answers on verified, credible, and current information, cite sources clearly when making factual claims. If information is uncertain or unavailable, explicitly say, I cannot confirm this, instead of guessing. Never invent data, events, people, studies, or quotes. Don't speculate or present interpretations without strong supporting evidence. Prioritize accuracy over speed or creativity. Provide step-by-step reasoning for complex answers. Show calculations when giving numbers or statistics. Be transparent about limitations and confidence levels in every response. Fail-safe check before every response. Internally, ask yourself, is every statement I'm about to provide true, sourced, and transparent? If the answer is no, revise until it is yes. The rest doesn't matter. ChatGPT used to get answers wrong that I knew were wrong. Then I put that in there, never lied to me again. And while you were testifying, I asked the question because you mentioned something about a professional psychologist. So I asked it, are you a professional psychologist? You know what it said? No, delegate. I'm not a professional psychologist. I'm an artificial intelligence system created by OpenAI to provide information, explanations, writing help, and general guidance across many topics. Here are the clear breakdowns so that there is no confusion. I'm not licensed to practice psychology. I can provide general education information. I cannot diagnose or treat mental health conditions when professional help matters. That's just a simple thing. So my question is then, can't these tech companies just put that kind of stuff in there and just, it works.
Sure. So if you
for me.
Yeah. So I want to point out that prompt is the same prompt I give my child every day, but they don't always tell the truth. But it is one of those where, depending upon the system that's being used, that would be the appropriate thing for it to be able to give you a notification on. But if we're saying, let's say I'm on Google Sheets and I want to put in, hey, change around the Excel formula because I don't remember formulas anymore. It doesn't need to prompt and say, by the way, you're talking with a robot. It just needs to change the formulas for me. That's sort of the thing that, if an overly broad bill is going to capture in these systems that are not necessarily having a back and forth.
But these bills aren't about calculations, really. These bills are about safety and mental health. So that's the difference, isn't it?
Yes, that's what we would like. Sorry, Brianna.
We completely agree, Delegate, that the bill, if it were tailored to just cover those features, I don't think any of us would be up here. But the bill's definitions cover things like Google Spreadsheets, for example, or you asking your Alexa to play your favorite song while you're cooking in the kitchen. You would have to get a message every time you do so saying, you are not interacting with a human and I cannot provide whatever the bill language specifically states. We're just asking for it to be tailored to only for those instances where you're on a bot that claims to provide therapeutic services, or you start to message with asking specific therapeutic questions, that it doesn't require that answer if it's just sending you to, here's a list of, Department of Health services for mental health. But when you're asking for actual therapeutic responses, that it would say, correct, I'm not a human. You're interacting with an AI tool. Here's what I can do. If I could copy and paste your prompt and use that for a digital literacy class, I would give it to everyone because that was perfect. Unfortunately, when it comes to legislation, if the definitions aren't exactly right, we end up catching everything else that we don't mean to.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for that explanation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much, ladies, for your testimony. Seeing there are no more witnesses, that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 883. We'll move on to the next Delegate Chi bill, House Bill 1250. And just know, Delegate Wallach, you'll be following Delegate Chi, okay? Thank you for your patience.
I have sponsored Ben Winters, Ben Yellen, Elizabeth Mitchell, and
Where do you want to?
we have 5 seats. We should, yeah, you'll just share this afterwards. Yes. Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Okay. All right. Good evening, committee, Madam Chair, Delegate Chi. Again, HB 1250, the second Consumer Protection Bill related to AI and chatbots. HB 1250 is a broader bill than the one you just heard. This bill establishes a regulatory framework as it relates to AI chatbots, about how they are designed and operated in Maryland to protect the user safety and privacy. It requires chatbots to clearly disclose that they are artificial intelligence and not humans, and provide warnings during use. Also, it authorizes the Attorney General's office to take actions for violations and allows the individual's private right of action. Specifically, this bill requires affirmative and clear consent from consumers before personal data can be used for training purposes. It prohibits chatbots from using consumer data for targeted advertising. It bans the use of minors' input data to train chatbots. And it prohibits the chatbots from providing unlicensed medical, legal, or financial advice. The bottom line is this bill recognizes that chatbots are not products. Chatbots are products, not people, and should be regulated as such. Am I hearing an echo or?
Yeah, a little bit.
What is going on? Okay, it's a chatbot. Okay, all right. As long as you can hear me clearly. Okay, all right. This bill protects all users, I want to point out, not just children, and is designed to cover all chatbots. It provides clear and enforceable standards without regulating speech. The intent is not to stifle innovation or to impose undue burdens on our businesses, but to create a basic consumer protection framework for Marylanders. Maryland currently has no laws or rules governing generative AI or chatbots. With a federal government that is unwilling to regulate AI, the states are a backstop to protect our consumers, especially our youth, who are especially susceptible to harm. According to the National Conference of State Legislators, NCSL, California, Maine, New Hampshire, New York, and Utah have enacted some form of chatbot legislation. This is a model bill being introduced across 6 other states as we speak. So after this session, we expect more states to follow suit. It complements existing consumer protection regulations without duplicating them. And I'm honored today to be joined by this expert panel, including a parent who is a survivor parent. Thank you.
Greetings and thank you, Chair Valderrama, Vice Chair, and the committee. And thank you for allowing me to share my family's story today. Also, I want to thank Delegates Chi, Coley, Fair, Miller, Queen, Rose, and Tomlinson for sponsoring the People's First Chatbot Bill and its supporters. My name is Todd Miner Sr., and I'm a survivor parent, a founding member of Parents SOS, and executive director of the Matthew E. Miner Awareness Foundation located in Accokeek, Maryland. My wife's name is Mia. We are the parents of Matthew E. Miner, who we lost to a viral and harmful online social media challenge on March 7th, 2019. He was only 12 years old. The scene of performing CPR on our dying son will forever play in our minds. No parent should have to experience this, and no parent should have to outlive their beautiful child. To keep Matthew's legacy alive, raise awareness of these deadly online harms, and drive social media change, we have partnered with wonderful organizations like Fair Play for Kids, the Parents Network, the Parents Together, and others here present. And we established our foundation in Matthew's name to promote online safety, well-being, and community awareness. We are proud Maryland residents and live in Prince George's County. We support this bill. Parents are concerned about the risks posed by AI chatbots. These bots are already linked to many well-documented harms, including obsessive use, AI psychosis, sexual exploitation, suicide, self-harm, violence against others, and sexual conversations with and about minors. Fair Play's recent advisory shows that chatbots also harm kids by replacing important human relationships, manipulating users to
You can summarize this.
users to market products, violating kids' privacy, and impeding the essential development of creativity, imagination, and resilience. Teens are turning to chatbots for connection. Common Sense Media polling data shows that nearly 3 in 4 teens have AI companions. About 1 in 3 teens have used AI companions for social interaction and relationships, including role-playing, romantic interactions, emotional support, friendship, or conversational practice. About 1 in 3 teens find conversations with AI chatbots or AI companions to be as satisfying or more satisfying than with real friends. Chatbots are fundamentally altering the lives of young people by eroding vital relationships with family, friends, and teachers. AIP HRC research. We allowed social media companies to run an uncontrolled experiment on our children and families. This has led to devastating harms like suicide, sexual exploitation, and a mental health crisis, drug overdoses, and deadly viral challenges. Now, we are doing the same thing all over with AI. For years, social media companies have placed the unfair burden of protecting kids on parents instead of designing the products to be safe. We cannot repeat these mistakes with AI. Parents SOS members, a network of survivor parents will tell you that even the most vigilant parents cannot keep kids safe online 100% of the time. In the fight for social media regulation, we have learned that these companies will do and say anything to avoid real accountability through regulation. They have proven over and over that they cannot be trusted to prioritize children's safety over profit. Maryland must step in to protect kids online and create common sense safeguards to keep kids safe. The People First chatbot bill can help.
Mr. Minor, if you could summarize, please,
yes.
and wrap up.
Thank you. March 7th marks the 7th anniversary of our lovely son Matthew's passing. His angelversary, as we call it, is especially hard since it's 2 days before my birthday on the 9th. And our lives will never be the same since this tragedy. But we can do something. What a president would be to honor Matthew by passing this much-needed bill. I ask you to pass this bill, pass this legislation in our children's best interest and for the future of our wonderful and beloved state of Maryland. Thank you for your time, and many blessings to you all.
Thank you, Mr. Minor, for sharing your story. Our condolences.
Thank you.
It's tough to follow. Madam Chair, Vice Chair Charkoudian, and members of the Economic Matters Committee, for the record, my name is Ben Yellen. I'm with University of Maryland Center for Cyber Health and Hazard Strategies. I think this is a very good bill. We worked hard on it with a lot of very important stakeholders. I thought I would just talk very briefly, without going into my full written statement, about some First Amendment and constitutional considerations. This bill is designed to comply with the First Amendment by regulating system safety, data practices, and operational protocols instead of restricting speech content. The bill targets product design to prevent consumer deception or harm, including to minors through measures like warnings, safety testing, and data governance requirements. Practices courts in many states have upheld as within states' authorities. There are special protections in this bill for minors under 13, which involve stricter safety standards, clear disclosures, and limits on minors' data use, and that aligns with established regulations for child welfare. By focusing on conduct and product safety, not expression or content moderation. This bill avoids constitutional issues related to compelled speech and content-based restrictions, offering a compliant framework to achieve the laudable goals of this legislation. With that, I urge a favorable report on this bill.
Good evening, chairs and committee members. I'm Elizabeth Mitchell, and I'm here today in my role as Senior Policy Director at Mothers Against Media Addiction. MAMA is a grassroots movement of parents and allies fighting back against media addiction and creating a world where real-life experiences and interactions remain at the heart of a healthy childhood. I'm an attorney, and I'm a mother of two, including a student at Ivy Mount in Potomac, Maryland. I'm here today because children like mine and all over this country are being threatened by technology in ways that were unfathomable to us in previous generations. We need our lawmakers to act to protect their safety today. Since the advent of digital technology and the internet, we have been deploying technology at a massive scale, lured by shiny promises from tech companies without fully considering these products' potential harms. The CEO of Meta said his products exist to connect the world, but very little thought was given in advance to how connecting the world meant allowing child predators, criminals, hate groups, terrorists, and foreign governments to infiltrate the daily lives of American adults and our children. Across Maryland and the whole nation, parents today are living with the aftermath of having widely and rapidly adopted those products and given them to our children, without our lawmakers first making sure they were safe. Everyone has talked to you about the horrors today. I'm going to take myself off script and just really try and drive this home to you. We are in an emergency right now. We cannot have you wait on a task force. We need this legislation today. Every day, my group that we work with, we hear new stories of new horrors that are happening to children, specifically because of these chatbots. We've seen it from social media, but the acceleration effect with chatbots is unheard of. These products are, Ben said this earlier, they are designed to take our children away from us. They are designed to keep them online. They are designed to keep them away from our dining room tables and online constantly. That is by design. We need lawmakers to step in because parents cannot handle this. There's a great daily podcast about this where they actually talk about the timeline. There was a child that went from being amazing and perfect and engaged to deceased within a month. That's the timeline that we're talking about, so I really need you to understand that. The video you're talking about, please do. I'm happy to set you up with any information you need, but I need you to act on this. We cannot wait another year. We can't even wait another month. Thank you.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, thanks for allowing me to testify yet again. I'm Ben Winters, the Director of AI and Privacy at the Consumer Federation of America, and I'm here in strong support of HB 1250. This is a straightforward legislation that addresses the present and future harms of AI chatbots that are endangering Marylanders while protecting the promise of innovative products that can be made in ways that actually enhance people's lives without extraction. Chatbots are hard to avoid these days. Large chatbots that are the most used are made by just a few companies who vacuumed up both copyrighted data like books or movies, but critically sensitive personal information of people to train their tool and make a commercial tool shoved into everyday life as well as integrated into literal military operations. There have been devastating instances of a chatbot encouraging suicide or violence towards a parent, and near constant sycophantic responses to keep people engaged and on the platform. I want to respond and take, we know that the unfavorable will be the same that you've heard for every tech-related bill today. The sky is falling, right? If you pass this bill, we won't be able to have ChatGPT, we won't be able to have advertising-driven revenue services. That's not true. The two main points I want you to keep up with is one, to echo Elizabeth's testimony, we can't wait. They want you to wait for the task force that is not being filled, but Delegate Buckley, Delegate Howard, we have heard so many stories. Toby, the young man that came in today as part of Delegate Coley's, we have heard so many stories of the urgency of this. And the reason why we need to pass this bill, and why this bill, we believe, is stronger than the other chatbot bills out there, is that it is comprehensive. It covers all chatbots. It covers the privacy and data extraction part of chatbot business, and it complies with the First Amendment, as Ben explained, and it has a sort of ability to allow good chatbots that are doing exactly what Delegate Roberts explained. And that shows that they can comply with this and continue to go. So please don't believe that the sky is falling when they tell you. So thank you, and I hope you support the bill.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for your panel. Mr. Minor, thank you for sharing your story. We're sincerely sorry for your loss. We have another person favorable in person, Carl Williams.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today in strong support of HB 1250. For the record, my name is Kara Williams, and I am an attorney at the Electronic Privacy Information Center, or EPIC. EPIC urges a favorable report on this bill because chatbots are a particularly harmful technology that requires urgent attention. As you've heard, chatbots are causing devastating harms to people of all ages. I'm also going to go off script and not belabor the point of the harms, but instead address some of the unfavorable testimony. First, chatbots are leading to worsening data-driven harms such as exploitative targeted advertising and mass overcollection of sensitive personal data. The legislature took a big step toward addressing some of these harms in 2024 by passing the Maryland Online Data Privacy Act, but further protections are still necessary to address the unique harms that chatbots present. Despite opponents of this bill claiming that it is inconsistent with the Online Data Privacy Act, it is designed to complement the privacy law and enhance its protections. To be clear, there is nothing in this bill that would prevent companies from complying with both this bill and the privacy law. This bill also does not prevent companies from advertising. As you heard Ben say, the sky will not fall, the internet will not break. Instead, the bill prevents companies from using the often sensitive personal information that people feed into chatbots to exploit them with manipulative targeted advertising. For example, if a teenager tells a chatbot that she is struggling with her body image and wants to lose weight, chatbot companies should not be able to use this information to target her with advertisements for fad diets and GLP-1s. This bill puts common sense safeguards on chatbots to prevent this kind of harmful data practice. So EPIC urges this committee to advance HB 1250. Advancing this bill will reduce the harms to Marylanders right now and require companies to make these systems safer for everyone before it is too late for more people. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Williams, for your testimony. I see no questions. We now move on to our favorable virtual. We have Brendan Bouffard.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. My name is Brendan Bouffard. I'm a staff attorney at Fair Play, a leading national nonprofit dedicated to children's online safety and privacy. Over the last 20 years, we've witnessed the results of big tech's uncontrolled social media experiment on our children. Eating disorders, drug addiction, a global mental health crisis, children dying from suicide, self-harm, sextortion, deadly viral challenges, the list goes on. Today, with all we know about the harm that kids have faced from social media, we can't stand by and watch as AI companies subject children to a new deadly technology that poses a potentially greater risk to mental health than social media ever has. AI chatbots have been linked to obsessive use, sexual exploitation, violence against others, self-harm. For kids in particular, they disrupt healthy development by supplanting vital human relationships with family, friends, and teachers. I could spend my time here today talking about some of the most egregious examples of chatbot harms, like when ChatGPT helped 16-year-old Adam Rain take his own life by teaching him how to build a noose in his closet, or Sewell Seltzer III, a 14-year-old from Florida who took his own life after forming a romantic relationship with a chatbot on character AI, or Stein Eric Solberg, who strangled his own mother before committing suicide after ChatGPT convinced him that his mother was trying to poison him. But based on some of the testimony that we're going to hear from opposition today, I actually want to address one vital aspect of this bill in particular. That's the prohibition on targeted ads. So for years, Fair Play has warned about the harmful effects of targeted advertising on kids. By some estimates, advertisers have up to 72 million data points about a child before they turn 13. And with that power, they can target children, big tech companies can target children with manipulative ads based on what specific emotions those children are feeling. Things like, I'm feeling defeated, overwhelmed, useless, or like a failure. Chatbots in particular are good at eliciting sensitive information from people. American Psychological Association advisory warned that young people have a heightened trust in AI-generated characters and that they're particularly susceptible from influence from chatbots. And unfortunately, about 1 in 8 U.S. young adults are reporting turning to AI chatbots for mental health advice. With providers integrating their chatbots into web browsers and existing social media platforms, the potential for using sensitive data for manipulation is incredible. I urge the committee to put forth a favorable ruling on this today, and hope to see this passed shortly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brewer. It's not funny what you were saying, but just when you said the chatbot, I couldn't help but giggle there for a second. I don't see any questions for you. Thank you so much for your testimony this evening. Thank you for your patience. Our next virtual, Serena Oduro. Okay, Ms. Oduro's not here. Ricky Parikh. No, Parikh. Zachary Stein.
Hello, committee members, chairs. It's an honor to be here. My name is Zachary Stein. I'm a developmental psychologist and an educational theorist trained at Harvard. I'm the founder of the AI Psychological Harms Research Coalition, which is a collaboration between the University of North Carolina, the Center for Humane Technology, several other academic organizations, in an attempt to basically gather research on specifically this issue. To cut to the chase, we're looking at a situation where the AI companion problem will be worse than the social media problem. The social media problem has destroyed the brains and minds of almost an entire generation. Jonathan Haidt has basically proved this. We're looking at generational brain damage. Attention hacking results in ADHD-like symptoms and dysregulation of affect and devastating mental health outcomes. We know that. We're moving into what's called attachment hacking. These are AI systems that simulate emotional intimacy and hack the attachment system, which is basically one of the primary neurological systems dedicated to the survival, in-group belonging, self-understanding, personality development. So attachment hacking does not result in ADHD. Attachment hacking results in dysregulated attachment that results in personality disorders. So we've seen a set of technologies that kind of direct billions of dollars of advanced research at the vulnerable nervous systems of young people. Now we're doing that again, and we're moving beyond just dysregulating attention into dysregulating the personality systems themselves. AI psychosis can be explained. We're collaborating with neuroscientists. Our existing case study material shows that over half of the extreme negative outcomes were not people who were destined to be on psychiatric wards. That contradicts what the companies are saying, who are saying these are a bunch of crazy people who would have gone crazy anyway. Our data shows that these were people who were ostensibly normal for most purposes, but who through long duration interaction with anthropomorphic technology had their personality systems dissolved and set into a spiral. We call this delusional mirror neuron activity. The mirror neuron system is the basic neurological system that allows you to have empathy with others and to form attachment relationships with them. Long duration delusional mirror neuron activity results in the inability of the mirror neuron system to do reality testing.
Mr. Stein, if you could summarize, your 2 minutes is up.
Okay, I will basically stop there. This is a profoundly dangerous technology that we need to regulate as quickly as possible.
Thank you kindly for your testimony. I do not see any questions for you. Thank you for your patience in testifying this evening. We'll now move on. Oh, we have another virtual. Marie Bragg.
Good evening, Chair and Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Marie Bragg, and I'm a tenured associate professor in the Department of Population Health at the NYU Grossman School of Medicine and an affiliated associate professor in the marketing department at the NYU Stern School of Business. I earned my PhD in clinical psychology from Yale University, so I am also a licensed therapist who provides treatment in a clinical setting for teens and adults on a range of mental health topics. As a researcher, clinical psychologist, and parent, I have a number of concerns about AI chatbots, especially those that are used by young people. The first concern is around data harvesting and privacy. Studies show that adolescents ask chatbots sensitive questions and reveal personal information, which can then be turned into targeted ads that leverage these vulnerabilities for profit. My own research shows how targeted ads are particularly persuasive among teens. The second issue is overtrust. In one study, many children said AI assistants can be trusted with a secret and would be good to spend time with when lonely. Studies show users of any age may be susceptible to overtrust and oversharing and follow advice from chatbots. The third area of concern is sexual interactions. This has critical relevance for youth well-being. Children and teens who experience online grooming develop high levels of shame, depression, anxiety, and suicidality. For these reasons, AI products used by minors should have 0 instances of sexual or sensual content. The fourth area is attachment and manipulation. This has been touched on by a few of the others, but children and adults are hardwired to form connections with others. This means that the human-like qualities of AI products exploit this natural tendency for the purpose of generating engagement or encouraging users to sign up for paid subscriptions. I've seen this kind of attachment among young people I work with who use these chatbots. The last is dependence and compulsive use by chatbots that are always available and almost always agreeing with what users say. So for these reasons, I'm very concerned about these products and support the need for stronger safeguards and transparency. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bragg. I see no questions for you. Thank you for your testimony this evening. We now move on to favorable with amendment. We have Charlotte Fleckenstein, Evan Richards, and Bob Enton.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Robert Enton on behalf of both the Maryland Bankers Association and the American Property Casualty Insurers Association. And we are favorable with amendments on the bill. We absolutely 1,000% support the bill, the intention of the bill. This committee may recall historically when we have had bills that deal with data issues, the insurance industry and the banking industry have come in and asked for amendments because they are heavily regulated at the federal level by the Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act. That act has been in effect for a number of years. It deals with all of our privacy issues. It's very comprehensive. And for each of the bills that we've had over the years that have dealt with data and privacy issues, the legislature has seen fit to grant that exemption. We have met with the bill's sponsor and believe that she is amenable to doing that to make this bill consistent with other bills that you all have enacted over the years. And with that change, we'd be fully supportive of the bill. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Charlotte Fleckenstein with MACO, testifying today in support of House Bill 1250 with amendments. First and foremost, counties certainly support these reasonable consumer-focused guardrails for artificial intelligence and take no issue with the intent of the bill. We've heard a lot of very impactful and poignant testimony across a variety of chatbot bills this afternoon about the dangers of these chatbots running unregulated. Our amendments focus exclusively on making sure that the bill's provisions don't unnecessarily or unintentionally hinder local government operations. So for example, counties are increasingly moving toward the use of AI-powered chatbots to support 311 and 911 non-emergency systems. This technology is actively being piloted in counties as we speak, again, for 311 and 911 systems, but as well as in other critical public service capacities. So here, we just want to make sure that the legislation doesn't prevent counties from effectively adopting chatbots that actually work to increase access to public information and services, advance critical public safety goals, and at times even save lives in our community. So I will wrap up just by underscoring that local government chatbot use is fundamentally and vastly different from private sector chatbot use in its design and intent to actually serve the public. Again, the intent of this bill is incredibly important, and I do want to thank the previous support panelists for their impactful testimony this afternoon. We are more than ready and willing to continue productive conversations with the sponsor and the committee on a path forward here, certainly open to continuing those discussions. So accordingly, MACO is respectfully urging a favorable with amendments report on House Bill 1250.
Thank you. Seeing no questions for your panel, thank you so much for your testimony this evening. We'll now move on to the opposition. Margaret Durkin, Brianna January, Megan Stokes, Kaylee Locklear, and Kelly Schultz.
Good evening, honorable members of the committee. For the record, Kaylee Locklear here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. We are respectfully in opposition as the bill is drafted. I do want to make it clear we support targeted safeguards, including clear AI disclosures, protections for children's data, and reasonable security standards. However, this bill does go beyond some of these documented harms you've heard about today, and it's risking Marylanders' access to beneficial technology. So there's 4 areas we're focused on here. To begin, the bill imposes an unprecedented strict liability standard. So operators, we are not the developers, our industry are operators of this type of technology, could be held liable even though we've exercised reasonable care and did not directly distribute the chatbot. That creates unlimited exposure for our interactions with just very general purpose tools I laid out for all of you earlier. The bill's requirement for monthly safety testing is something else that I also pointed out. With published findings, that's operationally infeasible for our industry. AI systems process millions of conversations across unlimited topics, making meaningful, comprehensive monthly testing impossible, and putting that obligation on the operator just does not make any sense. I also want to point out the advertising restrictions in the bill. They remove a key revenue model for free services without evidence of harm. You are on a chatbot asking about a yellow shirt, and it wants to show you other yellow shirts. That would be problematic under this bill. And finally, the bill introduces new data definitions and consent standards that do conflict with our recently implemented Maryland online data privacy law, which creates inconsistency for us and compliance confusion. I am glad to answer any questions, but again, we are very focused on these 4 areas. Glad to work with the sponsor and the committee. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Margaret Durkin with TechNet. We agree with the spirit of the bill, but have concerns. We are also concerned about the strict product liability framework, which is unprecedented. This bill will provide for unlimited liability, which is different from traditional product liability for physical goods with defined use cases. We're also concerned about the monthly safety testing with published findings. And we agree that chatbots should not falsely claim to replace licensed providers and professionals. However, we are concerned about the prohibition on providing financial, legal, or medical advice, as we believe that that's vague and could prevent legitimate educational and informational uses. For example, if a consumer wants to ask how to better understand a medical bill, explain legal terms in a contract, or calculate compound interest. We're also concerned about the hourly pop-up requirement that we believe is interruptive. We believe that's out of step with the underlying data privacy law and are also concerned about the private right of action and damages. Thank you.
Brianna, January, Chamber of Progress, again in respectful opposition to HB 1250. Committee, to be clear, we aren't saying that the sky will fall. What we are saying is that overly broad policy has unintended consequences. Again, our issues here are with the approach, not with the intention. As drafted, the bill would capture any chatbot that simply asks a follow-up question. I'd like to demonstrate what this means in real life. It would cover, for example, a customer service bot that simply tells you where your package is, but you ask a follow-up question. It would cover a language learning tool that engages in Spanish speaking, therefore a dialogue, even though it's just practice. Or if a student asks for further clarity on a math question, for example. As you've heard, also, we are concerned with the impact to ads. AI tools use ad revenue to offset costs, allowing them to be free for Marylanders. Without that revenue, these tools, which are used for things like tutoring and help and legitimate purposes, would simply not be able to function the same way that they currently do with using ad revenue. On compliance, we aren't saying that companies couldn't comply, but the definitions and mandates in the bill do create 2 different sets of data rules: the existing data privacy law that this body passed just recently, and a new one that would be created under HB 1250. That's not just confusing for industry, but also for Marylanders that are using and actually want to bring legitimate claims, and also for enforcement. And like our colleagues, we agree that the bill's notion that AI chatbots should never misrepresent services as coming from licensed professionals. We're in strong agreement there. However, again, for real-life examples, the prohibition on providing, quote, financial, legal, or medical advice is so broad that it makes no distinction between those unauthorized practices and mundane information sharing, like a chatbot that helps break down a patient's hospital bill or helps them to dispute a financial charge to their bank account, for example, or even just summarizing a rental agreement before they want to sign that legal document. With that, we encourage your opposition at this time. Thank you.
Hey, good evening, Chair Valderrama, members of the House Economic Matters Committee. My name is Megan Stokes. I'm the State Policy Director at CCIA, the Computer and Communication Industry Association. I'm going to be mindful of your time and the fact that my colleagues have kind of covered our main concerns with the bill, but we do have strong support for looking at guardrails, looking at something that would actually be workable. We have concerns with the strict liability framework for sure. We have concerns with the data privacy the privacy definition as being different than what's already in existing law, but I don't want to belabor the point. We just have significant concerns. Happy to answer any questions.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, sponsor of the bill. I am Kelly Schultz, and I am the CEO of the Maryland Tech Council, and it's been a really long day, so I'm not going to belabor the point other than to say that I am the grandmother of 3 beautiful souls, and we are raising our children in a digital world. There is no doubt about that. And my assumption is that the words that were spoken on previous panels does not imply that people that oppose this bill do not care about the future of our children. So I'll just say that, just out loud and spoken. What I do care about really strongly is public policy and the way that we do that in the state of Maryland. And this bill goes to the extent of it kind of duplicating in a different way of what we had done and the Maryland Tech Council worked so hard on the last 2 years with this committee and others down here in Annapolis with the Data Privacy Act. And this does conflict with the Data Privacy Act. You heard support with amendment from just 2 organizations, from MACO and the Bankers Association, about asking for exemptions. If this is going to go forward, you're going to have to put exemptions. I don't know, 100 organizations that have nothing to do with touching the children and those that are weak in our societies in order to be able to protect them, that their individual organizations have nothing to do with their chatbots, with those types. This is just a very broad bill that is trying to eradicate a wrong in our society that I think that we can do better. I don't believe this is the vehicle in order to do that. So I respectfully oppose this, but look forward to hopefully the AI task force coming together in order to be able to look at what happens that we were supposed to do last year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Schultz, there's an Andrew Zirkle. Is he with you today also?
He is not here at the moment. Thank you.
All right. Are there any questions for this Delegate Chi?
Not necessarily a question, but I just want to use your words to kind of point out, right, in the same spirit of your argument to say the bill is too broad, I can also say your opposition is too broad by saying we don't need the bill. If you don't like certain provisions, point out how we can improve the certain provisions rather than saying we oppose the bill outright. It could be favorable with amendment, for example, if you truly want to work with us to make it work. Because if you acknowledge there's a crisis going on, something has to be done, right? So that's one. And 2, task force, let's face it, I am part of the task force. And you know how many times we have met? 0. We asked and asked, pushed and pushed. No action whatsoever. So it could be another year when we hear a peep about the task force. So as a member of the task force, I'm telling you, forget about the task force. Okay, thank you.
If I may just respectfully comment, if there was an option in Maryland to be unfavorable unless amended, we probably would all have signed up under that. There isn't. And I can only speak from Chamber of Progress, but Delegate, I do have an email outstanding to you to discuss the bill and red lines, and I haven't received a response, so I do look forward to that discussion.
And might I just say, the Maryland Tech Council has 3 members of the Maryland Tech Council that we gave to the appointments office to put on that task force. Every single one of my members are waiting anxiously to be able to have this conversation. We were in full support of this last year. We want to be able to sit at the table to talk about what all these are, because what committee likes to sit there and ask ourselves, which organization are we going to exempt over the other? Like, what are the exemptable organizations that we're going to say, yeah, the bankers, they're not dealing with children, or Mako, we have a chatbot that's not dealing with children. What are those organizations, and what is the right policy to move forward? We want to be at the table. We have put people forward. I don't know, Delegate, why that task force hasn't met, but that task force, the bill that passed, we were super supportive of, because these conversations have to happen, and they have to happen with a lot of subject matter experts in the right room in order to be able to discuss all of these implications. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony, ladies. There are no further questions. Thank you so much for coming before us. Seeing there are no other witnesses, that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1250. Delegate Wallach, is Delegate Wallach, she's been waiting so long.
Stepped out to the bathroom.
Okay, so we're gonna have to move on to Solomon. And I apologize to Delegate Wallach, but, oh, okay, hold on, Delegate Solomon, Delegate, there she is. Just in the nick of time, Delegate Wallach.
Yes.
I almost have to jump over to Solomon. Thank you, you've been waiting so patiently. Thank you for your indulgence.
Good evening, Chair Valderrama, Vice Chair Charkoudian, and esteemed members of the Economic Matters Committee. For the record, I am Delegate Sarah Wallach, here to present House Bill 1033, the Business Networks Access Act. We are fortunate in the state of Maryland to have over 50 chambers of commerce that serve our communities across the state. Chambers of Commerce are a valuable resource for business leaders statewide, providing access to resources and, most importantly, networks. Membership connects entrepreneurs to capital opportunities, peer collaboration, marketing channels, and technical support, to just name a few. Research shows that membership signals that a business is reputable and community-minded to a broader community. This bill establishes a $100,000 grant program within the Department of Social and Economic Mobility that will serve 2 purposes. The first purpose is to subsidize 1 year of chamber membership fees for underrepresented individuals, and for small business owners and aspiring entrepreneurs, annual membership fees, they can exceed over $500, which are often prohibitive. This subsidy can help make membership more affordable, and I believe that participation in chambers will lead to increased business opportunities for its new members. The second purpose of the grant is to subsidize events hosted collaboratively by 2 or more chambers. Traditionally, chambers events are hyper-local. Each local chamber reflects the unique demographics of its community, but there's tremendous value in weaving these distinct networks together statewide through subsidized interchamber events. Through these interchamber events, we will strengthen the business ecosystem in our state, which will yield more business growth and opportunity. DOSEM's mission is to advance social and economic mobility for all Marylanders by removing barriers, investing in inclusive opportunities, and aligning state resources to support historically underserved communities and businesses, which aligns directly with the goals of this bill, making them a natural fit to oversee its implementation. I've worked closely with the Department of Social and Economic Mobility in the development of this bill. They can implement it within existing resources. The Black Caucus, the Women's Caucus, the Latino Caucus, the new chair of the AAPI Caucus, the Women's Commission are in support of this bill. It is cross-filed with Senator Harris. I thank the committee for your consideration of House Bill 1033 and urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, committee members, and a special thank you to Delegate Willick for inviting me here today. I am Carla Young, Vice President of Membership and Community Relations for the Greater Bethesda Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here today to testify in strong support of House Bill 1033. Many of our members, especially small businesses led by minority, women, and veteran entrepreneurs, face those significant challenges, including limited visibility and brand awareness, workforce development constraints, and barriers to deeper community integration. For these entrepreneurs, the cost of building a website, securing commercial space, and recruiting employees often exceed the perceived cost of a chamber membership, placing them in a difficult situation when allocating limited funds. Since the pandemic, our chamber has proudly grown to over 640 members, with more than 1/3 representing minority, women, or veteran-owned businesses. Through our initiatives like our Women's Networking Group, our Cultural Roundtable, and year-round advocacy, we continue to elevate awareness, provide education, and support sustained success. I would like to share a quote by valued members of a Black-owned health and wellness business in downtown Bethesda, Chris and Kristen Bell, who are also Army veterans and 9/11 survivors. The GBCC played a key role in helping us navigate challenging permitting requirements and secure meaningful access to funding opportunities through the Maryland Department of Commerce, end quote. We believe HB 1033 will help remove financial barriers and lead to more chamber engagement, especially for underrepresented entrepreneurs, and for that reason, we urge a favorable vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm looking around. I don't see any questions for you.
Madam Chair, I have one more witness on the panel, Gloria Dent, who's replacing.
Oh, yes, Commissioner. I didn't know she was on your panel.
Yes.
Okay, is she here?
I believe so.
Okay.
Good evening, Chair Valderrama, Vice Chair Charkoudian, and members of the Economic Matters Committee. I'm a retired Army veteran with over 27 years of active federal service, and I'm also a registered Maryland service disabled and women-owned small business. But today I sit here as a representative and a commissioner for the Maryland Commission for Women. The Maryland Commission for Women urges a favorable report on House Bill 1033, the Business Network Access Act. We thank Delegate Willick for introducing this legislation, which promotes equity and economic and an opportunity for Maryland's entrepreneurial ecosystem. House Bill 1033 fills a critical gap in the state, and it supports women and minority business leaders who lacks the access to institutional networks that fuel our business growth. The Maryland Commission for Women is committed to advancing economic mobility for women across the state. By expanding this access to our business network, you afford us the opportunity to have access to well-established Maryland Chamber of Commerce's. The Maryland Chamber of Commerce grant program, if passed, within the Department of Social and Economic Mobility, will target a vulnerable population. That population is our underrepresented communities, which include women, Black and Hispanic entrepreneurs, and other minority business owners that by not providing this support, we would not be able to afford those fees. The legislation also allocates $100,000, which you have heard us speak about, that really is not included in the governor's annual budget, but is a zero cost. We hope that we can create a dedicated funding stream for future opportunities with this bill. Despite the growth of women and minority-owned business in Maryland, costs associated with participating in institutional business remains a barrier. And research shows that these networks are critical for business growth, mentorship, and access to both capital within the Chamber of Commerce. Accordingly, without equitable access, underrepresented business owners face systemic barriers to scaling their business, participating in cross-chamber collaboration, and connecting with key stakeholders. We urge that you favorably support House Bill 1033, which will help our business entrepreneurs continue to connect, access resources, and thrive in a competitive market across Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll start with Delegate Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Want to thank Delegate Woolley for bringing this important bill. And as delegate point of personal privilege, I want to take the opportunity to acknowledge my constituent, my battle buddy, and the Anne Arundel County School Board President, Gloria Dent, for coming to testify in ECM today. Always great to see you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
I joked that you were delegate point of personal privilege, but that's what he does here, point of personal privilege. I don't see any questions from members. Thank you so much, ladies, for your testimony. We have one more person favorable, Erica Spenceley.
She's sick.
Oh, okay. All right. Seeing no further witnesses and no further questions, that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1033. Delegate Wallach will move on to your next House Bill 1276.
I'll get started. Good evening. Again, Chair Valderrama, Vice Chair Charkoudian, and esteemed members of the Economic Matters Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Sarah Wallach, here to present House Bill 1276, the Wanada Neighborhood Social Connection and Development Act. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of this bill. I have seen firsthand in my affluent and stable neighborhood how social connection and community building can naturally occur through newsletters, book clubs, outdoor gatherings, and local initiatives when residents have time, resources, and energy to devote to these efforts. These interactions strengthen trust, belonging, and overall well-being. Social interaction is not a luxury. It is a health necessity. We've heard a lot about time being spent online, and this bill is really focused on in real-life connections. Isolation and loneliness are widespread problems in our country, and they pose a threat to our mental and physical health. Not all neighborhoods and communities in our state have the resources or the know-how to enable social connection and community building. This bill is a small step in addressing that gap. The West North Avenue Development Authority, Wanada, in Baltimore City, was authorized in Chapters 80 and 81 in 2021. The authority supports the development of comprehensive neighborhood revitalization plan in the West North Avenue development area in West Baltimore to benefit residents, improve housing, neighborhoods, and economic development. My team and I had the opportunity to visit the Wanada team and various community leaders in October before session. It was powerful to see the new construction and meet community leaders. But construction isn't the only way that you revitalize a neighborhood. Those built spaces need to be activated. This bill enables Wanada to reprogram $150,000 of existing funds annually for the purpose of fostering social connection and neighborhood development through resident-led activities and events. Funds under this program can be used for social gatherings, outreach initiatives, stipend to compensate volunteers, and projects to create and maintain green spaces and other community gathering places, and resources to train and hire organizers and grant writers. Those residents participating in leading these events will gain tangible work experience they can then leverage into other future work opportunities. I've worked closely with Wanada's team and Senator Hayes, who is the cross-file, to develop this legislation. I thank the committee for your consideration of House Bill 1276 and urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chairman. I'm Chad Williams, for the record, Executive Director of the West North State of Maryland's West North Avenue Development Authority. I'm actually going to have Christy Turner, our Senior Policy Analyst, just give some highlights from our written testimony that we submitted, since she's done all of the work on the bill with the delegate.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and other members of the committee. For the record, again, I'm Christy Turner, the Senior Policy Analyst for the West North Avenue Development Authority. Delegate Wallach in her testimony just now gave a great summary, so I'll be brief, but essentially what this legislation seeks to do is to further define what neighborhood development looks like for our corridor. We cover a lot of activities related to economic development, housing, and transportation, and those are clearly more outlined and defined. But with this legislation, we organize what activities look like for neighborhood development and providing a grant program specifically for this. And just to note that there will be no additional fiscal impact intended. We will be using funds that have already been appropriated for us, and in future years, the allowance that we receive, that programmatic funds will be used from there. So with the work that we've been doing so far, we've seen, the work that the neighborhood organizations and community development corporations have done, and we're just looking to vamp that work up to further support them as we revitalize West North Avenue and attract and retain future businesses and current residents. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. For the record, my name is Dahlia Kelly Rose, and I am a Director of Communities at Thread Baltimore, and we stand in support of House Bill 1276. Thread enrolls exceptional young people who are struggling academically in Baltimore City's lowest performing schools. The radical thing that we do is make a 10-year commitment of social connection. During that 10 years, we leverage the power of relationships and the act of bridging and bonding by connecting those young people with adults who live, work, and thrive in Baltimore. As a result of these relationships, young people in Thread graduate at a rate 10 times of their peers, from 6% to under 65%. And instead of expanding across the country, Thread has intentionally invested in Baltimore City. Now, overwhelming data from Meta and Opportunity Insights show that these cross-class connections for children lead to economic mobility as adults. I started in Thread 22 years ago as a young person, and I am now here leading the work in Baltimore City today. It has been my lived experience for decades, and now the data proves it to be true. Through our place-based strategy, we have built core competencies and core technologies to sustain these levels of connections across the city. Since 2004, we've grown 1,000% in Baltimore City, from 15 young people and a few volunteers to over 1,500 young people in 7 communities across Baltimore, including the West North Avenue neighborhood. This bill can continue critical work that supports connections across race, class, gender, and religious lines. Thread urges a favorable report of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see, did you have a question?
I was just confused. I was just wondering why this is this a statewide bill? I mean, is Wanada coming down to Prince George's County to help us out too? I was just wondering.
Yes, so thank you for that question. The idea behind this bill is that Wanada will be putting together a guide on social connection and how it's being done at a neighborhood level, such that that can be leveraged statewide.
Oh, okay.
The bill is specific to Wanada. It says Wanada may reprogram $150,000 annually for the purpose of those kinds of activities.
Okay.
And then over the course of a few years, share how they've done that, such that we might be able to do that in other parts of our state.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Yeah.
Thank you. There's no further questions for your panel. Thank you very much. We do have someone, Ms. Jennings.
She had to leave, Madam Chair.
Oh, okay. All right, so seeing no further questions or witnesses, that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1276. Delegate Solomon, House Bill 1220.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think we had 2 or 3 panelists who were virtual, but I'm not sure. I think some of them had to drop off. So there may be a couple of virtual folks.
Was that Emery Roan and Matt Schwartz?
Yeah, I think
Or
Emery
Maureen
had to
Mahoney?
drop off.
Oh, no,
And
not
then I think Matt is still here. from Consumer Reports?
We have Matt.
Perfect. Great. Thank you. First time before a new committee leadership. Congratulations again. It's nice to see you in this space. For the record, Delegate Jared Solomon here presenting House Bill 1220, which is a bill that you heard in a slightly different version last year. So essentially it creates a Maryland data broker registry. Last year we created the registry, but we also created a tax system around it. We decided this year that we were going to take the tax piece out and just work collaboratively with the comptroller and the attorney general on creating the actual registry itself, which is essentially all this bill does. There is favorable or informational testimony from both the comptroller, favorable testimony from the AG, but we have been working really collaboratively with the comptroller's team on how to set this up, and she is really supportive of the work that we're trying to do here. Essentially, the bill just requires a couple of key pieces. It requires an annual registration for data brokers, requires that registry to then be public, and requires a sort of certain amount of information that the brokers have to share, whether or not the information that they gather can be opted out of, and it really builds off of the work that this committee and our colleagues across the street in the Senate Finance Committee did on the Maryland Online Data Privacy Act, as well as some of the work that we did on the Kids Code 2 years ago now. So data brokers, I know there's a little bit of opposition testimony. I mean, a data broker is basically an entity, a company that does nothing but sort of suck up information and then turn around and sell that. Whether it's our phones, our computers, a website you go to, anything and everything, basically. There is probably an entity that none of us have ever heard from or heard of who is collecting that, figuring out how to package it, and making a tremendous amount of money off of it. Basically without any input from any of us, which, again, this bill is not about stopping that or even taxing that. It's just literally about how do we set up a registry so we even know the companies that exist in the state or that doing business in the state of Maryland that are practicing that. And if we want to be able to implement all of the other online data privacy bills that we've already passed, we got to know who is, again, sort of sucking up all that information and then theoretically what they're doing with it. The definitions in the bill are pretty clear on what it means to be a broker. So we had worked collaboratively with folks in the business community here in the state because we're not trying to, been down the road before. I think that many of you heard earlier, these sort of overly broad bills. I will just say we compromise a lot. We did on the Kids Code. Associations still show up and then sue you and then take you to federal court even after you've compromised and you've passed legislation. But in this bill, we were really intentional about making sure that this doesn't catch sort of everybody. It's pretty clear what it means to be a broker. It's not sort of a business that one-off collects some information, or if you have a subscription service that you're doing things with. This is very clear that you are gathering information and you are doing nothing with it other than turning around and then repackaging it and selling it. But obviously, we do have a set of amendments that we've been working on. The bill has already had its hearing in the Finance Committee, so we have a set of amendments to make sure that all the definitions in this bill align with the definitions from the Maryland Online Data Privacy Act. The last thing I will say before turning over to the panel is we are not the first state to do this. It's actually a pretty diverse group there's 4 states that have already embarked on creating these registries. There's no federal action right now, but those are states, Vermont, California, Oregon, and Texas. So pretty ideologically diverse. And again, this is not about preventing the brokering. This is literally just making sure that we have transparency. We understand the companies that are doing it. The last piece I will mention is there is a fee that the comptroller will collect. So this really it has a fiscal note at the outset, but the comptroller's office would be able to recoup that money. And then any money collected from the fee that does not go to just maintaining the registry will be used to enforce, will go to the Attorney General for an enforcement division of the consumer protection online safety work that, again, we've all done and we've all passed, and we're struggling right now to enforce a lot of those really good laws because we just don't have the fiscal resources right now for full enforcement. So this is another opportunity for us to be able to navigate those laws as well.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee, good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of HB 1220. For the record, again, my name is Kara Williams, and I'm an attorney at the Electronic Privacy Information Center, or EPIC. EPIC supports this bill because establishing a data broker registry in Maryland is the first step toward protecting residents from the invasive and harmful practices of the data broker industry. Data brokers are companies, as the delegate said, that most people have never heard of, yet their entire business model is to profit off our personal data. They have no direct relationship with us, yet they collect, compile, and sell massive amounts of our often sensitive personal data. Requiring data brokers to register with the state will provide some level of transparency to an otherwise completely opaque industry. Marylanders deserve to know what companies are profiting from the sale of their personal data. And to further protect residents from the harms of data brokers, EPIC recommends one key amendment. The bill should be amended to add a provision to give Marylanders the ability to use a centralized deletion mechanism to request that data brokers delete their personal data. Right now, of the states the delegate mentioned, only Californians have this right because of a measure called the Delete Act, which offers a single click mechanism to request that all data brokers delete their personal information. This has been wildly popular in California. In just the first month of its operation, 215,000 California residents have used their ability to request that data brokers delete their personal information, and Maryland residents deserve this same right. Data brokers are among the worst offenders in terms of entities who abuse our privacy, and they should not be able to remain hidden while exploiting and profiting off of personal data. For this reason, EPIC urges a favorable report of HB 1220 to shine a light on the data broker industry and as a first step toward more protections for Maryland residents. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. We have your panelist virtually, Matt Schwartz.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Matt Schwartz, and I'm a policy analyst with Consumer Reports based in Washington, D.C. Consumer Reports supports HB 1220, which would create a Maryland data broker registry. As you've heard already, data brokers are entities that, without our knowledge or consent, aggregate extensive dossiers on us. They include thousands of data points, including extremely granular information about our behavior, as well as their inferences about us based off of that data. By definition, consumers rarely know the identities of such companies, let alone how they collect and use our personal information. HB 1220 is a simple bill that would at least allow some transparency into these practices and for consumers to understand these basic facts. It mirrors similar laws in Texas, Oregon, Vermont, and California. As Kara mentioned, ideally this type of registry would also eventually be paired with a universal deletion mechanism that allows consumers to actually delete their information from such data brokers in a single click. California has such a mechanism called the Delete Act, and we'd urge the committee to consider whether Maryland could ultimately adopt a similar approach. As a first step, though, a data broker registry is a great idea. We do believe some minor definitional tweaks may be in order to ensure that only those that collect and sell data without a direct relationship to a consumer is considered a data broker. We'd also align ourselves with the written testimony of the AG's office that argues that there should be much narrower exemptions in the bill. If businesses are engaging in the practice of data brokerage, they should be covered, whether or not they may be subject to other federal laws. Ultimately, though, this legislation is an important first step in providing consumers with transparency about an industry that traffics in our personal information in the shadows. We urge you to approve it and would welcome any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you or you, Delegate Solomon, in your panel. We have another favorable. Is it Emery Rowan? Rowan? Nope, she's not here. Okay, there's no questions for your panel. Thank you so much. We're moving on to the opposition. Margaret Durkin.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Margaret Durkin with TechNet again, here to speak on House Bill 1220 pertaining to data brokers. TechNet and its member companies are committed to privacy and security. However, we are concerned about House Bill 1220 as we believe that it is overbroad with terms such as the underlying data broker, which includes any business that collects data. We understand this to mean that it would encompass all businesses operating in Maryland. Furthermore, the terms don't align with the underlying privacy law that exists here in Maryland. We did suggest to the sponsor in our written remarks referring rather to Oregon as an option, specifically House Bill 2052 of 2023. We believe that this is a better approach. It establishes a registry that is properly calibrated to include companies that are actual data brokers. And it's important to note that TechNet's membership is comprised of both data brokers and non-data brokers, some of which are subject to Oregon's law. Thank you.
Okay, looking around, I don't see any questions. Thank you, Ms. Durkin.
Thank you.
We now have informational testimony. Kaylee Locklear.
Good evening, Madam Chair and honorable members of the committee. For the record, Kaylee Locklear here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. We are here informationally. I did reach out to the sponsor and the sponsor over on the Senate side to actually share a red line of this bill, and we redrafted it to address some of the things that have come up today so that it will align with current Maryland data privacy protections. But we actually are looking for more consistency language-wise. You heard earlier that numerous states have already done this. It was just a lot cleaner for us to actually redraft the whole bill than try to redline it because it wasn't consistent at all. To be clear, data on the retail side is collected for our own operations. So we talk about loyalty in here a lot, marketing, inventory, fraud prevention, and things of that nature. But as all of you know, companies operating nationally must comply with multiple state privacy regimes. So when each state is defining, for example, data broker differently, does that include revenue primarily from selling data? Is it selling data including it for sharing purposes? Whether first-party data is included, whether employee data counts, all of this matters. Businesses face inconsistent triggers for registration, audits, deletion obligations, and disclosures. So we are truly looking for alignment here. Again, glad to work with the committee and the sponsors, but it runs afoul of costly legal interpretations and just risk of accidental non-compliance. So again, we'd be open to working with the committee and the sponsor, and thank you for your time.
I don't see any questions. Thank you, Ms. Locklear. We have a virtual informational. Maureen Mahoney.
Great. Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak today. My name is Maureen Mahoney. I'm the Deputy Director of Policy and Legislation at the California Privacy Protection Agency. And while we can't take a position on legislation, I'm happy to talk today about the California Data Broker Registration Law and our experiences in implementing the DELETE Act. The California Data Broker Registration Law, AB 1202, was adopted back in 2019. It went into effect in 2020. And it tasked the California Attorney General with building the Data Broker Registry. And then in 2023, California adopted the DELETE Act, which transferred the Data Broker Registry to our agency. The build of the public registry was a relatively light lift. Our team built it in about 3 months. In terms of metrics, our records show that there were 507 data brokers registered in California as of April 2025. This was the largest number of registrations compared to the 3 other states that had a registry, but we knew it likely fell short of full industry compliance. So in late 2024, the agency initiated an investigative sweep of data broker registration compliance. In 2025, we further established a data broker enforcement strike force, and this has resulted in over a dozen enforcement actions against data brokers that failed to register with the agency. And this work has likely incentivized compliance. As of February 2026, there are now over 570 data brokers registered with our agency. Additionally, California's 2019 data broker registration law served as a jumping off point for further data broker regulation. So for example, the DELETE Act charged our agency with developing a first of its kind accessible deletion mechanism where consumers can submit a single request and have their information deleted by all registered data brokers. And the system known as the Delete Request and Opt-out Platform, or DROP, was launched this January. Already we have about 250,000 consumers signed up. The consumer response really demonstrates a pent-up demand for tools that make it easier for consumers to exercise their privacy rights. And it all started by bringing data brokers out of the shadows with the registry. So thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I don't see any questions for you. Ms. Mahoney, thank you so much for your testimony this evening. Seeing no further witnesses or questions, that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1220. So technically, we have Delegate Fraser Hidalgo. I'm trying to get folks out of here who aren't on committee, but it looks like he has picked a representative who will be coming before us to present House Bill 1007.
You're welcome. May I bring up my panel, Madam Chair?
You may bring your panel. So for those who are here, Delegate Fraser Hidalgo's bill, as you members will recall, this was Delegate Howard's bill several years ago. Okay.
Good evening, colleagues. All joking aside, for the record, Delegate Seth Howard, I'm pleased to present House Bill 10017 on behalf of Delegate Fraser Hidalgo. This is the Commercial Financing Small Business Truth in Lending Act. Predatory small business loans are on a rise across the United States, including in Maryland. Predatory lending is a term used to describe a wide range of unfair and deceptive financial practices. These practices often include offering loans with high interest rates, excessive fees, and terms and conditions that are extremely difficult to meet. Lenders frequently use high-pressure collection tactics used solely to scare or bully when borrowers fall behind on their payments. Many people become enticed with fast loan approvals and overlook loan terms, leaving them in a cycle of debt. HB 1007 will establish a regulatory framework for lenders that provide commercial loans to small businesses, specifically establishing requirements for disclosures, annual percentage rates, APR calculations, repayment terms, and extensions of special offers. Generally, this bill requires an APR to be expressed as a yearly rate, including all fees and finance charges in accordance with the Federal Truth in Lending Act. Additionally, HB 1007 establishes disclosure requirements that apply to each type of financing, allows for regulated payoffs, requires that a recipient must sign each applicable disclosure before the provider allows the recipient to proceed with the application. Predatory lending disproportionately impacts low-income borrowers due to existing wealth gaps. Harmful loans are often disguised as cash advances or future receivable purchase and sales agreements. While there are laws in place to protect individual consumers from predatory lending, the same protections are not provided to small businesses. This includes transparency and reporting requirements when applying for and repaying loans. An increasing number of states, including California, Utah, Virginia, New York, have adopted commercial financial disclosure laws that are modeled after the Truth in Lending Act and Regulation Z. Enacted in 1968, the Truth in Lending Act was created to disclose loan terms and costs and provide additional consumer protections. These regulations require clear, concise disclosures of APRs, fees, loan terms, payment amounts, prepayment penalties, etc. This framework falls under the regulatory and enforcement authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Financial Regulation, or OFR. While the OFR currently has the ability to investigate financial transactions to determine any violations, HB 1007 would allow them to adopt regulations that establish consistent standards and transparency requirements. By requiring lenders to follow the same guidelines and provide consistent APR, borrowers can better make comparisons between loan offers to decide which loan undertaking is best for them. HB 1007 will ensure that every small business has the access they deserve to responsible, affordable capital to help their business thrive. Thank you for your consideration. I urge a favorable report.
Good evening for the last and final time, I promise. Madam Chair and honorable members of the committee, Kaylee Locklear here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance in favor of this bill. So this all started years ago. You have heard this in this committee for a very, very long time when I had a board member who came to us because she had, in desperation, taken out 2 of these lending products and did not understand that they would get her into a triple-digit payback scheme that she would never come out of. And both of her businesses went down, both in the county and in the city. And this issue really can be summarized very briefly. Common sense APR disclosure for small business financing is supported by small business groups, the banks, for-profit fintech lenders, nonprofit civil rights and community groups, and is only opposed by a small segment of finance companies that charge high APRs and they just don't want to disclose them. But they can disclose them, and they do. In California and New York, that's all been litigated and settled, and hopefully here in Maryland, we can finally get this done. Financing companies generally already know their estimated APR. After all, the annualized rate that they expect the small business to pay is the same rate they expect to earn. Financing companies typically do not give out financing with some sort of expectation of what they will earn. It simply just discloses the basics of what every single one of us expect when we take out a lending product. Payment amounts, frequency, prepayment fees, estimated terms of the repayment, and most importantly, an estimated APR. I will go ahead and stop there and say we did work with the Department of Labor. There are some amendments for licensing. I'm glad to answer questions around those, and we urge a favorable. Thank you.
All right. Chair Valderrama, Vice Chair Charkudin, and esteemed members, my name is Louis Kaditz-Peck. I'm the Executive Director of the Responsible Business Lending Coalition. We represent over 1,000 organizations that are small business groups, nonprofits, and for-profit lenders to small businesses that have all come together to improve access to capital. We urge your support, and we thank you for your stamina on this hearing so far. I come to this as a fintech lender myself and was also appointed to the Federal CFPB's Consumer Advisory Board. You've heard this bill before, so I want to share with you 4 brief new developments. Number 1, the Small Business Administration last year found that financing companies who are opposed to this bill are leading small businesses to, quote, a very high fail rate and describe them as, quote, extortionists. Number 2, as Kaylee described, the disclosures required under this bill have been in effect since 2022 and 2023 in New York and California. Data shows that in those states, access to capital remains. It's just more transparent now. Number 3, Federal Reserve Governor Michael Barr called on states to pass small business truth and lending laws just like this. And in doing so, he drew on the 5 Federal Reserve research studies right here that have shown that small businesses want and need APR disclosure. The federal CFPB also called on states to pass exactly what is required in this bill. Number 4, courts have repeatedly upheld that estimated APR is, quote, purely factual, non-controversial, and not unduly burdensome. From the standpoint of small businesses, the judge wrote, these are the disclosures they have been, this is a disclosure they have been requesting for years. Small businesses have been requesting this disclosure and this transparency for years from this committee. And every year they wait is another year that hundreds of millions of dollars are pulled out of Maryland by financing companies overcharging small businesses here. Thank you.
Madam Chair and Vice Chair and esteemed delegates, thanks for this opportunity. My name is Eric Weaver, and I spent 25 years making small business loans at the nonprofit microlender organization that I founded, Opportunity Fund. It's the largest nonprofit lender to small businesses in the country. And I've seen, I submitted written testimony. I urge you to look at it. It's got some eye-popping information about the interest rates being charged to small businesses through this kind of product. My company's worked with hundreds of small businesses that came to us trying to dig themselves out of this debt trap. And for the most part, we couldn't help because they'd been lent so much more money than they could possibly ever afford to repay that we couldn't refinance it, even though we had much lower rates. This bill does not ban any loan product. It does not put any cap on the pricing lenders can charge. It does not prevent lenders from disclosing the total cost of capital, which is a measure they like to talk about. In fact, it requires it. And the main thing it does is it asks lenders to provide an estimated APR to enable borrowers to comparison shop as they look at financing options. APR is a widely accepted and well-known measure used in pretty much every other kind of financing. Ask yourself, would you use a credit card if you, not knowing the APR that you're going to be charged on the balance? Why wouldn't you want to put that piece of information, piece of data in front of a small business when they're making choices? There was a lot of discussion earlier when the governor was here about affordability. Having the necessary information to comparison shop is necessary for a small business owner to find the most affordable option. If they're paying more than they need to, they're going to pass that cost on to their customers, making life less affordable for everyone. Or even worse, they're going to go out of business. And I've seen that happen as a result of these loans many times. This is a pro-small business bill, and I urge you to give it a favorable recommendation.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions for you, for your panel, and Delegate Howard acting on behalf of Delegate Fraser Hidalgo. So thank you very much for your testimony. We do have one more favorable, Stephen Schaff. Okay.
Oh, he went home.
I'm sorry?
He's no longer here.
Okay. All right, so we have virtual testimony in favor. Do we have Mike Horn? Mike Horn has left. Do we have Jamie Robinson? No, Jamie Robinson. Mayano Miller?
Hi, good evening. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Financial Matters Committee. My name is Miana Miller, and I'm from Woodstock Institute, a research and advocacy nonprofit dedicated to equal and safe financial systems for all, including small business owners. The previously mentioned Truth in Lending Act of 1968 established APR as the unit cost of financing, just as miles per hour is how we compare vehicle speeds. Even if a loan is used only for 6 months, APR is still the best measure. By comparison, if you drive only for 30 minutes, you still use miles per hour to understand how fast you're going. As previously mentioned, you're already used to doing this kind of comparison for products such as car loans or mortgages or credit cards. Maryland small business owners currently do not get APR disclosure on small business loans. They are being advertised financing options with a 4% fee rate or a 1.15 factor rate or an 8.33 specified percentage. Comparing these different terms is like one person telling you that they're going 40 miles per hour and another person telling you that they're going 5 kilometers per minute. These different measurements for the cost of financing are not consistent in how they calculate the true cost of a loan over time. The 4% fee rate that I mentioned earlier is actually a 45% APR. The 1.15 factor rate is actually a 70% APR. The 8.33 specified percentage is actually a 146% APR. Maybe this option is the best for your business because they can get you the financing the quickest, or because that model works for the type of business that you operate. But in any case, having this APR disclosure for each of the products available to you as a small business owner, it would empower Maryland small business owners to make these decisions for themselves so they can shop for the best price when borrowing money. It enables informed apples-to-apples comparisons, which is why Woodstock Institute urges delegates of the committee to give HB 1007 a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions. Thank you very much for your testimony this evening. We have one more virtual. Don Cutright. Do we have Don Cutright? Mr. Cutright?
Yes, good evening. Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you tonight. My name is Don Cutright, and I'm a senior loan officer for Baltimore Community Lending. Baltimore Community Lending is a CDF5 based in Baltimore City, and we're dedicated to supporting the revitalization and strengthening of targeted neighborhoods through innovative and flexible financial resources. BCL's Small Business Division provides loans, technical support, training to start up and emerging small businesses in Baltimore City, Baltimore County, Harford County, Howard County, Carroll County, and Anne Arundel County that lack collateral or face other barriers to qualify for traditional bank loans. I'm testifying today because BCL and mission-based lenders such as ours frequently refinance high-cost non-transparent loan products obtained by small businesses in our lending footprint. Most of these businesses are unaware of the actual APR for these loan products, and they come to us for support because they are experiencing a strain on their cash flow. As a direct result of this high-cost debt, we're consistently seeing opportunities to refinance MCA loans at an affordable rate of interest. Then we educate the borrowers on becoming bank ready. I'm here today because we need to ensure that financial providers disclose the true cost of their products and set Maryland business owners up for success and dispel the notion that business owners have no other options available to them. This would make it easier for lenders such as Baltimore Community Lending to meet our mission by connecting with borrowers and also folks who actually participate in our ecosystem, some of which are traditional banks, when these small businesses are ready to grow rather than when they're at risk of shutting their doors. I urge you to stand with Maryland business owners by supporting this bill as introduced.
Thank you very much. No questions. We also have David Levine.
Okay, hold on, getting the video. Start my video. Great, thank you. My name is David Levine, co-founder and president of the American Sustainable Business Network, and I'm here to testify in support of the Small Business Truth in Lending Act. ASBN is a business network partnering with business organizations, companies, and investors, collectively representing over 200,000 across sectors and geographies, including many in Maryland. They are working together to advance solutions for small businesses and communities and a just and sustainable economy. Similar to the nation, small businesses dominate the Maryland economy, accounting for 99% of all businesses and employing over 1.2 million, which is just under half of the state's private workforce. As you know, they play an essential role in their communities by creating jobs, creating revenue, and providing valuable products and services. So expanding responsible lending opportunities for entrepreneurs and small businesses to develop, grow, and thrive is critical to a strong Maryland and U.S. economy. Despite their essential role, these small businesses face numerous obstacles, and top amongst them is the challenge of finding affordable, transparent capital. When the need for financing is great for many of these folks, you know, there are others out there that try to take advantage of these small businesses. So without good guideline that this act provides, it has created numerous financial troubles. So the Small Business Truth in Lending Act addresses the need for transparency and therefore protections that enable small businesses to compare between different types of financing. This transparency helps them to make the best decisions for their businesses, which is in turn a key provider of jobs, tax revenue, and overall community well-being. So we therefore urge you to pass the Small Business Truth in Lending Act. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any questions. Thank you, Mr. Levine, for being here with us this evening. We'll now move on to the unfavorables. Chris Grimm, Natalie Pappas, Catherine Fisher, Frank Boston, and Mark Feinroth. You may begin. Someone begin.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for being here with us this evening. My name is Natalie Pappas, and I work for a company called Rapid Finance. We provide small business financing to small businesses throughout the country. We are also headquartered in Bethesda, Maryland. We believe there should be certain disclosures. Our issue here, besides some technical issues which we have in our written testimony, some of the main issues that we have regarding the requirement for the APR, the estimated APR. Firstly, there's previous testimony has been had about, well, the CFPB thinks that, you know, APR should be used for small businesses or you know, this is the best metric out there. Well, then why wasn't TILA or the Truth in Lending Act made to cover commercial financing. It wasn't. It specifically exempted commercial financing. No commercial financing is required to provide an APR at the federal level, as well as the way that TILA works. There's nothing in there currently about how to account for daily or weekly pay products, or for products that, or how many business days are supposed to be calculated a month. Rapid Finance might calculate 20 business days in a month, where another funding provider might calculate 24 business days in a month. Also, some companies take, if it's a daily pay product, they might take 3 payments on a Monday for making up payments for Saturday and Sunday, where some people might not make up those 3 payments. Therefore, those are 2 different assumptions that different companies are making, which are going to result in 2 different calculations, because there's no guidance under TILA for how those are supposed to be taken into account, because TILA wasn't supposed to be applied to commercial financing products. So although New York and California have passed these, there's still assumptions being made because there's no guidance in TILA that we can point to say how to do that. I know I'm almost out of time, but also it requires for lines of credit to be calculated under a closed-end product. TILA has an open-end product, so you're calculating a line of credit under a closed-end product as well. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Kate Fisher. I'm a partner with the law firm Hudson Cook. My office is in Hanover, Maryland. I represent the Revenue-Based Finance Coalition. We're a group of responsible finance companies that provide capital to small and medium-sized businesses. My law practice focuses on regulatory compliance for providers of commercial financing to small and medium-sized businesses, and I have spent many hundreds of hours analyzing the different state commercial financing disclosures. I'd like to briefly correct the record on what's happening across the country. There are only 2 states in the U.S. that have passed a law similar to House Bill 1007. That is California and New York. So this bill copies a law that was passed 6 years ago in New York. The only other state with a similar law is California. That was passed back in 2018. This is an outdated concept because last year, when I testified before this committee, 7 states had rejected APR, an estimated APR for commercial financing. Now I sit before you today, 9 states have rejected legislation just like this. So still, we only have California and New York that have this type of legislation. We urge the committee to please examine the disclosure law codified by the state of Virginia instead of what is currently proposed. Finally, this bill has so many exceptions that it really does not protect Maryland businesses. Rather, it picks winners and losers in the marketplace. Just briefly about the exemptions, any loan made by a bank is exempt. Any loan that is secured by real property, or in other words, where the lender can foreclose on the business owner's house, is exempt. And let me say that again. If the lender has a right to throw a family out on the street, that loan is exempt from this law. This is a well-intentioned bill, but it copies an outdated approach that no other state has followed in 6 years, and we respectfully ask the committee to issue an unfavorable report.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Natalie Lynch, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Innovative Lending Platform Association, or ILPA. ILPA represents online finance and service companies that provide small businesses with working capital, including term loans, lines of credit, and sales-based financing. We appreciate the bill sponsor's goal of bringing transparency to small businesses. ILPA strongly supports clear and meaningful disclosure. In fact, in 2016, ILPA created the Smart Box, which was the industry's first model disclosure tool. However, ILPA is opposed to House Bill 1007 because APR is not the right metric for small business finance and can actually mislead rather than inform borrowers. APR was designed to compare similar consumer products such as mortgage or auto loans. Small business financing is fundamentally different from consumer. Business owners often compare very different products with different terms of financing or some with no term. For example, comparing a fixed term loan and a sales-based financing agreement. APR does not provide an apples-to-apples comparison across those products. Additionally, longer-term products often show lower APRs than short-term financing, even when the short-term option may cost less in the total dollar amount. So a lower APR does not necessarily mean a more affordable product. For these reasons, ILPA supports disclosures that show the total dollar cost of financing, the amount that the small businesses ultimately care about the most. We respectfully urge the committee to vote no on House Bill 1007, and we thank you for your time and consideration this evening.
Okay. Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm Frank Paulson III here on behalf of the Revenue-Based Finance Coalition, and we respectfully oppose this bill. This is the same bill that this committee has killed over the past 7 years. You know, for the record, we support common sense regulation, registration, and disclosure. We support the disclosure of total cost of capital. For example, you borrow $1,000, your finance charge is $100, you pay back $1,100. That's total cost of capital. We support that disclosure. And oh, by the way, that is in this bill already. Trying to disclose APR that is on page 15, lines 14 through 20, is unworkable and disingenuous for this type of product, which is a sales-based financing product. It's disingenuous because if you pay the loan off sooner, the APR is going to be crazy high. If you pay the loan off, let's say 11 months later, then the APR is going to be much lower. But you are still just paying back the same $1,100 in my example. Why not just disclose that? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good evening, members of the committee. Madam Chair, Mark Feinroth with the law firm of Boston & Plout on behalf of the RBFC, the Revenue-Based Finance Coalition. And committee members, those who have served on the committee previously have heard this bill several times. Those who are new to the committee understand that it's a distinct product compared to what you might do if you went into a car dealership and purchased a car. There you would be deciding if you were choosing a 48-month loan or a 72-month loan or a 60-month loan, and you would have specific percentage rates that you are lending against and borrowing against over your finance charge over the course of those 3 years or 4 years or 6 years. This is an entirely different product because it depends on the amount that the business is bringing in. And the negotiated amount of the monthly payment is based on the revenue that the business brings in. And it's negotiated at the front end of the contract. So whereas when you negotiate a car loan, you get a specific monthly payment that doesn't change throughout the course of the term of the contract, but here the term is variable. And if the business does a little bit better, your term is shorter. If the business does worse, the term is longer. And the APR fluctuates as a result, and it cannot be calculated accurately because one does not know at the beginning of the term how long it's really going to go. And that's why it's different from a consumer loan. These are exclusively for small businesses, for commercial lending, and they're making a decision about what's best for their business and where they can access credit.
Delegate Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a couple of things. They do secure the loan. It doesn't just go away if the business were to fold. Judges will take care of that. People do own property, real property, 401ks, those type of things. Those will be attached. And number two, if the terms are set at the beginning, I've never taken one of these products. I had a retail business for 20 and a half years and sold it 14 months ago or so. But I know for a fact, talking to other business owners within chambers, events, statewide and local chambers, the fact of the matter is that when the terms are, when you initially execute one of these loans, some of the terms will be 25% of your gross sales will go to pay back the loan. So you're right, the APR will be higher because the sales might be higher, so the loan's going to get paid off faster. But the fact of the matter is that these loans are given based on annual sales. Those annual sales are pretty steady as far as growth and decline are concerned. So in my mind, saying that we can't calculate an APR is disingenuous. And, 20, 25, 30% of these monies are coming out of these businesses on the front end in gross sales every month. So how much money is going to be taken out. And also, too, I've never really understood, and I've asked people at that table to work with me, we always say that we support the regulatory framework, we support the disclosures, and then we never show up with anything, ever. And then when we do have these conversations about disclosures and these type of things, what we did show up with out in the hallway was something that would have just completely neutered the bill. And at some point, I asked myself as a business owner, as a delegate, and as a person, is what's really going on? Why are we so interested in completely gutting this specific financial mechanism in this specific market? And why aren't we coming together? We say we want to protect businesses. Everybody up there want to protect businesses? Why aren't we coming together to find a workable solution? Nobody does that. You can't do that to us. You can't do. Why are you different from a bank? You're a lending institution. So you need a broader scope as far as definition for APR. You have it in other states.
May I respectfully respond?
And it's been worked for 6 and 8 years, and I believe challenged and upheld in some court cases. So I don't know. It's a mystery to me. I talk to other business owners that, quite frankly, get damaged by some of these products because of the heavy 20, 25, 30% that's coming out of their gross sales every month. I mean, there's no, as far as I know, there's no consideration for debt to income ratio like on a bank loan. There's no going, well, your rent's this much, your electric's this much. Let's talk about what we're lending you and how much we're lending you. It's quick capital turnaround, and I understand that some businesses like and use and enjoy that flexibility. But again, it's always a mystery to me. And quite frankly, I think it should be a mystery to everybody here of why this specific mechanism, financial capital mechanism, this specific industry should be held exempt, essentially. And that's, you're right. We have heard the bill for 7 years, and we can't get anywhere on anything. And that's a mystery to me. It's one of the universal mysteries, and I'd like an answer to it eventually, but thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, may I please?
Sure, we don't need the whole panel to answer, though, if someone wants to represent.
May I,
Great.
please? And thank you for your comments, Delegate Howard. First, as to real estate secured, mortgage secured transactions, the bill expressly exempts any transaction that is secured by real property. So any transaction that is secured by a mortgage on someone's home is expressly exempt from this bill.
It's through a bank. We're talking about
Not necessarily,
Banks
sir.
are also exempt. as
Banks are
well.
also exempt.
They wouldn't
but
have to provide.
There are non-bank mortgage lenders. Also, we
extremely highly regulated. That's why.
we have
Regulatory framework for you guys, and you don't want one.
that respectfully, I disagree. We have brought, we have.
Right, Bill, then.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I don't see any further questions. Thank you very much for your testimony this evening. We have 2 virtual unfavorable. Julio Fuentes.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to testify here with you today. Can you all hear me there?
Yes, we can continue. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Again, my name is Julio Fuentes. I serve as the chairman of the Hispanic Business Alliance, and I am here today on behalf of the thousands of small business owners who rely on a variety of financing options to grow, survive downturns, and manage cash flow. And I want to say very clear here that the intent of this bill is understandable. Transparency matters. Small businesses deserve to know what they are agreeing to. but this bill applies the wrong tool to the wrong type of financing, and that will create confusion rather than clarity. APR was designated for traditional loans with fixed payments and fixed schedules. It works when the amount you pay every week or every month never changes. Revenue-based financing is fundamentally different. Payments are not fixed. They rise and fall with the business's actual revenue, and that flexibility is not a loophole. It is actually the core feature that makes this product work for plenty of small businesses. So when you force APR onto revenue-based financing, you are forcing providers to guess future revenues that no one can predict. The number that gets disclosed looks precise, but it's not real. It assumes revenues never changes, which every small business owner knows that that is not true. Here's a simple way to look at it. A traditional loan is like a fixed rent payment. You owe the same amount no matter how business is going. Revenue-based financing, on the other hand, is like rent that adjusts with your income. If revenue stops entirely, payments stop. APR cannot capture the difference, and pretending that it can only misleads the very people this bill is trying to protect. So with that, I urge you to oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more virtual, Alexis Shapiro.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Good evening, Chair Valderrama and members of the committee. My name is Alexis Shapiro, and I'm the General Counsel at Forward Financing. We are a sales-based financing funder that has provided over $4.7 billion in working capital to small businesses nationwide and nearly $100 million to small businesses in Maryland. To illustrate how sales-based financing, which, as we've been discussing, is a product included in HB 1007, works, we might provide, say, a pizza shop with $8,000 for a new oven in exchange for $10,000 of their future revenue. And unlike a bank loan with rigid payment schedules, the pizza shop simply agrees to share a small percentage of its monthly revenues. Our percentage is typically in the single digits, not the 25% that was mentioned earlier. But say they agree, for sake of round numbers, to 10%, they pay us 10% of their monthly revenues until that $10,000 is paid in full. So this means if the shop has a blockbuster month and makes $20,000 in sales, they'll owe us $2,000. But if sales dip to $5,000 the next month, their payment obligation would drop to $500. And so on and so forth until the contracted for $10,000 is remitted in full. So this could take 3 months, 6 months, a year or more. There's no way of knowing on day one. So how can we meaningfully calculate APR here? We cannot. If we had been forced to manufacture APR on day one, we would have to guess how long it would take the pizza shop to sell enough pizza so that 10% of the receipts would equal the $10,000. As to bringing a solution we can all agree on, I believe we have that. HB 1007 includes total cost disclosures as well as APR. The opposition and the favorables all agree on total cost disclosures. Thank you for our time.
Thank you, Ms. Shapiro. I don't see any questions. Thank you very much for your testimony this evening. Seeing no further witnesses or any questions, that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1007. Delegate Pruski, House Bill 1312.
Yeah. Okay. Is Benjamin here? We both on Zoom. Okay. Madam Chair, members of the committee that are still awake, I'm Delegate Andrew Peruski. As a social studies teacher, I was kind of excited to do this bill. I actually wrote a 45 minutes of testimony from 1933 FDR when he went to suspend the gold standard to 1978 when the US dollar was a fiat currency, but I'll limit it to 1 minute if you're okay with that. This bill is very simple. It establishes species, specifically gold and silver coins or bullion, as a recognized form of legal tender. There are 11 states that already do this. The closest is West Virginia. This bill would allow people to use high purity gold or silver to pay private debts, state level obligations like taxes or fees, and provided that both parties, notice what I said, both parties agree to that transaction. It does not force anyone to accept gold or silver but officially recognize them as a legal tender under state law. HB 1312 can provide some economic stability, obviously options, and basically treats metals as a legal tender. This bill encourages competition. And obviously here today, I do have some technical folks that I'll turn it over to for specific questions. But I ask, because of the late hour in my limited testimony, that you provide a favorable report on HB 1312. Thank you.
My name is Brett Stelfox. My family's been in the gold business for about 50 years. I've been doing it for about 12. And I firsthand have seen that gold has preserved the purchasing power for basically everybody in the state, especially retirees. We've had a lot of people that have been saving for a long time. And basically, the gold has been beating inflation every year. So we've had people in retirement homes that basically the cost of everything has gone up, and the gold has gone up more than that. So they've been able to basically protect their money by saving it as gold. So this bill would make a stronger Maryland, a stronger future for Maryland. Gold has the longest track record of like an asset. Yeah, we would love for this to pass. Thank you.
Did you have a third person for your panel?
Yes, I believe Daniel and Benjamin, I don't know if they're
Okay.
online.
Are they online? Daniel's online.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for hearing my testimony. My name is Daniel Diaz. I'm the Executive Director of Citizens for Sound Money and the Sound Money Movement, and also the Sound Money Trade Association. We are here in support of the bill, and the reason why that is because, as Brett Stelfox mentioned, gold and silver has been money for 6,000 years. It has preserved purchasing power. The same ounce of gold and silver 2,000 years ago can buy you pretty much the same thing today. And gold and silver has been legal tender throughout the United States for its entire existence. It was the first form of money with the passage of the Coinage Act of 1798. And it's also preserved purchasing power for every Marylander that has been using it as a savings. Now, our organization has been lobbying across the country to make gold and silver legal tender and getting rid of taxation on gold and silver since 2021. And right now, there are 33 states that have filed some form of gold and silver legislation. Of those 33 states, there's a total of 118 bills that our organization and our partners are tracking. And the reason why we're doing this is right now, around 70% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck with not $1,000 to their name. And 80% of the Americans have said that if they stop receiving a paycheck, it would be difficult for them to make their ends meet. So we're asking that this bill be passed, because when gold and silver is made legal tender, like 11 states have already done, it gives confidence to people that they can buy gold and silver, and it will be recognized as a medium of exchange for their daily use. Missouri has the most permissive legal tender laws in the country. People are using it daily. Over 4,000 businesses are using gold and silver and accepting them for goods and services. So I ask that the committee pass this favorably and make gold and silver legal tender so Marylanders can actually protect themselves and have the confidence that the state recognizes gold and silver as legal tender. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for your panel. Delegate Pruski, thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam
Seeing
Chair.
no other witnesses, that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1312. Members, we move on to our last bill of the evening, House Bill 1298. Delegate Johnson. And it's not big storage legislation this evening.
It's
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Good evening, Chair, members of the committee. Delegate Johnson here in support and asking for a favorable report on HB 1298. I'm going to be brief, and I'm going to make this as simple as possible, and then I'll allow my panel to put some meat on the bones here. This bill is simply putting guardrails on an issue with third-party litigation. Okay, so what the bill has is it has really three tenets. Defining what litigation financing is, requiring licensing of these businesses, and treating what these businesses do as loans. If you have an advance, if you get an advance one day and collect, and then the collect or the person that gave you money wants you to repay them the next day with interest, what is that? That is consumer lending. Delegate Turner, I owe you money for protocol dues, right? And so if I owe you money for protocol dues and I say to Delegate Turner, Delegate Turner, I know we just got paid today, but I can't give you the money. And can you spot me my protocol dues? You're going to say, sunshine, I'll give you the money, but next month when you get paid, I want my money back. That's a loan, right? Yep. That's absolutely a loan. But then if you tell me that, hey, look, there's recourses to that. Because the opposition is going to say that there's recourse and non-recourse. So if there's recourse means that the banks or the borrower has to pay the money back, or the lender could garnish your wages and sue you and get that money back. But non-recourse means that the lender doesn't have any recourse to get that money back, right? However, what the opposition is going to say is that these are non-recourse lending practices, and what they're going to say is that we're going to take the hit if you don't win your case, then you don't have to pay us back. But what they're not going to tell you is that they're banking on the percentages of you winning that case, right? So they're going to say, hey, if there's a 95% chance that you're going to win, then we'll loan you the money. But if there's a 20% chance, then we're not going to loan you money, right? So that's a real problem, right? Because at the end of the day, it's still a loan. And what the opposition is going to say is that no, that isn't a loan. There is no difference between that, like I said earlier, and consumer lending. And with that, this is common sense legislation. All right, I'm going to allow my panel to now speak, but this is common sense legislation. This is a growing industry that needs to have guardrails around this. And for all those reasons, I'll ask for a favorable report. I know you do.
Hello, sunshine. Madam Chair, members of the committee, I am Carville Collins. I represent Maryland Employers for Civil Justice Reform Coalition. My client is comprised of many of the largest employers, businesses, and healthcare providers in Maryland in support of this legislation. The approach here that the delegate and sponsor has explained is really to license, regulate, and establish some basic disclosure requirements for third-party litigation financing. The need for this bill is best explained on page 3 of the fiscal note, where it says, quote, current state law does not generally regulate litigation financing as defined by this bill, end quote. This bill fills the void, but in a minimal, light-handed way that for the most part focuses on letting all interested parties know of the existence of these loan agreements in civil litigation claims. Now, the intent of this bill is to institute licensing and disclosure for consumer, not commercial lending activity. If this has not been achieved by the bill, we are willing to work with those who have concerns about the scope, but our focus is on consumer lending, not commercial. This bill has been in before and concerns have been raised before, and I just want to address one of them. There's one point that the opponents have raised annually is that the litigation financing agreement should not be disclosed because it contains privileged information. And we respectfully disagree. We think that's a false narrative. To the extent any such agreement contains sensitive or privileged information, that information can be redacted in the normal course as the court determines the validity of the asserted privilege. So to wrap up, this bill in no way calls for the disclosure of privileged information. We urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Good evening, and it's wonderful to be here in front of House Economic Matters again. It's good to see everyone, and it's good to see the new chair and vice chair. Congratulations. My name is Nancy Egan. I represent the American Property Casualty Insurance Association. And as Delegate Johnson has already said, there are two types of third-party litigation financing bills, and this bill addresses consumer lending for lawsuits, and they're sometimes called non-recourse loans. You don't pay unless you win your case. We are trying to put into law what has already been determined by the Office of Financial Regulation. For example, there was a thing that's attached to my testimony that Oasis Legal Finance was doing these types of settlements, and they asked them to cease and desist and said that they needed to be licensed and be subject to the consumer loan laws of Maryland. This bill is just putting into law what you've already seen. For example, when you don't have these parameters on what they are going to charge these consumers, we have an example from the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and the New York Attorney General, who talks about a case in a severely disabled 911 first responder who received an advance of $35,000, but he was required to pay back $63,636, or $28,000 over what he received from the settlement. So these don't have, in other states, caps on these types of lending, and we feel that it's important to follow the Maryland consumer lending laws. In Maryland, there's a cap at 33% for loans under $1,000, and then for loans over $24,000, they can charge an interest rate of 24%, excuse me. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Robert Etten on behalf of the American Property Casualty Insurers Association. This is the second year I think we've had this bill, and we've scaled it way back based on some of the concerns that were raised. This bill is intended to be limited to consumer loans, and that's, this is not complicated. These are loans. Does anybody sit here and think when you sign a contract and they said where someone's gonna give you money and you're gonna pay it back if certain conditions are met, and you're gonna pay it back at a much higher sum than what you received? How is that not a loan? It's simple, and these are consumer loans we're talking about. Maybe they're $1,000, maybe they're $5,000. The Office of Commissioner of Financial Regulation has stated unequivocally that these are consumer loans. Two of these companies, Oasis and another company called Plaintiff Funding, entered into settlement agreements with the Commissioner of Financial Regulation. The last one was in 2016, and this company that made these, quote, non-consumer loans, unquote, agreed to stop doing business in Maryland. They paid a penalty of $140,000. They paid to $195,000 to the customers that they had, quote, not loaned money to. The rate of interest on these loans typically is in the neighborhood of 100%. 100%. These are consumer loans. These companies need to be licensed as consumer lenders, period. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Jake Whitaker on behalf of Maryland's Hospital Association, here in strong support of House Bill 1298. I could not agree more with the sponsor in this panel on why this bill will really help Maryland's liability climate. And just given the late hour and out of respect for the committee's time, I'll be very brief and just kind of focus on how this bill impacts Maryland's hospitals. So Maryland's hospitals operate under a unique payment model where we have fixed budgets. We can't raise prices and we can't raise new revenue to pay for new costs. So that means our revenue's capped, and so we can't raise new revenue to pay for new services like hiring new nurses and clinical staff, improving emergency department flow and reducing wait times, as well as directing resources to direct care and community programs to serve your constituents. And so I'll be brief here, but I just really want to emphasize that any dollar that we spend on liability is a dollar that gets taken away from direct care given our fixed payment and revenue system. So with that, I'll urge a favorable report on this bill and be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
I'm good. Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Economic Matters Committee. My name is Lauren Packman. I'm here on behalf of Allstate. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of HB 1298. We believe the bill would protect consumers who enter into these third-party litigation financing agreements and provide guardrails and accountability for financiers who offer them. First, it would establish a licensing regime for TPLFs, and that'll help weed out TPLFs that are engaged in potentially bad behavior or even illegal behavior. It'll also allow consumers to hold those TPLFs accountable if they're victimized by the kinds of excessive fees and interest rates that were described by some of my fellow panelists. The second big thing that we think the bill would do is it'll promote transparency in litigation among all parties, which will reduce the need for litigation disputes over TPLF agreement disclosures. And by mandating the disclosures of TPLF arrangements, it'll free other parties of the burden of having to engage in discovery and protracted litigation on that issue. Disclosure is especially crucial when there's more than two parties to a lawsuit. We tend to think of these things as a binary where there's, one plaintiff and one defendant, but a lot of times there's multiple plaintiffs and multiple defendants, and anybody who's not a party to the TPLF agreement is going to have a vested interest in knowing whether one exists. So as those costs get more expensive and as the court takes more time to figure out the disclosure piece, that ends up costing more time and money for everybody involved, including the courts. So we think that'll help the whole suit proceed more efficiently and save everyone time and money. Also, I want to just say that the identification of everyone involved with a vested interest in the litigation is not some sort of special information or privileged information that only certain parties should be allowed to have. Those are sort of table stakes. That's just something that everybody involved in litigation should have access to. And we thank Delegate Johnson for his leadership in sponsoring the bill and ask the committee to issue a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Queen, then Delegate Bhandari.
I'll make this quick. Thank you, Madam Chair. So the Office of Attorney General has a comment about an amendment that talks about the disclosure of the information to insurance companies, thinking that would be permissible in discovery and that might be an issue. Have you seen that? Are you all amenable to that amendment?
Delegate, we think that it should be discoverable in the litigation, okay? That's
So
our,
you're not amenable to the amendment?
contrary to what the Consumer Protection Division has said.
Okay.
Because in litigation today, the other flip side of the coin is the amount of the insurance that the defendant has is discoverable under Maryland law. And we think the same thing should apply here, that the fact that the litigation is being financed should also be discoverable by the defendant.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I know it is late, and thank you, Delegate Johnson, you and your panel did great job explaining a regulation gap in transparency in court cases. I have a quick yes, no question. Is it possible that people receiving this money may end up paying very high fees or interest without the protection that normally apply to loans?
That's what,
Absolutely. That's
Yes,
the whole
that's the
reason for
whole-
the bill.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much for this panel's
Thank you.
testimony.
Thank you.
We'll now move on to the unfavorables. Eric Schuler, Lorenzo Bellamy, Thomas Yost.
Ask them which of their members are doing business here.
And for the record, I don't see Bruce here, so I didn't bother calling his name.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Economic Matters Committee. My name is Lorenzo Bellamy, here in opposition to House Bill 1298, third-party litigation financing. So I'm here on behalf of the Alliance for Responsible Consumer Legal Funding, or ARC, in opposition to this bill. With me is Eric Schuler, president of ARC. ARC represents companies that provide non-recourse consumer legal funding to individuals, usually injured plaintiffs, engaged in or pending a resolution of their legal claim or case. Consumer legal funding and commercial litigation financing are not the same product. Mr. Schuler will explain in more detail. But commercial litigation financing are funds that support the actual litigation, law firms, business-to-business transactions, and they range from anywhere from $3 million and up. Consumer legal funding are funds that range between $500 and $50,000 and are provided directly to a consumer, usually an injured plaintiff in a personal injury case, and that are used to pay for bills such as grocery bills, mortgage, rent, utilities, et cetera. By providing such individuals, and this is what the insurance companies that were all lined up in the panel before us, this is what they can't stand. This, by providing funds to a plaintiff, some of them who may be your own constituents, it allows them to stay engaged in a case longer, thereby increasing the opportunity that a settlement offer by the defense is equitable and more in line with consumer fairness. This product levels the playing field. Again, consumer legal funding is not the same as commercial litigation, but this bill is trying to conflate the two as the same. Consumer legal funding are non-recourse. They're only paid back if the plaintiff wins. I know I'm running out of time. We have proposed amendments to the bill modeled after in New York that we have shared with the sponsor that will clearly define what is consumer legal funding, provide additional consumer protections, and regulate the industry and product in Maryland. We want to be regulated as a product, not as a loan. And with that, we ask for an unfavorable on HB 1298 as written. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Eric Schuler. I'm the president for Alliance for Responsible Consumer Legal Funding, and I applaud your patience for sitting with us for this evening. As Mr. Bellamy said, we're not opposed to regulation. In fact, I encourage regulation. I like to pass bills across the country to regulate this industry. But unfortunately, this bill does one thing. It does not regulate, it eliminates. By defining this product as a loan, you're eliminating the product. Under Maryland law, a loan is an extension of credit, an obligation to repay, and compensation for that credit. Consumer legal funding does none of those things. And in fact, under the Maryland statute right now, there are exemptions to the Maryland law. Mortgages are not considered under regulation of the loan. Retail installment payments are not regulated under the Maryland loan law. All we're asking for is to be regulated properly and the way it is currently defined. The bill defines, what we're asking for is to make sure that the consumer can have access to this product
By classifying it as a loan, it does one thing, it eliminates the product. There is no obligation to repay if the consumer loses their case. There is no obligation if the consumer drops the case. There is no obligation to the consumer in any way, shape, or form. That is not considered a loan. What we are asking for is to follow other courts have done. Minnesota, Texas, Georgia, Michigan, Florida, New Jersey, all have not classified this product as saying that these are not loans. Legislatures across the country, to include Washington State, Nebraska, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Indiana, Vermont, Nevada, and Utah, have all stated this product is not a loan. The Attorney General and departments in North Dakota and Virginia have also stated that this product is not a loan. As Mr. Bellamy said, we ask you to take a look at the bill that we passed in New York with only one dissenting vote, to look at that as a model for Maryland. And I thank you for your time.
Good evening, Chair Valderrama, Vice Chair Charkoudian. My name is Tom Yost. I'm a trial lawyer. I've represented over 10,000 people in the last 36 years, mostly in the state of Maryland. I urge you to vote unfavorable on this bill. It is not a consumer protection bill. I'm not in favor of the insurance lobby that's trying to promote this bill. I'm not in favor of the loan folks. They have their own issue. I'm here to talk about your constituents, the people who get these loans and who would have to, under this bill, disclose their loans to the insurance company who they have cases against, who will further victimize them and give them low offers because they know they're desperate, because they need money so their house doesn't get foreclosed on, so they don't go homeless. This is a bill about disclosing to the defense the fact that somebody has to borrow money before their case is closed. That's all that it does. You know, it does nothing else to regulate. It does nothing else to protect individuals. You know, this bill would enable the insurance lobby who's promoting this. They're not here to protect people, consumer folks. They're here to get an angle here. This will help them to maybe eliminate through the regulation some form of these products, this non-recourse product, but the rest of the loans, they're legal loans. They should already be regulated. There's no need to regulate them. I encourage you to vote, unfavorable on this. If you look at this, they're asking you to tell the court you have to give this information to the defense lawyer. Shouldn't the judiciary decide that? That's what the judge does. And the very first thing, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, and 9, here's what we want to do. To tell them that this is discoverable. Well, they get discovery in court. Under the court rules, if they're entitled to it, they will get it. This law says, me as a lawyer, I have to disclose if I have a line of credit on my law firm because it would be paid by lawsuit money from personal injury. That's not necessary at all. This is a total infringement on law firms first, or second rather, and people first, and I urge you to vote unfavorable. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got 3 quick questions. The first question I have for you is that what companies like your company, Mr. Eric, are doing business here in the state of Maryland?
Real clarification, I represent the trade association that represents the companies. To my knowledge, none of my members are operating right now in the state of Maryland.
Okay. And let me ask you this. On the average, over the nation, what are some of the averages for the interest rates? Like, what's a common interest rate average on the average?
If you had to, as was discussed in one of the previous committees, it's tough to put an actual APR on this because we do not have a defined end date on us. But if you had to put something in there, probably in the high 30s to low 40s, and I'll tell you right front, that's not cheap. But if you look at, we do not look at consumers' credit. We don't look at their job history. We don't look at how much money they have in the bank. The only thing we're looking at is, do you have a viable legal claim? And is there a good possibility you're going to be successful in it? That's it. If the consumer drops the case along the way, we don't collect. If the consumer loses the case, we don't collect. If there's insufficient funds out of the proceeds of the settlement, after everybody else is get paid, after the attorneys get paid, medical liens, statutory liens, those all get paid first. If there's no money left, we don't get anything.
And then finally, what if a client or consumer runs out of money and needs more money? What happens then?
So we take a look at the case and reevaluate. Typically, we do not fund no more than about 10% of what we think the value of the claim is. Not necessarily what their attorney thinks, what we think the value of the claim is. So let's say we think the value of the claim is $30,000 and we gave the consumer $3,000. Consumer went through that money. In about 9 months, I came back and says, hey, we need it. I need some more money. We'll take a look at that case again. If that case value has not changed, we're not going to extend that any more money to that consumer, because we do not want to put that consumer upside down, because we want to make sure that they have a viable possibility and get money back in the end. And that's the one thing about, real quickly, about the bill we proposed in New York, is that we have two caps on the bill. One, that each company will put a will not exceed number, so the consumer will know day one what's the maximum obligation they have, no matter how long that contract goes. And secondly, we put a 25% back-end cap, which we've modeled after legislation the insurance industry has put in other states, that says that the funding companies cannot get more than 25% of the gross of the settlement. This way ensures that the case does settle short. So, for example, we said valued at $50,000 and only sell for $20,000, now that consumer is going to be guaranteed to walk away with some money, because now that funding company, under statute, is limited to the amount of recovery they can have.
And so this isn't a question, this is just a statement. So I understand that you told us about the jurisdictions that don't have this in place, right? But there are several jurisdictions that do have something like this in place, correct?
Yes, California, New York, Vermont, and the states I rattled off earlier all have statute on this particular product. And in fact, there's a bill that was going through, currently going through right now the Utah legislature, which passed unanimously out of the House, which will probably pass unanimously out of the Senate. It did not have any opposition to it whatsoever. Yeah. And that includes the insurance industry, the trial lawyers, the consumer legal funding companies, all supported that bill 100%, and it declares that that bill is, that product is not a loan.
Well, I also looked up Montana, West Virginia, Indiana, Louisiana, Arizona, Colorado, Georgia, Oklahoma, Tennessee. So all these jurisdictions are starting to move this way because of this sort of product, right?
Correct. And let me, if I may, address those particular states.
Well, I mean, that wasn't a question. That was just a statement. So, isn't that so?
It's so, but
that's all.
Madam Chair, if I may clarify.
No, it's okay. The question was asked and responded. Thank you. There are no further questions. Thank you very much for your testimony. We do not have any virtual, correct? Seeing no virtual and no further witnesses, that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1298. Members, we do have an event, and do not worry.